Gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is March 26, 2026, and we have a very interesting day on our hands because after all day hearing the denials of peace talk, all the Iranian comments, all the different Iranian leaders that you've heard from, you get a comment from Trump this morning saying that they better get serious, stop playing around, and then there was two reports. One of them is talked about a lot. The first report that everybody keeps bringing up is that they were saying that the U.S. is looking into a final blow for Iran, aka escalating the attacks. And then another one, we haven't got real confirmation on this. This was reported by Bloomberg. They were saying that the White House is looking into studying the effects of $200 oil. So we'll see what happens with all of that, but the algos got triggered. Oil finally went up here. I mean, it's definitely lower than just not too long ago, but remember, we thought we were getting a little bit more easing up here, and now it is starting to climb. So that's causing a reaction. We got a couple more things there with memory. Oh, and then a weird White House post. I think we might have a dream interpretation session today to figure out what the hell that meant. But other than that, Chad, we're going to have a good, long day ahead of us. We're getting ready for the next 48 hours and playing the weekend game. So I hope you're ready for all of it, but you know the vibe, man. Before we begin, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice more than most of us never have, ever will, and they're doing it right now, my friends. So regardless of what you agree or disagree with the war, man, I don't think you could ever take away that honor for those who have chosen to serve and who are there right now, man. Some of you, I mean, again, even in the last week, I think a lot of people in here, we've all heard of people and friends and family even getting orders as of recently, man. So I hope you keep them in your thoughts and prayers. God bless every single person who has served, the families. We love and appreciate you and are definitely in our prayers, and hopefully we all get a quick resolution to all of this. But God bless the vets. Shout out to every single one of you, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, coaches, garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, Chadadonia. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's going to be a long one, bro. It's going to be a long... You know why? Because, again, you guys saw Monday. Monday was a lot chiller, but the last, 3 days, bro, it has practically been the same back and forth headlines in 7 hours to drip feed information. So get ready for all of it. Like I said, everyone's talking about they're talking about the Trump comments and what he said about, they better stop playing around. But like I'm telling you, I think the most interesting headline that came out today was probably whether or not the White House is modeling $200 a barrel and the impact on the economy there. So we're going to find out, my friends. Other than that, I'm going to be watching Micron, SanDisk. We talked about that yesterday. A lot more people are talking about it today with the whole turbo quant. Keep an eye on UNG, oil, energy, any of those. And then Better, they actually held up. It was a Bitcoin mortgage, and then AIFF and KOD. Both of those are biotechs. AIFF got a deal with the Department of War, and then KOD is a diabetes drug, a diabetes retinopathy. And they're actually up 30% right now. So just in case the biotechs are living in their own little world. So other than that, my friends, I hope you're ready. We got about 1 minute. I could start, I don't know. I could start with, my Jesus song, but I don't know if you want to hear. I don't know if you want to hear. Which one do you want? Let's see. I got a couple of them. Maybe you might like this one. Let's see if you like this one. I don't want to piss y'all off at the bell.
Been not straight when the new leader. Been not straight when the new leader is gay. We got come there.
I'm sorry. I don't know if the news makes you mad, but you better get a laugh at the bell, man.
They put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
I'll get a little better at the propaganda, bro. It was not out yet. It's only, I guess, I'm working on it, man. Working on it.
What you think too, don't care. You got no boats and you got nowhere. Hearing you glow.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. All right, well, memory took that dump again. Damn, that's already down another 5 or 4. So we got time. Okay, those ones are actually up, yes, from yesterday. So someone was asking me if it's too late. The fat ass spread though. No, they came down real quick. They just jacked up the ask, but then yeah, that spread is gonna be gnarly. So yeah, other than that though, we'll see if you get any continuation. Near the monies are gonna be the ones, but they're gonna be expensive. So again, that's another 4 or 5% on Micron. SPY is gapping down here about 0.8. Russell down 1, NASDAQ 1.1, and Dow at 0.5. And then TLT down by 0.5. It could be a little bit worse, but that's the one. Again, it's oil driving rates, and then rate volatility still high. Jeff, I mean, again, they wrote off the first brands. They had earnings, and then you had another one too, Aries. And then big tech. Oh, I forgot. I have pretty pictures to show you. We could go over them in a little bit. But one of them is Mag 7. You know, every single Mag 7 stock is down over 10% this year. So everyone's kind of tripping on that. What was the other one? Please hold. AIFF and then KOD. Those are the biotechs. AIFF has no options. KOD has options. Those are all 490'd out. Or? Oh, I think AIF did a reverse split. And then where's VCX? AMD, TSM. Let's get up to today chart. And oil actually hasn't moved. I was surprised we didn't get a headline here at the bell. I thought you were going to get one from either Iran or the United States. So again, Micron already did a 3% down, 3% up pretty much. App loving, dude, there's something about like Brook or Middlebrook comments. I don't really know what it means on that. Let's see, I'm gonna give that one a second. I might just chill here for a minute. Oh, is Dow Chemical still going up too? The rollovers aren't as good as the first one. So yeah, those are still just holding up. And then SPY coming down a little bit. Again, 0.8. NASDAQ, Dow's the one that's not doing too bad at 0.5. And then everything else, Russell, SPY down 1. WDC on the high. So again, that's part of the memory. Chips are on the low this time. And then, dude, IGV, $79. Isn't that crazy? So again, I mean, you had a couple of AI updates the other day. Add in the extra volatility. And here we are, my friends. Here we are. Wait on that. SanDisk now moving up. Where's Baba in China? Yeah, Adobe got a downgrade. VCX ever gonna stop? Yeah, remember it hit $600 yesterday. So, or $575. But yeah, again, people are, so 30 times, I guess 30 times valuation might be something to keep in mind when SpaceX comes out or any of the other ones. But yeah, people kind of chilled on it today. We'll see by the end of it. Even Orbs is still up too. They haven't dumped on that one yet. Where's a dollar? Again, dollar's up 27.76. Gold and silver gave back that day yesterday. Yes, we are live. Middlebrook comments are in reference to the weird tweet. Are you thought that that's Adobe though too? I don't know what that tweet was, dude. There was two tweets. One was like a lady saying it's too soon to announce or something, and then they kept the other one up with just, it was like a vague post. That's it. It was just like a phone notification, and then that was it. EWKOD on the low. Where's Staples? So Staples are doing pretty decent. I mean, considering IGV is down right now, coming back to the low. And then that's something to think about. I mean, IGV, remember we were talking about it. Oracle was nice, but I don't know, that entry or putting this back on the table, even for the long term, if you wanted an ETF. I'm going to wait a little bit, but that is something I've noticed here. AIFF is still going. And then where's the other one? KOD. These are all chilling. Where's Palant? Yeah, bro, you're doing, once again, it's like one of these software knives. Yeah, bro, Fastly, I love it. Iran Tazim News Agency, citing source with knowledge, Iran has officially responded to U.S. 15-point proposal. That's coming out now. Oil's taking a move. Again, VIX is on the high right now. Watch the space stocks. I forgot about those yesterday. Remember, space stocks started off pretty strong. They're not doing as hot. Again, everybody was reacting to the other stuff. Mara, Bitcoin. Why is Mara going crazy? I think there was a headline on that this morning. So yeah, Mara's up 9%. Let me double check. You don't want to open the Iran Telegram. Yeah, I don't have. I don't like Telegram. They like, if you invite a friend, you could use our affiliate link, enter IRGC at the checkout. Where's we'll go to the Iranian TV. Iran Foreign Minister Arghachi holds conference with Brazil counterpart to discuss bilateral relations. That was 18 minutes ago. But other than that, yeah, I don't see that one. Even though they're saying they responded, it's being circulated by one part of the Iranian media. I don't know what's up. Mara's up 10, but again, the only news I liked in Bitcoin was Betterment, dude. I can't believe that. The damn what's it called? They came out with a mortgage, a Bitcoin mortgage that can't be margin called. So essentially, if you could use Bitcoin as collateral, and then if the price of Bitcoin goes down 50%, they can't ask you for more money. I thought that was fascinating. That's why I didn't like some of those loans earlier. Yeah, software just bounced off the bottom. Again, software is almost back to green now. Watch what the Staples do, but let's see. Again, I mean, oil had a little pop and lock. SPY's still holding near the morning. And then we're, again, apparently the Iranians have responded. That's your first morning headline out of all of the weekend, the overnight drama or slight escalation. Oman government completes acquisition of Salamir to boost national aviation sector. Mara announces $1 billion repurchase of convertible notes. Is that what that is? GLND, Microsoft. Again, remember, Microsoft, depending on how it closes this week, that was actually, Microsoft is the worst on the Mag 7. So literally, Microsoft is down 33%, I believe, on the year. So here's the chart that I was going to show you. This is all of the Mag 7. Apple is doing the best, down 11. Tesla's down 20. Nvidia's down 13. But like literally every single Mag 7 stock is down double digits on the year. But yeah, Microsoft is the leader down there. Well, we'll see. Again, SPY not moving much, but big tech. Meta's actually on the low. So most of the other software ones are going up. Isn't that crazy, dude? Microsoft, I mean, to put it in a perspective, even like during 2008 and even COVID, or even COVID in 2022, Microsoft didn't even drop below its 200-week moving average, how it did so far. But then again, I mean, we are going through more of a... That's the crazy part, is that we started this all with software. You know, a lot of people are forgetting that. Is that, like, yeah, we're worried about oil right now. We're worried about the conflict. But just remember how much of a shit show it was at the beginning of February. All that other stuff was not that was not light, my friends. That was not light. SJM. Again, watch this. Staples are holding up there. IGV and Staples are kind of matched. Staples are doing a little bit better, but you're not really moving much. You're getting a nice push and pull on the high ticker. Again, Meta is now dropping. They're down 3. And Google, so the social media ones are dropping a little bit more. Microsoft, CRM, Oracle got a bid, and then Palant's actually hanging near the low. SPY's going lower. Oman. So yeah, down by 0.89. Dow still 0.5. NASDAQ is down by 1.2. Our space stocks coming up now. Hi. Flying net or chilling. TEM is on the high. Again, biotech's not too bad, but I think everything might be down except energy. Even energy's not even having as great of a day, but it's still mad early. Somebody did say that it could be OpenAI, 100%. Like, think about it. You know, OpenAI was hooking everybody up. In the beginning, you remember Sam put out anything, they'd raise money, do all of that. But then eventually, like, OpenAI started dragging on Oracle. But remember, OpenAI also in Microsoft. So I have heard people talk about that. Dow Jones, 19 in the red, 11 in the green. I'd remember these numbers. NASDAQ's 59 green, 40 in the red. Or, excuse me, 59 red, 40 in the green. SPY about 300 red, 200 green. So, it's honestly, it's like slightly above 50-50. NVO, Nike just got a candle. Hut. The $200 a barrel thing, there was a Bloomberg report. So, like, the government hasn't responded to it yet. I'm sure they will in the next, you know, I'm surprised more people didn't pump it. More people were pumping the Truth Social comment this morning of Donald Trump saying it's time to get serious. And then talking about the, you know, studying the final blow in terms of Iran. Microsoft just took a stick up. But there was a report that apparently the U.S. government, the Trump admin, is looking into modeling the impacts of $200 a barrel, the impacts on the economy. Yeah, Microsoft doing good. Snowflake now, more software, even DraftKings, UNH. I was looking at healthcare. Healthcare is kind of in the middle like Staples. OpenAI just, they haven't been, you know, been doing good in terms of the money ever since like October. The peak was last October. It was like right after Oracle and the big commitments. Everybody was getting hyped up, and then everyone was like, wait, where are you getting the money? I would argue the top of Oracle, or excuse me, the top of OpenAI was when he was on that podcast. You guys remember when Sam was on the podcast? And then the guy asked him a very valid question of where the fuck are you going to get this money? And Sam was like, if you want to sell your shares, I'll buy them. You can sell your shares right now. I don't have time for this bullshit. And then, yeah. And then after, I think that was kind of when, and then people kept talking about the circular financing and everyone bringing up this idea of like all these companies, you know, circularly financing each other. And then that kind of, you know, that kind of slowed things down. Ever since then, you've had different deals in terms of funding. Even OpenAI got in deals. Even recently, they've backed out. And then a lot of competition in that same time period. Claude has overtaken OpenAI. You know, there has been new developments with AI that kind of changed it. So SPY bounced off the bottom. That could just be those software names that were down coming up. According to the same intelligence source, Iran stated in a response that crimes and terrorism on the part of the enemy must be ended, real conditions must be created so that war does not reoccur, compensation must be made, and losses caused in the war must be clearly guaranteed, and the war must end on all fronts. The resistance group that took part in the campaign throughout the region, N12 News, emphasized Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz is natural and a legal right of Iran and will remain, so that the fulfillment of the other sides of the commitment must also be ensured and recognized. These conditions of Iran, they are in addition to the demands presented on the other side of the second round of negotiations in Geneva. So again, it sounds like the same exact thing, dude. Like I'm saying, you get an update, you hear the details, it's almost exactly the same of what you heard. So Tehran is waiting for U.S. response. So if that's it, that's not, again, market's reacting a little bit, but I don't think it's because of that. Yeah, so again, if now they've responded to the United States and then the offer is that, I mean, again, I don't know if we're going to take it. That's where some of the red flags was the, again, the fact they're calling, some people called it a ceasefire. That's weird. And then if they're talking the Strait of Hormuz, if they really want full control, that's a very low likelihood. But SPY has gone up there. Again, I think it's a mix of tech getting a bid, and then you do at least have a headline. Oil just took $1 down. Fly. Fly, pelican, fly. All right, a lot of things. High tickers almost low tickers going, but it's slowing down. 30-second, 1-minute velocity on the high. Recro Dottie CVC made a potential non-binding offer at $52 a share. Oh, what happened to Celsius yesterday? That's still trading within that news range. Netflix. Do you think I want to attack? I do. I don't work for the government, man. But Pete Hegseth, on the other hand, but I do believe that regardless of what happens, I mean, whether or not there's a deal that could be negotiated, and if they actually have fair terms, I do expect that. I think we're gonna try to move a boat through. I think all of these soldiers that are getting sent there, it's both for optionality, but then I also believe that they are going to try to actually move some of the boats. I think they're going to make an effort at it. I think that could even be the next round of both de-escalation and escalation, depending on how the next couple weeks go. But yeah, we're getting into a time crunch when it's all said and done. So NASDAQ and S&P quickly pair gains. I guess you're getting back to, I don't know, you haven't filled the gap, but you're making up some of that futures loss. The Dow, though, Dow is about to go green. CNN Polymarket, 8% chance social media gets banned for kids. Do they want it banned? I don't know if you guys know the tinfoil. I could tell you the tinfoil. There's two parts of it. So there's tinfoil related to the advertisement and then the verification. But then the other side, that court case yesterday with Google and Meta, is that, you know, they're saying it's kind of like the big tobacco moment. That's where potentially where, you know, again, remember when they first were like, cigarettes are addictive and kill you. They took them a while to figure that one out. But yeah, that's what they're saying is like if social media starts getting warning labels and higher regulation, and then if one lawsuit leads to the other, that's where people are kind of worried about that. So that's the first part. But now the tinfoil, it relates to the dead internet theory, if you guys have ever heard that. So the idea is that a lot of the internet is bots. Even then, if you factor in all of the Claude bot shit now, SPY's going up. Again, you're making a move here. Low ticker is almost fully stopped now for like it's slowing down dramatically more than the morning. But yeah, they're saying that the dead internet theory is pretty much you let the dead internet theory, these bots, they've been so convincing and it's gone over and over and over again for such a long time that it has eventually backfired. Where now dead internet theory is, you know, who the fuck are you advertising to? And it's costing money. So they're saying the tinfoil is that these social media companies, they want there to be child verification. You know why? Because then if you have child verification, you have to start verifying who the hell you are on the internet, the whole Metal Gear Solid, the internet, or the IDs. So then that way, once you know who's an ID'd user on the internet and have to verify who's a human, that saves your ad market, because now you could guarantee you're advertising to humans rather than bots circle jerking each other. Ta-da! So yeah, that's the tinfoil. Well, good morning. Man, it's only been 20 minutes since the open. Wow. Well, it's not mass surveillance. It's just protecting the ad investment. Because now, as people are realizing it's all slop, and then these bots, they have changed the discourse of the internet. That's what I'm saying. Like, go post a comment. Go disagree with something politically. You know, there's a high chance not everybody you're talking to is a human. And as more and more people realize that, it's kind of backfiring, and then it's changing how the internet and the social discourse works. And then when it's all said and done, that's not profitable if the machine is built on ads and selling and making money. So yeah, how do you protect that? You've verified users. That's how you protect the ad market. Team, okay, more software plays. Airbnb, Habibi. Oh, where are all the other travel plays? Again, CRM, Intel faded. Again, remember, chips started off really good. Netflix going up. All right, 30 second, 1 minute, 5 minute. Been pretty good. Iran seeks guarantee war will not be repeated. Tells aggression and assassinations must end. Hormuz sovereignty will remain its right. With what Discord was trying to try to do ads. Yeah, and I think Discord's been like backdoored as well too, because too much shady shit was going on Discord. But yeah, I mean, part of requiring ads or requiring ID, the new thing as we move into this AI slop world is that if you have an ID'd user, that's worth more money than a non-ID'd user at that point. Oh, the peach is real though. Oh, I know that peach identification. Do you understand what that means? Open peach. Sam Peachman, no. Give me Bradley Frizzle. What's up, baby? Good morning, Friday Junior. Look at that, the peach. I think the market knew the peach was coming. It was like, yo, man, why are we worried? Why are we worried about oil, the peach? You know that oil prices, you know how many, do you know how much oil prices have fluctuated since you have been introduced to Bradley Frizzle? You see, you don't get it, man. Oil prices don't stay forever. The peach does. Amen. Amen. They don't feel, bro. He's outlasted Powell. He's outlasted at least 3 different oil conflicts. Oh, they don't feel, bro. They don't feel, bro. In a world of high single stock volatility, a world of bond volatility, the peach is a signal of hope and stability. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, good morning. I put up Boeing. Boeing looking good. Yeah, VCX. Bro, that just went 450 to 240. So now it's only 10 times NAV. It was just at 5 times NAV. Nice. So that's fun. All right, well, Microsoft's going up. I think people got the memo. Oil going lower. Impeach Josh? What would I do, bro? You know, I think the poly market odds of Donald Trump getting impeached is at 70%. I thought they would have tried to do it sooner, man. You don't remember last time he came in? At one point, the first impeachment moved the market. That was back in the day. That was before they were like, that's before you realized they hated Trump like that. And they're like, they're going to impeach him. And they tried it. It was a little scary for a little, but the market brushed that off. Fun fact. Iran calls U.S. negotiations claim merely deception. Tazim News Agency. Where is it? Hundala hackers release sensitive information on 28 military engineers. Iran, Saeed Arghachi calls out double stand. When are there... one of the Iranian, they're just reposting a lot of old info this morning. I gotta ban Larry? No. Do whatever you want, man. Larry might be on his other account. Listen, I encourage you, bro, to just, if you don't like it, you just ignore it. But there's no rules in the chat. You guys are free. Go ahead, run it up. I'm using it as data. I might as well give you the disclaimer. I'm doing my own dead internet theory test. But yeah, I don't care. You could do whatever. If you're on the locked in though, you have rules. Okay? That's all you need, man. That's all you need. So, but do whatever you want, man. I ain't gonna ban you. Have fun. We did no rules march. I could take a survey if you guys like. How have you guys liked no rules march? I'm sure it was a little bit scary at first, a little unnatural for some of the OG Chads, but at the same time, it's pretty easy as long as you don't take the bait and get involved in it. I think it's also been good training, kind of entertaining at times. Oil's coming down, 92.98. So again, ever since that little, they responded. We don't know what the U.S. said, but yeah, they said they received a German foreign minister, important to come to a common position with U.S. on Iran. So you could post plays. You could do whatever you want, bro. You could do whatever you want. Wasting my time with you. All right, can I play the song again, though? Can I play it? But yeah, I do like your opinion on No Rules, but, you know, I've learned to enjoy it. I think it's good. I think that's the, you know, I think it builds some discipline. Some discipline in the mind. And honestly, like, I just don't. Yo, Best Buy? What the fuck? Why is Best Buy? What is this? SVP sold stock. I don't see anything on Best Buy. Yo, Best Buy just ripped 8% out of nowhere. Yo, what's up? That's weird. BBY. Best Buy cruising on Ryan Cohen's speculation. I don't know if that's old or not. Otherwise, there's no news. I think that's pure rumor. It might be options. But yeah, otherwise, there's nothing. There's literally nothing on Best Buy. Let me check the option. Yeah, bro, it's up 8% right now. It's not even... Oh, it's triggered one. 200% difference in options activity to the call side. Again, it's already up. Otherwise, it's a Ryan Cohen rumor, but I can't even confirm that. Gordon Hassett note. A call out that they believe Ryan Cohen very big. So it is the Ryan Cohen thing. Yeah. So a Gordon Hassett note on Best Buy being the Ryan Cohen target. That's not widely circulated right now, but the stock is already up 8%, and the options are tweaking. Wasting my time when, you know, isn't that a good song, bro? I'm gonna listen to that at the gym. BBY, well, I'll keep that up until, again, I think, even then, like, people were talking about the, SanDisk on the low. People were talking about, like, the VCX effect when, like, there's this volatility. Everybody's like, what the fuck do we do, you know, playing this back and forth. Like, that's what happened in 2022 where stocks would just go insane. At least the, like, smaller caps that would get squeezed. Qualcomm, that's a weird one. Qualcomm on the high, SanDisk and Micron on the low. Qualcomm got a downgrade this morning. I think they downgraded the memory aspect of Qualcomm. I forgot which fund or which bank. Was it Bernstein? But yeah, Qualcomm up. They're down. Meta's on the low now too. So oil's taking another candle up. Senior Iranian official told Reuters that U.S. reviewed the proposal that has been conveyed via Pakistan. Iran assessment is that it's one-sided and unfair, serving only U.S.-Israel interest. Initial response was conveyed to Pakistan. The proposal lacks the minimum requirement for success. Iranian official, there is still no arrangement for negotiations, no plan for talks, and appears that appear realistic at this stage. So you're getting that coming in right now too. So again, I mean, first half, they received the update, we went up, sounded exactly the same as everything else you've heard in the past, and then now more Reuters post kind of reiterating a couple of more headlines following that. I don't think they denied it, but again, you're hearing what Iranian official this, Iranian official that. Again, in a couple of Micron, Micron, Qualcomm, SanDisk moves as well. My name is Sam. I need more money. SPY just ripped. I don't know if this is tech or if it's news, but again, oil's coming down on it. Let's see bonds. Bonds will be the tell. Again, yeah, you got a lot of like IGV after that gap down. There's a headline on Team in Iran. I think they're moving something. But yeah, I don't see a true social or anything else. All I heard was the senior officials. But yeah, you had a little oil down, SPY up. Not bad, bro. You're down by 0.3 now. Again, you were near 1%. Dow was up by 0.1. NASDAQ got half of the losses back, 0.6. And then Russell down by 0.3. Senior says diplomacy has not stopped. And if realism prevails in Washington, a path forward may be around. That's it. So a little olive branch at the end of that. But that would mean, that sounds like another week. Fannie Mae, Freddie, Burry has been averaging down. Is $15 billion in revenue per year considered large in terms of the worldwide economy? I believe so, yes. $15 billion is a lot in revenue. I mean, again, profit is another thing, like, you know, how much you actually make off of that. But I would say anything over $1 billion. But then again, standards have changed lately. If that's tech, some people would consider that small, right? In like certain software, but in most spaces, 15 billion is pretty large. Ford, Apple, again, that Qualcomm move. Again, BBY. You don't think it ends? Like I said, I think we're gonna get troops, but just not how people expect. Like I'm saying, I think they're sending shit there, but I just think they're gonna try to push a ship through. Mobileye, they got smashed yesterday. Senior official to Reuters, diplomacy has not stopped. That was the headline that got you up a little higher. RDW takeover note. That one hasn't reacted. Okta. Again, software is doing great after that little gap down. And then Microsoft straight up. Yeah, IGV back to 81. It went from long term to 81, Habibi. EWY. Again, oil, and they import a shit ton. The play stopped hitting the same way, but yeah, if that breaks, again, it's oil though too. The oil inverse. If anything, Korea's doing worse than oil, but that's also probably, you got to factor in the what's it called? You got to factor in that Google thing. That Google thing is weird. So again, I was telling you guys about that yesterday, the turbo quant. Some people say it's the deep seek moment for memory, and then other people are like, it makes no difference. Some people are, there's a very wide gap in opinions. It's not as easily interpreted as some of the other stuff. PL on the low. That Planet Labs, yeah. Remember yesterday, all of those space stocks did good. So SPY's chilling near the high again, 0.3. You've recovered a decent amount of this little escalatory morning you woke up to. But then oil came down substantially. I'd argue oil's down a lot more than the markets have even gone up off of it. State Department drawn on funds for international disaster and peacekeeping of $1.2 billion of foreign aid to Trump Board of Peace. Have drawn on funds. Semaphore. So they're moving $1 billion of the disaster peacekeeping to the Board of Peace. I don't know if are we gonna hear Trump again or a cabinet meeting? Broadcom on the high. Best Buy came down. TSM. EEIQ? The hell is this? That's still there. We need peace for the World Cup. Well, someone said that, dude. Bro, how the fuck are we gonna have a World Cup if the damn airports aren't working? So, like, that's gonna be terrible. So again, think about all of this, the shutdown, the TSA, and all of that. Like, how the hell is a global sports event? I don't. Is the World Cup more popular than the Olympics? But I know a lot of people like their football, but I don't know how that's gonna operate. I can't wait. I'm gonna buy FIFA. Last time I bought FIFA was the last World Cup. I played it for like a week, but I'm down. You know, maybe we'll have 2K instead of 2K on Fridays. We'll play some FIFA. I got FIFA game, bro. I'm not as good, but I could ball. I could ball into it. Again, more software. They're all moving up. All right, well, SPY's still going. Again, oil has been dropping on all of this. Let me see your Iran State Media. While I check, you could listen to one of my new favorite songs.
It's not strange when the new leader is gay. We got connect. It didn't even take a day. Cargill and they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Nothing posted. That's what I said, bro. Don't get me on the propaganda, bro. That's what I said, bro. Give me a week. Give me a week, I'll figure it out, bro. They're gonna hire me for Palantir.
You got nowhere. Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
I'm telling you, bro. You were not expecting that as the first lyric. You got coming strong, bro. Yeah, coming strong. It's the hook. It's the hook, bro. I got another one. I haven't even showed you the other one. Yeah, whatever EEIQ is. Did my dad try to get me to play soccer? He did. He was very disappointed. I was like, I want to play basketball. But yeah, my dad, my whole family plays soccer. I'm the only one who doesn't play soccer. That's it. And when I did play soccer, I would just play defense and I would deck kids. I was really good at it. That's it, you know. That's why I would like box them out with my shoulder. I think it's a good song. I like it so far. I mean, it's not finished, but that's what I was saying. I can't let AI do the lyrics. I gotta like work with it a little bit. You know, you gotta adjust it, but it worked. We got some progress. You want me to do a Jewish one? The problem is that it's like 90 days after the contract. So since they keep paying me the $7,000, I have to wait 90 days. But I'm down after, unless they renew. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, just give it time. Give it time, you guys. We'll make sure everybody's happy. But get a long term too. Or if y'all pay me $7,000, maybe we could. I'm down to negotiate. So do you guys know Egypt's relation in the Middle East? Do you know where Egypt stands? Actually, you know, we're like right in the middle of it. So I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? We've always been down to negotiate with both sides. So you let me know, man. You let me know. Well, Nvidia's actually down. Volatility. Well, it's actually like, so one of the Egyptian history, because again, Egypt got into a war with Israel, and Egypt was beating Israel at one point, and then the Americans helped out Israel, and then they fucked Egypt up, and it was very sad for Egypt. But then if you go read all of the Egyptian textbooks, all of the Egyptian books are like, they beat Israel. So yeah, even Egypt is like, nah, we ain't lose shit. We won that shit. Even though we had to give them, what did they give them? I forgot. The Israelis took something from, was it? Oh, why am I blanking on this? My mom would be disappointed. Oh, what did they get out of it? I forgot. They took, no, I think it was Golan Heights? No, there was something else that they walked away with. Sinai. Yep. They walked, and then Israel took Sinai from Egypt. Mm-hmm. Melly is, I mean, they've been killing it for a minute, but it's, I don't know. I think they've gone up a lot. It's still like, even when you look, dude, wasn't this like a $10 stock? Yeah. But I mean, South American Amazon has been on fire. Is it South America or Africa? I think it's South American. And then Amazon's doing good. I think Google and Meta are the only ones, and even then they came back. Meta's still dropping a little bit. Him's on the high. Where'd Best Buy go? Best Buy chilled out on that. I know. I remembered, bro. I got, dude, I have a lot on my mind. My RAM. My random access memory. Okay? And I was born in America, bro. Don't get mad at me. The American kids nowadays don't even know what fucking the Ayatollah is. But I have a receding hairline, so I should be much more versed in my history knowledge. So I take responsibility. You went to Guatemala, there were Chinese cars and AI everywhere. Yeah, dude, even Mexico. Bro, if you go to Mexico, even in the United Kingdom, they got those, even in Switzerland, my girl was telling me, they got the, what's it called? They have those, what's that one that's popular? The one all in Europe. You could go and buy, they're on Auto Trader. You have a wild fact? Your grandfather was a foreign ambassador from China, and at the time of the Anwar Sadat assassination, he was sitting on that stage. That's very trippy, bro. No way. Xiaomi. That's dope. I mean, that's also traumatic, but that's all that's like a fun, sad fact. U.S. removes sanctions on more than a dozen Belarusian entities. Parliament to delegate visit China next week. Watch oil, that again, any of the Russia oil stuff too. Yeah, Xiaomi, bro. Xiaomi's all over Mexico, and then even the UK, bro. There's a shit ton of them. That blew my mind. They don't have international exposure, but Baidu. Well, that's the thing. I'm not like, I don't know, Is it because am I a Zionist? I don't know, but I don't like too much international exposure. Is that the right? Did I use that right? I don't. But I only got China. China's our only international exposure. But I guess NVO. But I'm more interested in the drugs. That's why I did it. But China we only bought because it was so cheap. So like, I mean, long story short, I wouldn't go out of my way for international exposure in the long term unless it's cheap as shit. Like, again, we bought China 30 cents on the dollar. So it's like, if you could get Meli, South America, Africa, anywhere, you name it, and it's 30 cents on the dollar, I wouldn't put more than 10% of my portfolio there. But I would still, I would be down for it. Otherwise, I do think your long term should be mostly U.S. assets. I do think those are the envy of the world. And again, everybody owns them. I mean, even ask the Swiss. They own their whole Fed, the Swiss National Bank. Their whole strategy is buying United States stocks. So yeah, that's kind of my idea there. You like Xiaomi? I don't know, man. I'm not used to a Chinese vehicle. They look cool though, honestly. They look cool, and like I seen some of the features they offer for like $50,000. You could get like a Rolls Royce pretty much. Just kind of crazy. Speaker Golubov, 87 operations in a single night before the outbreak. I said in an interview, Hezbollah is more vibrant with life than ever before. The lightning quick operations and continuous precision strikes have inflicted severe loss on equipment and forces of the Zionist enemy. Prove the truth, the promises of the martyred Saeed. Hezbollah, the pride of Islam, and know that a stockpile of surprises is coming your way, so wait for it. Golubov. Bro, I think Golubov was like, I think he went from the guy who was supposed to be negotiating, and now he's like, nah, man. I don't know if he's acting or not, or if he has to. Iran accuses UAE of rolling attacks as supporting operations. It warns of decisive and unrestricted response. Well, I have Baba and Baidu. We just bought them, again, when they were extremely cheap. That's why I even said it at the time. Like, you know, even my views on China, like, I don't think their economy has been that good. I didn't like it. I didn't like any of them, really. Like, I've known about them my whole life. I mean, I even had Baba in the OG. I bought Baba IPO back in the day. But I was just saying how it's like, man, you know, things are changing with China, and it's not like things are doing good. But at one point they just got so cheap, I had to do it. That's why I was like, risk to reward. You know, there was a lot of other things that were trading higher at the time, and they were a really big lagger. And then, you know, you go for the big ones, they had a lot of value. So I was, again, you could justify it, but at the same time, I wouldn't build a strategy around big international exposure. Maybe down the line, if your portfolio grows, it changes, then the values change as well. You ever get another gap where international, high quality international is extremely cheap, like I'm saying, I would buy it, but I'm not going to, I wouldn't go out of my way to buy an expensive international exposure. Global Foundries files patent infringement lawsuit against Tower Semiconductor to protect high performance American chip innovation. Asmil. I looked at Asmil the other, and then somebody didn't Elliott buy a stake? Or no, I was thinking SAP. So that is still foreign. Asmil, and then even I like SAP, but yeah, unless it's a discount, I wouldn't go out of my way to buy it. No, America. Woo! But yeah, if it's a discount, I'm down, but then you got to treat it like any other, you know, kind of like, I don't even want to say gold or silver. You don't want to overexpose yourself. That's it. So like, even then, and that's why too, because if it is a really good international, it should be able to move very well. But like I said, with China at that one point, we got Baba, we got Baidu, but I wouldn't have put more than 10% of my portfolio at the time. I think that's like your max. So 20% max for cash, 10% international exposure, and it has to be a good deal. see. The weird part is oil. I guess it's only $2, but let's see the futures. Yeah, SPY is doing, I guess you're back to the first part in the morning when oil was trading around 92, but the second time, SPY was a lot lower. But yeah, you're only down 0.4. Again, it is a Thursday. What about TSMC? Again, if it came down in price, I will not go out of my way for international near an all-time high. There's no point. I don't like buying much at all-time highs. And then they might have aliens. But guess what, you guys? Today's philo is about aliens. You know that? Do you guys think you could handle it? I have a philo on aliens. It might not be what you expect. So yeah, if you're into that, we got a long day ahead, man. We got a long day ahead. Yeah, Novo's international, 100. That's what I'm saying. If it wasn't like a global biotech, but even then, it still falls under it. And then take a look. I mean, the international stocks, you got to pay the fees on them, and then even then, it's not. International is either going to do really well or really bad. And then the end again, and then look at the American version, Eli Lilly. I hope it's the extraterrestrial aliens. What if it's philo? And I'm like, so today's philo, you guys are going to be hearing from ICE. She'll be like, what? That's not John. What? No. Extraterrestrial aliens. Yes. No, this is not about immigration. I'm glad we could clarify. TTE. All right, well, high ticker, 30-second, 1 minute's on the high. And then Meta, bro. Meta's down like, what, 4% right now? I love how Apple's ripping. So, again, that's probably helping the SPY, honestly. All of those tech names that started lower, it started going up. But, yeah, dude, Meta's down 3.5%. NVIDIA is near the low. Last time I checked, it was kind of pinned on the low, yeah. I mean, remember, chips went hot yesterday and then came down. FCHL, this thing's already up 100%. No, well, it's still a Thursday, but remember last Thursday, though? Oh, dude, wasn't last Thursday the gas fields? So, I forgot, bro. Last Thursday, we kind of gapped down. And then we did chop around, and then it wasn't till like end of the day. Oh, I forgot. Because remember, Thursdays are usually red. We're still red right now, but yeah, remember last Thursday was kind of shit in terms of price action. You didn't get like a typical move. SPY's moving up though now. Again, a little bit more than oil. I do think big tech is what's leading you right now. Let's take a look at the numbers. Remember, it's about like 50-50, 60-40 in the morning. 9 red on the Dow. 21 green, so that decisively flipped green, even though it's only up by 0.1. NASDAQ 35 in the red, 65 in the green, so that got a lot better there. 30 names on the NASDAQ went green. And then SPY 150 in the red, 344 in the green. It was 200 in the red earlier. It was 200 or 300, one of them. I know it was split. Baba and Baidu, we got pretty low. I think Baba was in the 80s, and then Baidu, I want to say, was in the 80s as well. So we practically just bought the bottom. We were like a year early on it. But then Baidu I actually got right before the pop. I do have some pictures to show you. Yes. So one, this is where people need to understand this, because I've been asked this question a lot. But it's oil and bonds. Because people are like, well, why did bonds? Remember, bonds were doing great up until this conflict. And if you're not there's like probably a couple day lead time, and now they're matching up a lot better. But oil is leading rates. So that's kind of the problem here. That's why I keep saying, the bonds are more important because now this is where you don't want this correlation to keep going. But yeah, understand this connection where rates, you get the escalation, then the oil goes, then that leads the rates, and then the rate volatility stays high, and then every volatility goes high, then the dollar, and then everything else. So there's that. And then software, just again, this is the second time in history where software has traded at a discount to the S&P 500. So yeah, this is, again, only in history, because remember, software is kind of a new invention. You know, software didn't exist before 1995. Fun fact. I mean, it did, but it didn't, if you think about the onset of computers. So that's why, like, that's what I was saying even this morning, IGV, if you really wanted to consider it, you don't want to play the a la carte game. But remember, that's why it's like these updates we had this week were kind of important. And then to see software, it did the squeeze on the Anthropic thing, but kind of surprising it came down. But that's why I was like reminding everybody, I'm like, dude, before all this war stuff, before all of this war stuff, dude, we were just tweaking on all of these different factors. So thought that was fascinating. And then the final one, some of you may like this, some of you may not. I'm sure you guys, have any of you heard a comment where people are like, oil is $150 in the Middle East. Oil paper prices are higher. It's manipulated. So like I told you guys, it has everything to do with shipping, nothing to do with oil. Oil supply is high. Oil supply is lowered if it can't move. But now, pretty much, this was part of yesterday. This is from yesterday, and why you got some of that easing up in oil prices. Oman, Dubai crude, it dropped from 140, and then some of the Middle East oil is going below 100 now. So some oil is starting to move around there. But that's why some people are saying maybe that's why Brent, even in the Brent, and then WTI crude is kind of chilling out a little bit, because that little premium spike overseas, it is coming down and calming down in some areas. So yeah, I think that's all I have for you. And then the Apple Meta, we went over that there in the morning. Young software. You get about 2 or 3 of those. You'll probably get 10 throughout the day. I think like at least once an hour, someone's going to remind you. Amazon. I should have kept those damn apples, bro. I don't know if I would have had time, but yeah. We didn't really get that God candle, but it has some follow through. Outside of threats of action by unnamed Houthi officials to news outlets, no immediate commitment to strike commercial and naval shipping around the Bab el-Mandab Strait in the Red Sea. That's what I was interpreting everything yesterday as. I was like, it sounds like they're just going to start activating the Houthis. Well, Dow and the chemical name. Bro, Meta is just dumping 4%. 6.1 earthquake strikes Honshu, Japan. OSS. All right, couple of now AMD starting to sell off, and NVIDIA. All the chips are selling off, and then a couple of random names are starting to move up. And then IGV's at least back to green. Where's the Staples? Sock on the low. Staples are even up. Staples and software both up about 0.5%. So I don't know. Today kind of feels a little bit more correlated, but it does seem like chips are having their weakness. Again, Dow still green, SPY 0.39, Russell 0.12 down, and then NASDAQ still down 0.7. Russell on the high. Yeah, Russell again 0.1, 0.2. Not bad. USAR. What was that other one today? AIFF. I didn't do much. And then KOD. That's the biotech. And then Meta, bro. Meta's been printing every couple of minutes. Remember last week too? They had a. What was that news with Meta? Oh, they had that bad news. They laid off people. What was that bad meta news last week? I forgot. Oh, their model underperformed. And then they delayed avocado. Do we still think Netanyahu is dead? That rumor died down a lot more after the 2 appearances. But there is some people who believe that still. They say there was a plane that he went to Berlin and that it's been there for 2 weeks. But other than that, most people do believe that he is alive now. It's not the same virality that had about a week or 2 ago. Natural gas storage minus 54. Estimate was minus 48. I like Microsoft. Like I'm saying, I think Microsoft is at a pretty crucial junction. I mean, it's not too often it trades this week relative to its performance as well as even the market. It's the worst Mag 7 of the year so far. We talked today about it getting even linked up with some of the OpenAI performance. That could be a reason why. And then yesterday, I mean, I don't know. Where are the computer guys, the computer people who are much smarter than me at this? Can you guys agree? Like, AI development, you don't necessarily need Microsoft. Like, you don't need to run AI on, like, if you are coding and making models and using AI and some of these things getting built, it doesn't necessarily need Windows. So these are kind of all the factors. But other than that, as far as like software, I liked Oracle because I think it's more aggressive. I like the sovereign play. But I do think Microsoft has one of the better fundamental like valuations to it right now. So I'd consider it. But then also too, if IGV, you might make life easy and just go with IGV if you really wanted to, now that it's came back to one of those lows. No, but the fact they'll move away from Microsoft is a stretch. Correct. Azure too. I mean, Azure's number 2. I think AWS is pretty fire. It's better to not be on Windows. So yeah, that's the thing. It's no, I don't own Microsoft, no. Not in the long-term account. But I'd be down. That's what I was saying. It's that or just IGV. If, you know, again, I'd give it a little bit. We don't even have a deposit, but like when I was looking at, or I was either going to buy, if I didn't buy Oracle, I probably would have bought Microsoft. And I'm kind of glad I did. I mean, Oracle went down, but I think Microsoft dropped a little bit more. But at least Microsoft has, like, they have good assets. That's the thing that I was surprised by. So, like, if you go on the IGV and compare the price to books, most of the ones with the low price to book are all shit stocks. They're like Bitcoin miners and random small caps. But for how big Microsoft is and what they own, it's kind of nuts. Qatar Airways, all flights to and from Doha continue to operate. RVI, the Robinhood Fund. Some of you may not like this because you guys, I don't want to offend your religion. You guys know that. Some of you are Robin Hood Faustians, or you guys are Ishoodic. You guys are Robin Hoodists. You're Zion Hoods. But yeah, I think it's dog shit. Respectfully, I just don't. I'm not really a big fan of all of Robin Hood's bait and switch, more or less. Where again, it's just a closed-end fund. It doesn't even have the good equity. Like, I think VCX would have been better than Robinhood venture funds. But I also believe, though, too, I'm more likely to go buy and find a way to get ownership rather than paying for somebody to do it. But yeah, that's why, like, because people even say it. Like Robinhood's like the first ownership. But then it's like, dude, the way that even operates as a firm, I mean, it's not a, you know, you go look it up. Gold going up. It does. Microsoft does meet a lot of the criteria. Reddit on the low. And Apple still. Where's Bitcoin? And then Mara's still up, whatever that one. And then Dow, bro, that one just keeps ripping. Habibi. Where's Fastly? Fastly's still holding up. It sucks though, those, even though it's high, that slows the premium down a little bit. Chach? Harp? Good brokerage, anything. I mean, you could still use Robinhood. That's what I'm saying. Just don't bite the apple, I guess. But ThinkOrSwim, Schwab, Fidelity, Etrade even. I mean, I've had decent experiences. U.S. confirms death of Iranian IRGC naval commander, CENTCOM. I forgot until Danny said it, bro. Because, like, he said chop. And I was like, man, we don't chop on Thursdays. But then I was like, wait a minute. Last Thursday was very choppy. And it was like gap down, run up to the high, chop around there. Oil dropping. I don't know. Again, you just had a CENTCOM update, but I don't know if that's it. Let me see. I'm going to go check Iranian TV. I'm going to play the song every time.
When the new leader is not straight, when the new leader is gay, we got coming. It didn't even take a day.
I think get a Galabap comment.
Put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
All right, nothing. Smaller accounts, how do you feel about holding levered plays? It's dumb, Habibi, dumb. I know, I mean that in love. Because remember, we started I have 2 accounts that are like $200 a month, $300 a month, very small. Constellation, kind of knifing. But it's just quite simple, is that you don't want to they're broadcasting the cabinet meeting. We destroyed the Navy. The military, gone. They're obliterated. Do you know what obliteration even is? That's what we did to them.
He came into a department that shut down. Shut down by the
Bro,
radical.
Marco Rubio, man, he working so hard. He can't even laugh.
Are really punishing the American people. I saw it today on one of the shows.
You guys, can you bet on that? Can you bet on whether or not he will laugh?
They're actually angry at Schumer.
I don't think he's going to laugh, dude.
One woman said, that Schumer is disgraceful. He's a disgrace to our country. But they're angry at the Democrats. They know what's happening. But they're punishing the American people, including travelers at airports, all in the quest to return to open borders and give amnesty to illegal alien criminals. They want to give amnesty to some of the criminals that came into our country. Just about all of them, actually, if you look at it. They love sanctuary cities, which is a sanctuary for criminals. They want to make sure they're taken care of. That's what we're fighting about. That's really what they're fighting. They don't talk about that, but that's what they're fighting about. They want to protect criminals. In many cases, 11,888 murders. Many of them, I will say, are gone now because of us. We got them out. But still have some left. Should have never happened, should have never been allowed to come into our country. But we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let the Democrats get away with this stuff, and people are wise to them. So they need to end the shutdown immediately, or we'll have to take some very drastic measures. This morning I want to give an update on the Operation Epic Fury, which is an appropriate name because we are absolutely obliterating them. Over the past 3 weeks, we've been hitting Iran's military capabilities at a level that few people have ever seen before. People never knew there was such a capability. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. I built it during my first administration, and I used it during my second administration. Unfortunately, because I'd rather not have to use it. But it's a display of force and precision and skill like nothing the world has really witnessed, although you got a pretty good witnessing of it in Venezuela also. That was a smaller version of what we're doing now. We're crushing their missiles and drone stockpiles, destroying their defense industrial base. We've wiped out their Navy completely, their Air Force completely. We've wiped out a large percentage of their missiles. And the missile launchers, without the launchers, the missiles don't do any good. And we've knocked out probably close to 90% of the launchers, probably more than 90% of the missiles themselves. Between some they fired and more than they fired, we knocked out. We've also destroyed a lot of the factories. We're continuing to do that, but a lot of the factories where they manufacture the drones and the missiles. The drones too are way down, but the reason they're down is they go one way and they don't come back, because for the most part we're shooting them down. But we also are able to.
He's just saying the same thing that he said last night. He said they're begging to do a deal.
And just so we set the
That's what he said in the morning, and then followed it up with they better get serious.
Fake news and
so I think everyone just
like, I want to make a deal.
Getting jumpy, bro.
They are begging to make a deal, not me.
Oh shit! So the wire's ahead of this.
And anybody that saw what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal. But they say, "Oh, we're not talking to."
Anybody would know Iran is talking to us.
Only a total fool, and they're not.
Don't know if willing to work deal with Iran.
And they're great negotiators.
So now he's saying he doesn't want to. That's gonna bring it down, down.
They are begging to work out a deal.
Um,
I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago. Or they should have done it when we first came into office, because 2 years ago they had free reign under Biden. Sleepy Joe, worst president in the history of our country. When he allowed to happen to our country at the borders, and even with a thing like this. But not just him. Every president for 47 years, every president should have done this. They should have done it a long time ago.
Not sure we are willing to make deal.
Lunatics a nuclear weapon, and they would have had a big one. It stopped really when we did the B-2, but even before that, the Barack Hussein Obama, what he did where he gave them the Iran nuclear deal, gave them free will toward a nuclear weapon. Basically, he chose Iran.
Yeah, oil
over
popped off. Spy not as
Israel
much. I think that's because
that didn't
the
want
big
him
caps
to
are in the
do it.
way. It's
But I
funny because like
terminated
the
that deal. Had I
dailies
not
are
terminated
cheaper,
that deal, you would
but
have had a
anything
nuclear
with
weapon
slightly
years
more
ago,
time
would
is
have been
actually
used.
still up. There's premium
Guaranteed.
on it.
And one of the reasons you know about the guarantee is because their neighbors were sort of like bystanders. They weren't involved very much. They didn't choose heavy sides. They didn't want to because people were concerned with Iran. There was a big black cloud over the Middle East. They were concerned, but all of a sudden the war starts and they start shooting at these five countries. They start shooting at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman. They start shooting at them, and everybody was shocked, including us. You know why?
That's hitting the wire
Because
3
they're
times.
sick.
I think
They
even
had
the
planned
news
to
is
take
like, come
over.
on, bring it
So some of
down.
those missiles that were shot at them were locked long before we even started this process. They were locked and loaded and aimed at those countries. They wanted to take over the Middle East. But we happened to come along, so it wasn't so easy. So right now their Navy is sunk in the largest elimination of a foreign Navy that has taken place, maybe ever, but certainly since World War II. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and communications capabilities are totally dismantled. And one of the problems they do have when they deal with us is we deal with people and the people aren't able to communicate with anybody else. So, you know, because all of their leadership has been gone. The first level is gone, and they met to pick a new level, and they're gone. They're all gone. because they didn't make a deal and because they're sick people. They're really sick. They're really sinister, sick people. And if anybody thinks it was okay to have a group of people like this to have nuclear capability, nuclear weapons, and if we didn't attack with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks of that, maybe 4 weeks. But between 2 and 4 weeks, they were planning to have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't hit them at that time with the B-2 bombers, and one of the great air raids in history, maybe the greatest, dark at night, no moon, no light, every single bomb hit its mark and just obliterated that place. So it's now buried deep under earth. And it was an amazing thing, but they would have a nuclear, and they would have used it without question. And you know that because why did they shoot all these countries that weren't even really involved with them? They weren't involved. They had no big problems because they're sick, because they want to take over the Middle East, not just Israel. Certainly Israel would have been the first on their list. They would have used nuclear weapons, a nuclear, you don't need too many of them, but they would have used a nuclear weapon on Israel, and they would have used it on the other neighbors, and then they would have come after us. And if we had a weak
you will lose
president,
money.
they would have done great damage. But fortunately, you don't have a weak president. I knew what was happening. And I think we've been proven right. You know, they took one missile, went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability. But they shot the now famous Ireland, the island that the UK was very afraid to give us because they didn't want to get dragged in. But we don't want to get dragged into their wars either.
You won't get dragged in.
One thing we're very disappointed,
We'll jump
I'll say
in.
it publicly, we're very disappointed with NATO because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said, 25 years
Well, just
ago,
these
I
remember
was
Thursdays
somebody
are
that
pretty
wasn't
bad, but
a
then it's just I
politician,
just
but
don't. The
was always
premiums are
involved in
very
politics,
odd.
and I understand
That's the part I
politics.
don't like about it. That
I
move
said
in the
25
morning
years
kind of
ago
fucked
that
them up.
NATO's a paper tiger.
That's the
but
thing that makes me not like
more
them.
importantly, that
Because then
we'll
even
come
if you
to
stay,
their
or
rescue,
even if
but
you
they
go
will
down,
never
it
come
may
to
be harder to
ours.
hit. Just
And I
because
want
of
you
that
to
morning
remember
move.
that we said this. They didn't come to our rescue. Now they all want to help.
And then Apple, and then
When
a couple
they're
names are holding. We
annihilated,
have Apple
the
and
other
Nvidia
side is
down,
annihilated.
or excuse
They
me,
said,
Nvidia and
we'd
Meta
love
down.
to send ships. They actually made a statement, a couple of them, that we want to get involved when the war's over. No, it's supposed to get involved when the war's beginning, or even before it begins. We had the UK say that we'll
Intel
send,
keys. There's a lot of
this
chips.
is 3 weeks ago. We'll send our aircraft carriers, which aren't the best aircraft carriers, by the way. They're toys compared to what we have. But we'll send our aircraft carrier when the war is over. I said, oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Don't bother. We don't need it. And we don't need it. And we don't need them. We estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. And we're way ahead of schedule. If you look at what we've done in terms of the destruction of that country, I mean, we're way ahead. Think of it. They have no Navy.
So way,
And they have
Margaret
good
Algo
ships.
loves hearing that.
154 ships have been shot.
We're way ahead of
and are
war
resting
schedule. You got a little
very
green
nicely
one.
at the bottom of the sea. And we did that in a matter of less than a week.
Again, whenever he's done talking about this,
We
he's
have the
gonna
greatest
all of
military in the world
it's
by
gonna
far.
fade pretty much.
Nobody
Not the
even
market, but like
close.
the premium.
So we
he's gonna
estimated it
not
would
talk
take
about there. Then they're just gonna
approximately
go
4 to
around in a
6 weeks
circle.
to achieve
It's like
our
it's
mission.
one of these
26
cabinet
days
meetings.
in, we're extremely, really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people, this is a disaster. They know it. That's why they're talking to us. They wouldn't talk otherwise. But they're talking to us because they've got a disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. We're free to roam over their cities and towns and destroy all of their
Micron on
crazy
the low,
nuclear
too.
weapons and missiles and drones that they're building. Oh, we're doing that. They now have a chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. And they'll tell you, we're not negotiating. We will not negotiate. Of course they're negotiating. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal,
But if not,
then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. You know, they have 22 mine.
again,
they
this
call
is just
mine
adding
droppers.
context to what he tweeted in
Think
the
of it, who
morning.
would have
Everyone
22
just
mine
focused on
droppers?
him
It's
saying
a boat that drops mines.
they're gonna fuck it up
Who has
more.
22 mine droppers? except for people with very evil intention. So
why do you even
every one
own
of
a
those
mine
droppers
dropper
has
to
been
begin with? We should talk about that.
struck with the same weapon we used to
He has a point. I never
stop
thought
drugs
about it
from
like that.
coming into the United
Who
States.
even? Why would you even have a booby trap?
When we hit those boats,
What do you do?
exact
To
same
booby
weapon,
trap the
extremely
evil
effective. We
people
have unlimited
telling you.
supplies.
I don't even
and
think we
extremely
own a
effective.
mine dropper.
But they have no more mine droppers. By the way, speaking of drugs, we're 98% down drugs coming in by water, by the ocean, by the sea. 98%. And we're trying to find out who are the 2% because we think they're the bravest men anywhere in the world. Maybe women.
Oh, did Marco, are you
Whoever's on
smiling?
those boats is very brave or doesn't watch television.
I'm done smiling.
But where
Got work to
drugs
do.
coming in by sea, coming in by water, are 98% down. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land. The land is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came into the water. Now it's all pinched. And these people are trying to come in by land. And we will, that's it. That's the easy one. But we had to take care of the water first. Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. But they now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know. I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it. They can't shoot our jets. We have the best military equipment in the world. No, not even a contest. You see that with Venezuela. They had other equipment. They didn't have ours. It
Wait,
didn't
is
work.
Pete?
Didn't
Oh,
work. Think of it.
I
We
think
did
Pete's gonna talk.
the situation in Venezuela. It was a great military operation, getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people, forced people into our country. Incredible. He emptied his prisons in Venezuela, emptied his prisons into our country, and I hope that charge will be brought at some point, because that was a big charge. That
I
hasn't
really think
been
Apple's
brought
holding
yet.
up the SPY. Because
It
NASDAQ's
should
back
be
to
brought.
1. The
He
SPY's
emptied his
actually trading
prisons
a little
into our
different.
country, and was a major
chips are
purveyor of
into the low.
drugs coming into our country. And he's now,
Yeah, Apple's literally. If
been
you would, be,
captured
you would
and-
be at the gap fill if Apple was down.
I guess, be given a fair trial. But I would imagine there are other trials coming because they've really sued him just on a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing, and nobody's a match for the United States.
Iran was
but
a
they're not
test
match
for
the
NATO.
United States. It's
Remember
small
this in a
potatoes.
number
That's
of
why
months from now.
I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us. You don't have to, but if you don't have, if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression. Never forget. Can never forget.
I thought that was
So
about
as
to
we
be his
end
George W.
threats
Bush
to
moment.
America abroad, we're focused here
Fool me
home
once.
on building the greatest
Can't get-
economy in
can't get fooled
the history of
again.
the world. Now, before this started, the Dow hit 50,000. The S&P hit 7,000.
I blame
Both of
NATO for
those
that. It's your fault, NATO. NATO.
Achievements were not achievable.
We had
They-
50.
every
Now
one
now
of
it's
you, most of you, I
47,
guess,
40,
said
46.
You'll never hit 50,000
That's your fault,
during a 4-year
not mine.
period because it was too high a number. Well, we hit it in our first year. And I said, well, now we have to take an excursion to Iran, and we have to stop this maniac who's no longer with us.
Oh, that's his favorite. That one hit last time. He
Supreme
said, I
leader.
thought the stock market would go
So
down
supreme.
more.
No longer with us. It's very sad. But we have to stop him from blowing
worked
up
last
the world,
time. I don't
blowing
know if
up
it'll
the
work
Middle East,
again.
and blowing up our country, and we did that. And I thought, frankly, I
The
thought
stock
the oil
market
prices
drop
would
hasn't been that
go
severe.
up more, and I thought the stock market would go down more. Hasn't been nearly as severe as I thought. I think they have confidence in maybe the American president and maybe the people sitting around this table.
Presidente.
But Americans filing their taxes this year are receiving record-setting refunds. It's been a very big story. Well, it should be a big story. I don't think you write about it that much, but I speak about it. You know, I speak about it.
I talk
because
about
when I
it.
speak
I'm
about
not
it, at
afraid
least
to
people
talk
here, you don't write about it.
We could talk about it.
You don't write about the drug prices going down. It'll be going down 30, 40, 50, 60%, 70%. Favored nations.
Caterpillar and
Most favored
Industrial's
nations will be
dropping.
paying the lowest price anywhere in the world. Before we paid the highest price in the world, Bobby, right?
Bobby.
Now we're going to pay the lowest price in the world. That's quite a difference. It's a difference of
Okay, oil's getting back to
from
94.
40 to 70 and 80
You're
and
80
even 90%.
cents off the high.
That's a pretty big
and then
difference.
SPY's starting to match up a little
But
bit.
we're
Oil
slashing
moved
regulations
up,
and
but then
investment
SPY
is
finally
pouring
came
in
down.
from all over the world.
Remember, there was a little gap there in the
most
morning.
investment of any country in history has been put into our country in the last year. And again, we had to take a little detour. Won't be long. Going to end soon. We had to take a little detour, go to Iran, and we had to put out a fire.
It was on the way.
This fire that could have blown
It's on
up
the way. Why not?
big
I
portions
was
of
going to
the
go
world,
to
if not
China.
the
I
whole
was stopped
thing.
by Iran.
So tomorrow we'll be announcing a variety of actions that we're taking to support American farmers, who we never forget. We love the farmers. We gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We had a tremendous amount of tariff money come in, and we continue to have. We've gone, as you know, the Supreme Court gave us a very unfortunate, foolish ruling, a ruling that gives the people that have ripped off our country for many years, gives them some money back. But it's one of those things. It's a terrible, terrible, horrible mistake they made, but it's okay because we have another method that's just as good. We'll use the other method. But because the tariff money has been so substantial, we gave our farmers who have been mistreated by some countries, we gave them $12 billion. And
Qatari
that's
PM
really
is
happy.
visiting
And
Washington to
they
discuss
deserve it. They were
bilateral
great.
issues
They
in
never
defense
complain. They just
cooperation
go out and
with
they
members
farm,
of
and they
Trump
wouldn't do
admin,
anything
Reuters.
different. They wouldn't trade jobs with any of you, except maybe some of the fake media. I don't know. Somehow I don't see that. I like their job better, actually. I love the farmers. So we gave them $12 billion. So in just a few moments, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent
No.
will
I think you're
discuss
right.
the
He just doesn't
actions
want
that
to
we're
say it,
taking
but
to address energy prices. Which
I'm
have
pretty
not
sure we
gone up
won already.
as much as I thought.
You know, I just don't think he wants to say it.
It's not over, so maybe it'll
Yeah,
go
I'm
up a
pretty
little
sure
bit
we
more.
won. I don't
It's
know.
all going to come back down to where it was,
I
and
think
probably
that's the
lower.
conclusion. I think we just
And
got
my
to go through the
predictions
plot.
have been right.
But yeah, I'm
Trump
pretty
was
sure we
right
won.
about everything. They have a new hat. Trump was right about everything. It's pretty right. But
Marco smiled
Scott's
off
going to
that.
address that.
Little smirk.
And I think before we go very much further, I want to ask Vice President J.D. Vance to say a few words about where we are with the situation. He's involved with Steve and with Jared.
Yeah,
in
JD, where do you
negotiations,
fit
and
into
then,
this, JD?
some of the others will speak. We'll have Marco say a few words. Pete Hegseth, who was born for this role. I mean, he's doing a great job. They gave him a hard time. And now people, I'll tell you, somebody came up to me yesterday, gave you a very hard time, said, you know, I made a mistake. Pete Hegseth is doing a good job. So
Thank you, sir.
when I tell you who, you're not even going to believe it. He said Hegseth.
Pete's kind of scary.
He's such a
I
nasty
tell you,
hard
he's.
time.
I don't know if it's
But
all
you're doing-
talk or
you're
not, but
doing
he is like
Great.
he's
And,
most
then
willing
Steve is
to
gonna
fight.
Speak, and
I
Scott will
feel like
speak.
I don't know if it's a good
last.
or a bad thing, but I
And
think
if
he
we have any
enjoys this.
questions, we'll take some questions. You may have questions. I doubt it, but you may have some. So, JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. It's good to see everybody. Proud to be part of this team. Proud to be serving the president of the country. Let me just say a couple things. The first of all is the president summarized this very ably. But look, the Iranian conventional military is effectively destroyed. They don't have a navy. They don't have the ability to hit us like they could have even a few weeks ago. And what that does is that gives us options, Mr. President.
He says it so much more eloquently.
Now, there's been a lot of
than-
reporting
obliterated.
about diplomatic options, about negotiations.
They've
There's,
effectively
of course,
been
Pete and
destroyed.
His team. There are further military options. But
Just
what
say
we
it,
have
JD.
now
Obliteration.
that we didn't
You
have when
can't
the
say
president took
obliterated.
over just a little
Bounded.
over a year ago
We
is
bounded
the
them.
ability to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. Because when I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what. And it's options to ensure that Iran
Fertilizer
never has a
names are
nuclear weapon.
dropping.
You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest It's not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people. That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time, is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president is doing this. That's why the president cares so much about this particular issue. I'll let Steve talk a little bit about the details of the negotiation, but the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Marco is, I'm very mindful, of course, that we have a lot of folks overseas fighting very ably for the United States of America. I know Pete and the whole team, we're very proud of them, but they're fighting at a time where we are about to enter as Christians the most important week of the Christian calendar, the Holy Week that celebrates the return of Jesus Christ to Jerusalem. And so I want to say to all of my fellow American Christians, but particularly those serving in the Gulf, that I wish you all a very blessed Easter, a very blessed Holy Week, and we continue to stand behind you and continue to support you every step of the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Amen. Thank you.
The most important job any president has is to keep the American
Still
people
weird to
safe.
hear
And
Jesus
every
in the
president
White
says
House.
it, but we have a president that means it. and
We
does
had a lot.
something
They were
about it.
scared of that one.
As the president outlined very clearly to the world on the night this operation began, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. For 47 years, Iran has been killing Americans and attacking Americans across this planet. And other presidents had an opportunity to do something about it. And they all warned about how Iran was dangerous, but they refused to act. And this president's not someone that's going to refuse to act. He's not going to leave a danger like this in place. He's going to address it, and that is what he is doing. From the very first night of this operation, the president made it very clear. People like
Apple
this, and now
again?
what I'm talking about is not the people of Iran. The people that run this country are radical Shia clerics. These are religious fanatics. Look what they are doing now. At their weakest point, this is the weakest Iran has ever been, and look at what they're doing. They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world. By the way, the president's not just doing a favor to the United States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the goal was. We were going to destroy Iran's navy, and that is happening. We were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it. We were going to destroy their missile launching capability.
Well, thank you. I'd love to
We're
talk
well
about
on our way
destroying
to
things.
Achieving that goal. We were going to destroy the factory so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones, and that is moving forward. Every single objective the president clearly laid out
Pete
on the
was
first
an
night of this
actor,
operation
technically,
is being effectuated.
but
Again,
like,
Pete will
bro,
speak to the specifics of it. This has been
it's
an
been a
incredibly
while since
successful
I've
operation.
heard
Every day,
anybody
it may not
talk
get
about
covered because,
liking war
we're, unlike them,
as
we're
much
not,
as this
we're
guy.
not bombing embassies
Not
and
Rube,
hotels.
but Pete.
We're hitting
Like,
military
I don't. That's what I'm
targets.
saying.
But
If it's
every
just
day,
to act, they
the
picked the
Department
right
of
guy.
War lets the drummer
But
get
or
wicked
he's
over
genuinely
every
terrifying.
portion of Iran that has these
This is why
military
white people scare me.
capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do, and if they have a nuclear weapon, as the vice president pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future, and that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
Thank you, Marco. You know, it's very interesting because yesterday I was watching, is it Anthony Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it. But they didn't do it. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. For 47 years, Marco, that's the number, 47. I guess now it's 48, because we've been saying 47 for a long time. It's probably 48. But for 47, 48 years, every president should have done this. And some are saying now that they made a big mistake in not doing it, but we're taking care of business. Steve Woodcock, please.
First time we've seen Howard. I don't want to see Howard, bro. No, nobody.
Report to you and your team on our negotiations.
Fuck
with
Howard,
Iran.
bro. We loved Howard.
Mr. President, you directed
Howard!
Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic
Once everyone's like,
resolution
wait, you
with
went how many
Iran
times?
following Operation Epic Fury.
All right,
Which
bro.
we
Wait,
did.
fuck it, Howard,
However,
bro.
it became quite
It's just in it.
clear during these meetings
They lost
with the
us with that
Iranian
one, man.
negotiating team that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer. no stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. The Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs among
IDF
many
reports
other
attack
signs
on Hezbollah infrastructure.
that their regime had not given their negotiating team authority to make a deal required by you. We conferred with you and all the other members of your foreign policy team, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, the chairman, Marco Rubio, JD, Scott Bessent, Chris Wright, John Radcliffe, throughout all of these negotiations, and we were repeatedly rebuffed on everything we asked for. I have no doubt that we exhausted all efforts on behalf of a peaceful resolution, as you directed. Jared and I both agreed that the Iranians were there to buy time until a weaker president arrived. This was a flawed strategy, as your clear direction was to never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon.
Iranians repeatedly
or any
rebuffed
time in the
U.S.
future.
requests. They're stalling.
Against that backdrop,
Remember,
and
this
our
was the guy,
compelling
he's supposed to be
military
more directly
successes
involved
and
with the
epic
talks.
fury,
That's where
we
that
have had
JD rumor
multiple
came from in the
reach-outs
beginning of the week.
from the region and others who want to play a role in ending this conflict peacefully.
Come on, leak us some
I can
details.
report to you
Stephen.
today that we have, along with your foreign policy team, presented a 15-point action list that forms the framework for a peace deal. This has been circulated through the Pakistani government, acting as the mediator. And this has resulted in strong and positive messaging in talks, as you just indicated to the press. But these are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do. I can say this, we will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives for them, other than more death and destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if a deal happens, it will be great for the country of Iran, for the entire region, and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and every one of all of the other conflicts you settled in your first year. Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You have instructed us that your preference is always peace, and that we should make that our priority. We have delivered that message, sir, along with the 15 points for peace. Finally, we have told Iran one last thing. Don't miscalculate again.
See, that was what got us into this. Again, Iran looking for operate, but don't miscalculate again. This whole putting a challenge on escalation if they're going to fuck around.
I'll start kind of where you left off, Mr. President. Thank you for doing the
fuck.
work of the free world and having the courage to step up and stop the Iranian terror regime from holding the world hostage. That's really what it is. And 27 days ago, Iran had a modern military. Never in recorded history has a nation's military been so quickly and effectively neutralized. Operation Epic Fury is not an endless war. It's a decisive campaign with clear objectives to destroy
kill
Iran's
everybody.
offensive military capabilities and ensure they never obtain a nuclear weapon. This is stuff for the history books. This is stuff for legacy. Mr. President, you are acting now to ensure
How can the
future
war continue
generations
if we
do
kill
not have to
everybody?
live under the threat of a nuclear
Exactly.
armed Iran. However, you wouldn't know it if you listened to the dishonest hate Trump media, as you referenced. The folks here in the room, these cameras, they have a
Bitcoin?
choice. You're
On
either
the low.
informing the American people of the truth or you're not. Because I hear it from my people every day. Behind every headline you write, there's a helicopter crew in the air. And behind every news banner you write, there's a battalion on the move. And behind every fake news story, there's an F-35 pilot executing a dangerous mission. My message to the media is get it right.
Or you're
This actually
next.
isn't something new to me. I may be a young guy, Mr. President, but I'm not a rookie in this realm. In 2007, I helped lead the surge, the public fight for the Iraq surge. Stood and watched people stand in the Senate and declare the war is lost before it even started. Who was that? It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working hand in glove. Back then, it was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This is not parity. This is not chaos. This is success, pure American success, on plan, and as the president said, ahead of pace. Over 10,000 enemy targets destroyed.
Is Trump sleeping
Over
or is he reading
140,
notes?
I think now you're right, Mr. President. Over 150 naval vessels sunk, underground
I'm
facilities
president,
destroyed,
yeah,
their
me.
defense industrial base in shambles, and overnight, not only
I
did
think
they
he
not
did
have
close
a
his eyes
Navy,
for a
Mr.
second.
President, they no longer have a Navy commander. IRGC's Navy commander was killed overnight in operation. So no Navy leader. Now that here's the thing about the media though, if President Trump had not acted, you'd be screaming, why not? And now that he has taken decisive action, you're asking, well, why did you? It's the same old tired playbook.
Yeah, that's why I
TBS
like Pete. That's
in
true.
your DNA.
It's true. I like Pete.
But the hardworking, God-fearing, patriotic Americans out there know better. And you alluded to this, President Obama, Mr. President. Here's a fact that you don't hear on your networks that we know. Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we're systematically destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack Obama flew into Tehran under the Iran deal. You might call it an inconvenient truth. Iran took our money and turned it into weapons and bunkers and ammo. And now we're destroying those weapons and you're writing, Mr. President, that grievous wrong. And make no mistake, we had to act. And our objectives are clear. No nukes, no Navy, and a complete dismantling of their missile program and defense industrial base. And as Marco pointed out, that mission, and the VP as well, has not changed since day one. Yet, 2 days ago, they shot 2 failed missiles on a target 4,000 kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from Iran. Washington, D.C. is 3,300 kilometers from Venezuela, another country President Trump did something about that partnered for a long time with Iran. So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr. President. A-10 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them. Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace.
Bro, he's gonna
and
get
throughout
way
the
too
Strait of
hyped.
Hormuz at will. See, you only send these
Look at
slow,
A-10 Warhawk, son.
low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left. Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone. Their command and control is shattered. Their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers.
He drives a
while their
H1,
mid-level
right?
commanders are being
I feel
crushed
like he
in
would
the
drive
field.
a Hummer
The morale
H1.
of their fighters plummeted.
Lifted.
We see that disconnect daily. Their
Him
privately
talking
admitted,
about Warhogs is like
Mr.
me talking
President,
about cars.
Very heavy losses. We know that.
Perfectly
President Trump has
balanced,
given us a clear
engineered
mission.
to
Our
kill.
capabilities are only going up and Iran's are plummeting. We are here to win, and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we appreciate your efforts.
He just drives a tank.
We pray for a deal, and we welcome
I
a
can see
deal.
that.
And we have the ultimate deal maker to make it happen. But in the meantime, as I said yesterday, the Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by other means.
We will
And finally, I
continue
wanna thank
negotiating with
our
bombs.
incredible troops. Our pilots, crews, sailors, refuelers, air defenders, the absolute best of America.
Some of y'all,
The
you
real
may not like
1%
that,
of
but
our
you don't
country.
realize
This
you are more
president,
similar to Pete
President
Hegseth than
Trump
you
has
think.
your back. And I know this
That's how some of
cabinet
y'all try to
prays
communicate
for
with
you
me.
every
You
single
try to
day
negotiate
as
with
the
Josh with
American
bombs.
people
You like, we will
do the same
continue to
thing.
negotiate with bombs.
God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very
Fuck your
much.
long term. I'm like, why? What the
I think before
What's wrong with you, Mr.
ask
Hegseth?
Scott to say a couple of words.
You guys are more similar than you think.
It would be great if people like the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois would say, please come in and stop the crime. A beautiful young lady was killed the other day, and the father was a very good friend of Dan Scavino. And he took
Iran
it very hard.
officials
Dan took it
privately
very
admitting
hard.
very
The father,
heavy
friends.
losses. Hegseth.
They grew up together, and it's a young lady whose life would be saved if we did what we did as an example in Washington, D.C., which is now a safe city. All the time, people come up to me in the building, people that work here, they say, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. They're able to walk to work. They walk to work. You all walk to work. Some of you were mugged. I know you told me stories. Some of you were mugged. One person in particular was viciously mugged in the group right here. It's not happening anymore. You have a safe city. Louisiana, the governor of Louisiana called me, can you help me with New Orleans? They just had the Mardi Gras. He said it was the safest Mardi Gras we've ever had. Sounds terrible to say. No murders. You know, it sounds like, who would say this? No murders. But they always had murders. They had a lot of crime during Mardi Gras. He said virtually no crime. We had the troops down there. Memphis, Tennessee, I just got back. We were there. Crime is down 75%. In a short period of time, we're there 5 months. We could do that for Chicago.
Stryker, they're the
We
ones
could
that
do
got
for New
hacked.
York.
They're
We
kinda
could
on
do
the
that
high.
for L.A. And we could do that for, frankly, San Francisco. I know they have a mayor who's trying very hard. He's a Democrat, but he's trying very hard. But we can do it much more effectively because he can't do what we do. He can't take people out from the city and bring them back to the country from where they came, where they were in prisons. They were allowed to go in prisons. They were drug dealers, the highest level drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders. We do things
Even
that
if
they can't do.
Trump put out a true
I
social.
had
How?
friends calling me up from San Francisco. Could you give him a chance? I said, absolutely. If you want him, we'll give him a chance. And
I've been watching him the
trying.
whole
He's
time.
doing okay, but we could do much better. We could make it a lot safer than it is. San Francisco, a great city, was a great city, could quickly
No,
become
that's
a
not.
great city
I don't see
again.
it yet.
But
Yeah.
they're going very slowly. I tell my friends they're very substantial people. They're in a certain business where people have made a lot of money. I hope that lasts. But they have a tremendous potential. It was one
Yeah,
of
it's
the
probably
greatest
the
cities in the
Iranians
world. Now it's got
reposting
a
it.
lot of crime.
I don't see one
And
on
the
his
mayor's
official
really
one.
trying. Again, a Democrat trying. And I spoke to him. He just wants to have a chance.
Hertz and
And I said,
Carr
"We
on the
give you a
high.
chance, but we can solve it very quickly.
What's up
This
with this?
young lady would be around
Oh,
today
what happened to BBY?
if
They chilled.
we were around, because we have nobody coming through our border. I mean, literally for 9 months, it's zero. It's hard to believe that number could be possible because millions of people came in through Biden. But nobody even tries. We don't have the caravans of thousands, 25, 30,000 people pouring into our border. They come up in caravans. We don't have caravans anymore. There's no such thing anymore. There's a name that I think I developed, but somebody developed it, but I think it was me. I thought it was inappropriate. Thousands of people would come up and just barge into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And this man came in, Dan, right? And he came in through the ridiculous open border of Biden. If we were there, the election was rigged, what are you going to do? Came back, big comeback. But if we were there, we wouldn't have had people coming through. It's amazing. You know, it's so easy now because everyone knows they're not getting through. We don't have any caravans. Once they know that, when it was easy to come through. When I
Yeah,
heard that they had an
someone.
open
There
border
is going to be
policy, I
questions
said,
after this.
this is
But
gonna
yeah,
be,
I hope
couldn't
somebody
believe it.
asks
It
about
was
those
actually-
weird ass
you know,
White
it
House
dawned on
posts
me
last
because
night.
I had built.
I forgot about that for a second. I think
1,000
that's the
miles
most
of
important
wall.
part about this so far.
And we were finishing up.
Again,
some,
this has
and he
just been
didn't
a
wanna finish
long,
it up. I said,
extended
"They really do wanna have
explanation
an
of the
open border."
tweets from last night, essentially, or the
And
True
we got
Social.
it finished. But that young lady would be alive.
But yeah, he
today.
said they're going to take Q&A after, but they got to go through
And
this whole
she'd be
fucking
alive for
room.
another
And
reason, because we would
Yeah.
have the National Guard in Chicago. And in New
it may
York,
take a while.
and
Maybe
in
say,
other
slow the
places.
market
And they love
down.
doing
Walk
it.
the ball
It's
up
like
the
training.
court.
To be honest, it's actually training.
We got time.
I never
we have a
want
lot
to
of
take
time.
them out of D.C.
You talk.
I mean, maybe
I'll
somebody
take a nap.
later on will do it, but I never want to take. You know, the people, they look, they say, we feel so good, we feel so safe. We see these beautiful, strong people, and they're so nice. They help. They open the doors for people. They carry bags. They pick up paper when they see paper on the ground. I looked at D.C. last night. I drove to make a speech, and I drove through, and I said, take me this way, take me that way. The city's clean. The fences are down. You don't have homeless all over your parks. I mean, we had parks. There was no room for anything else other than homeless. It's all clean and nice. And it'll be even more beautiful in a year from now. And we have some projects that are great. This ballroom is going to be something that's so beautiful for the city, so desperately needed by presidents. I mean, now it's no secret the military wanted.
There
it
was
more
a
than
post
anybody.
that
It was supposed to be secret, but
there was
became
one that they
unsecret
deleted,
because
but then one was just like a
people that are
weird
really
ass.
unpatriotic.
It looked like that one
saying
movie.
things.
It looked like from the
But
Netflix movie.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's going to be great. We're building an arc, a triumphal arc, which will be incredible for the city. Incredible. We're fixing up what was the Kennedy Center.
So this is
I
the
was
one that
honored
they
with the
left
board.
up.
Changed the name a little bit. Actually, it shows that the Republican and the Democrats. they
That's
work
it. This is
together.
on the White
It's
House
really
Twitter
something
still.
We work together. So I think it's a great symbol.
This is all they
actually.
put.
But we're doing a lot of work. That building's
That's the
ready
first
to fall
one.
down. It's
But then the one they
terrible shape. We're
deleted
closing it. We're going to
was
open it with
this.
a bang in less than 2 years. It'll come in under budget, ahead of schedule. That's what I do.
It was just like some
It
lady's
won't
feet
be
and it
like
said
the
sound
Federal
on.
Reserve that's costing $4 billion or something there. Think of it, $4 billion. You know, it's amazing. I said to the
It's
group
something too
before, I
soon,
said,
right?
Everything I do, I get sued. I build under budget, ahead of schedule. I get sued over a ballroom that's going to be the most beautiful ballroom in the country, so desperately needed. You won't have to have tents sitting on the wet White House lawn. If it rains, you get wiped out to honor the president of China or the president of France or the president of somewhere. You can have the greatest. We get sued by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They don't know what they're doing.
I
And
never
just
want to
found out
take
we got
National
sued by
Guard
that
out of
group and
DC.
Another group, I guess, on the fixing up of again, I'll use the old name, Kennedy Center, because they're not fixing up Trump Kennedy. It's going to be beautiful when you add the name Trump, but we get sued, and all I'm doing is fixing it up. We're fixing broken marble. We're putting on a roof because it leaks like a sieve. We're fixing steel that's broken. It's the same building, same exact building. We're fixing. It's going to be beautiful.
BBY
It's
rumor
gonna be so
discredited,
and safe.
seeking alpha.
It's actually unsafe.
Bilson didn't
You had some of
speculate
those
on which
columns
company.
on the outside that were painted a fake gold. Now we painted them a beautiful white color, beautiful cream white. It's beautiful. Everyone said it's so much more beautiful now. Instead of a cheap, you can't imitate gold. See, I'm a gold person. It's all real stuff. You can't imitate it. Someday they'll discover a paint that will look like gold, and the guy's going to be the richest man in the world. But you can't imitate real gold. It just doesn't. That's 24 karat, which is what this building deserves. But think of it. I get sued because I'm
Someone's
fixing
going to
up
ask about the tweets
the
for
Trump
sure.
Kennedy Center.
We
We're
just
gonna
got to
make it
get to the
gorgeous and
questions.
Safe. We're fixing new windows, new this, but just all fix up. I got sued by preservationists. And
See,
you
the
know who
last
they didn't
president,
sue?
Biden, wouldn't talk
The
at
man
all.
that
He'd
took
hide
this
from you.
beautiful Federal Reserve
Now we're at
building.
the stage of just Trump just
That's
talks
small,
a lot.
Much smaller than the hotel I built. I built the Waldorf Astoria Hotel.
So you
down the road.
got to get through it.
And
It's
it was
okay. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Beautiful
You know.
job. For $200 million.
I know what I'm looking
$201
for,
million.
but
It's bigger,
might
I think,
take a
than the
minute.
Federal Reserve building. And it's got rooms and bathrooms, and it's not like just an
Rooms
open
and
office
bathrooms,
space,
the
which is much
Waldorf.
cheaper to build. Think of this. I hear he's going to be over $4 billion for a little building.
Now we're talking Powell.
He doesn't get sued by anybody but me. I sue because it's either somebody's very crooked, which has to be, because what happened to all that money? You can't sue. I would have done that building for $25 million. It's going to cost maybe $4 billion, and we have a great new person coming in to take over the Fed. And Kevin may not ever have an office. Because I don't know if they're going to be able to build. I passed that building the other day.
Kevin may not have an office.
You know what see-through means? There's no walls up. And they're going to spend. But the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a joke, by the way, they didn't sue that building. They didn't sue anybody. But they sue me, and I build. And by the way, my buildings, it's all donations. Rich people and people are putting up the money. 0 taxpayer dollars. Is that right, Scott? 0 taxpayer dollars. This stuff is all done for free, and I get sued. This can only happen to Trump. But they don't sue the guy whose interest rates are too high. That's why we call him Too Late. His name is Jerome Powell. We call him Jerome Too Late Powell. And done a terrible job. He suffers from Trump derangement syndrome.
Heck said, "Is like, you want me to take him out?"
I don't blame him, but
Heck's is scary, bro.
they don't sue a man who has taken this
You
gorgeous
say the word, Mr.
building,
President.
ripped it down from the inside, taking ceilings that are as beautiful as you've ever seen, taking the ceilings down
Could have bought a
instead of leaving
submarine
them,
with that money.
taking walls down that were 2 feet thick of solid concrete and plaster, replacing them with 6-inch walls with no insulation. I said, let me ask you, are you going to put insulation in? No, it's not in the budget. Oh. Insulation costs $5. Now you're going to hear the guy next door. If he's next door to me, I'll be able to hear his military plan. I'll know exactly. If Lutnick is in there, I'll say, oh, I know exactly what Lutnick's got planned. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. They've ripped this gorgeous building apart, and you can never build it again. I could, but it costs a lot of money. But a normal person can never build. So you're going to have crummy little walls, a flat little ceiling eventually, but right now you don't have anything. And nobody sues this guy. And then when Jeanine Pirro, working with Pam and others, has the courage to sue to find out what happened
Tax lots?
to maybe $4 billion and a building that may
talking
never
for,
be
like,
occupied
real estate
by
or
Kevin
stocks?
She may never get there.
I know, I'm very
You're gonna have to
familiar with
find
the
him
real
some
estate
space in the
tax
White
sales. As far as like
We'll put 'em
stocks
in the
and trying to
basement
do
of
it,
the ballroom.
if you're talking tax strategy, take that with your
But
financial
when,
professional.
Now think of it. When Jeanine Pirro and Pam in the group, when they bring a suit, it's like, oh, this terrible thing. And then we have a judge that
No, I don't know what
attacks
it
us.
is unless it's something
Tax us.
under a different name.
So we've got to get our priorities straight. You know, it's a very sad thing that's happened with the Fed. And then just one other thing, very quickly, you have Gavin Newsom in
Oh, like
California
first in, first
Railroad.
out?
That's 100 times over budget. It's out of control. It was supposed to go from the middle of San Francisco to the middle of LA. Well, now it stops way short of both. It now goes into
Yeah,
areas that
that's like,
nobody
yeah,
ever
yeah,
heard.
yeah.
It's
Your
it's
your tax guy will do
billions
it.
and
But yeah, either
billions
first
of
in,
dollars
first out, or
over
first in,
budget.
last out.
Years and years, maybe decades late.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we have a country that has a lot of problems. You know, we have incompetent people. It's all people. Think of this: Federal Reserve. I would have had that building done for $25 million. I would, if I did it, if it was up to somebody else would have done it for more. So maybe 50.
Yeah, you
could
could
have done
adjust
that
it through your
building if it
brokerage,
was
but
properly done and planned.
whichever
You
is
would
going to
have
make
done that
sense. It
building
just depends how
for-
much you're
I
like
would have
trading,
done it
and then how you are
25
structuring that
million,
around
and
your
it would
like
be
tax
better.
strategy.
It would be better. See this pen right here? This pen is an interesting example. It's the same thing.
Look at this
So this pen is very inexpensive, but it writes well. I like it.
Google
They can't
introduces
have the pen
Gemini
the way it is.
Flash
You know what it is. I
3.1
don't wanna
audio
give
and voice
too
model.
much publicity, but they do treat me well. Sharpie.
Trump jokes Fed chair
I
may
came
work
here,
from
they have
White House
$1,000 pens.
because he doesn't
And
have
you
an
know, you
office.
hand pens out, you're signing and you hand them out. You're handing them to all these people. Sometimes you have 30, 40 people. And they were $1,000 a piece.
Then Google advances
both
search
ways.
live to where AI mode is
Thousands,
available.
Gold, silver, gorgeous. But I'm handing out to kids that don't even know what they're. What is this, mommy? It's kids. They're getting a pen for $1,000. They have no idea what it is, and I feel guilty because I'm like, I'm by nature I don't.
First
it's the
in, first
government. I
out,
love the
last in,
government.
first
like,
out.
I love
Not first
myself
in, last out.
economically. I want to save money, so I'm saying this
Thank
is
you.
crazy. And it had another problem. They didn't write well, so I take it out and I sign, and there's no ink.
Trump is just
And I got all
going
you
on.
people looking, and you're saying there must be something wrong with Trump. And I'm signing, and there's no ink in the pen, and it costs $1,000. This one, I called the guy. I said, I'd like to use your pen, but I can't have a gray thing with a big S on it, saying Sharpie, as I'm signing a $1 trillion airplane contract to buy brand new fighter jets.
You guys know, like, when we have the meetup, I'm going to do this, right?
I can't do that with the press. Use your pen, but I like the pen the best. But
I'm going to make all of y'all sit around the table, and before we do anything, I'm going to just rant for 2 hours.
Or maybe sign it
I'm
separately.
going to go, I got a lot of
can't
stories
use
to
pen.
tell you.
He said, well, I can make it
We're gonna
nice.
go over
I said,
all of
"What
the
can you do?"
stories.
He said, I'll paint it black. I said, that's nice. And I can even paint the White House on it, sir, if you like, in gold. Almost real gold, not bad. And I can even do your signature, sir. And by the way, this was not staged. I just saw the
Meta,
pen
dude,
sitting there,
Meta's
and I
down
thought of this as an
5.8 now.
example of how $25 million spent by me at the Federal Reserve Building would be a better job than $4 billion that they're spending. And one of the things that Kevin Warsh told me, he said they ripped down the nicest building. I don't know what building they're talking about. They ripped down a building, Scott, right? Kevin Warsh said it's the most beautiful building in Washington. He said the most beautiful space. They ripped it down. Why did they do that? I don't know. Do you know what he's talking about? Is it true?
Yes, sir.
They ripped it down.
Yeah, sure.
We have a moron at the Fed. Who wouldn't be lowering interest rates right now? But I want to thank Janine Pirro.
I mean, maybe before
and
this, I
Group
feel,
for having
dog,
the
but
courage to bring
don't
this
know
in.
if this is the time.
And I believe that the contractor on that job
Maybe end the war tomorrow. Well,
probably
we
one
already
of the
won,
richest men
so
in the
I guess
country right now.
maybe he has
I
a
believe
point, but
that
just
it's not
depends.
possible to spend that kind of money. $3 billion, $4 billion. Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea what it is. But it's over $3 billion, and it's probably going to be over $4 billion by the time they finish. And it may never get finished. Unless I take it over, I'll get it finished. But it can never be what it was. It's never going to have those beautiful scenes.
Energy
It's
names,
never gonna have those
XLE. It's
incredible
weird.
walls.
XLE energy names are
Walls were a
moving
foot and a
before
half
oil.
thick,
There, yeah,
solid
now
masonry.
oil's going up.
They ripped them down for no reason.
Check if there's a
And
Iranian headline.
I just gave you the story. And just to finish on this one. So I told that story to somebody that said, yeah, but it's not the same thing. I said, you're right. This one is better. It writes. So the guy said to me, you don't have to pay me, sir. I'll give them to you for nothing. I said, no, I don't want that. Let me pay you. I want to pay you. No, sir, you don't have to. You're the President of the United States. He was shocked. The head of Sharpie gets a call. I don't even know who the hell he is. He said, is this really the President? He said, no, you don't have to pay me, sir. This is such an honor. I said, nope, I want to pay you. He said, what would you like to pay? I said, how about $5 a pen? He said, that's all right. Whatever the hell we agreed to. Peanuts. As opposed to 1,000. And these were $1,000 pens. And we were giving them out. Sometimes, you were there for signings. I'd have 30, 40 people standing behind me. I'd give out 40 pens to people. Then somebody would say, could I have a couple extra? This way I go like this. Here, you want 5? Here, take 5. But the bottom line is,
Take
they're
5.
better pens. It's a business story. So for $5, could be 0, but for $5, I get a much better pen than for $1,000. And I can hand them out. And actually, they become hot as a pistol. So what can I do?
Bro, I just love the
With that,
sale
could I give it
bites.
to, please, a man who's done a great job at Treasury, Scott? Good luck, Scott.
Well, sir, as always, you're a tough act to follow.
Y'all talking shit, but I think this is. I honestly
Your
think he is
economic
walking the
leadership
ball
has
up
made
the
our
court.
military mission possible. Mr. President,
So I'm saying,
national
bro,
security, as you always
the
say,
Iranians
is
don't know what to
economic
do.
security. Your leadership has
What
shown
are you
the
talking
American
about? These
people
guys, he's
that
talking
there is
about
no
a pen all day.
prosperity
How can we
without
let them
security.
know We don't
But
want to negotiate.
our mighty
They won't even
military
react. They're
on
listening
one
him to
side,
talk about a
but
pen.
The U.S. economic
This is
strength
bullshit. It's a
is
manipulation.
fighting
Psychological
off
warfare.
this evil regime. The Iranians believe they are fighting a two-front war. It is the military war that our great warriors are prosecuting, but on the other side, they are trying to take control of the global economy through a choke point that we believe does not exist and that we will overcome. Your historic operation at Epic Fury seized a generational opportunity to demolish a regime that has coordinated over 4 decades of global terror and claimed thousands of American lives. Many people, especially the Democrats, underestimate the will of the American people for short-term volatility for 50 years of safety that we are going to have on the other side of this. And I believe energy prices will be lower, inflation will be lower before we had the appearance of security, which is not real security. Now, the American people and the world will have absolute security. Through your maximum pressure campaign, Treasury has worked to uncover all financial lifelines to the regime and cut them off. You gave that order last March. This was not something that happened overnight. This is something that has been contemplated for almost a year. The Iranian financial system collapsed in December. We have systematically weakened Iran's ability to fund operations and procure weapons, and that required months of preparations. Threats to American national security have no place in the global economic system. The oil market is well supplied. We have taken actions to ensure oil supplies stranded at sea are made available to the global market. Your bold actions like the Development Finance Corporation's Maritime Reinsurance Program in conjunction with Central Command will soon provide shippers through the Gulf region with a level of security we have never seen before. Mr. President, we are starting to see more and more movement in and out of the Gulf today, and this is more than yesterday, and this is the beginning. I am confident that shipping traffic will continue to increase on a daily basis even before we secure the straits. Turning to the home front, the U.S. economy remains strong. We had a strong economy thanks to you. We are the best insulated in the world thanks to your energy efforts in term 1 and term 2. The U.S. is an energy superpower. American workers' purchasing power is finally being restored. The latest figures indicate robust real compensation increases. We are starting to see the working family tax cuts benefits bearing fruit this tax season. 44% of tax returns have claimed at least one of your signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. The average tax refund is up more than 10% for working Americans. The economy you vitalized through your pro-growth policies is well positioned to withstand these temporary disruptions. The United States dollar has reasserted itself as a safe haven asset. The U.S. dollar has appreciated since the hostilities began.
That's what he's
because
fucking
everyone
with, bro.
knows, thanks to your efforts, the U.S. economy is the best position in the world and capital is flowing in. Efforts to reprioritize economic security are ensuring the United States remains secure, resilient, and prepared for the challenges ahead. As we approach the 250th anniversary, America will never be safer and more secure militarily and economically. Thank you.
I just want to ask you a question. Is this guy central casting? I'm looking at him. I'm in Treasury. He might not be so good for war. I don't know. No, I'm looking pretty good too. I'm looking at this
That's
guy.
a
He's
great
central
point about
casting.
the
He's wearing
dollar,
the
but why do you
glasses
look
in
so
front of him.
good?
Can you get those
Why do you,
glasses?
every day? How
I
do you
think
look
I
that
would get
great?
glasses like-
It's amazing.
That's
That's
beautiful.
amazing.
Great job. That's really good. No, he's done a great job. And
No, but seriously.
I'm proud of you all. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. President, are you going to go in for the uranium?
There it is.
Like, how do you secure?
That's a
Iran
stupid
and-
question.
Let's
You
assume I
stupid bitch.
was or I wasn't.
What'd I tell you?
Never answer a question.
Can you
Ask about the posts.
Am I going to go in for the? Oh yeah, I'm going in. We're going in tomorrow.
Why is the White House vague posting?
How could you possibly ask a question like that and expect an answer? I don't know. But I don't know. I think you're a friendly person too. It's just such a ridiculous question.
Kamini Jr. nods in agreement about this.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a report that potentially the U.S. is looking at diverting some
He had the
munitions
point.
and defenses that were meant for Ukraine to the Middle East. Is there any accuracy to that? Is that something you're considering?
Well, I'd have to ask you, but we do that all the time. You know, we have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have them in other countries, like in Germany
Korea's
and all over
dropping.
Europe. We have.
I don't know
you
if the memory
we're
stocks
packed.
are still going
And
down.
we take from one, and we use
Microsoft
from
hitting a
another. We
new
help
low.
Ukraine. It's, Biden started, and he gave $350 billion away. Too much, way too much. And we sell it now to NATO. We sell it to NATO. And
No,
they
the stream alerts are
probably
not
give it to
available in
Ukraine,
Texas.
mostly, I think they give it to Ukraine. but,
Unfortunately. If you are in
we get
Texas
paid for
and you have a
everything that
number,
we
an
do. We
area
don't give
code
anything
that's not
anymore.
Texas, then yes.
It's a tough situation, that whole Ukraine situation. Very, very tough. We're working very hard on getting that one.
Supreme Leader
solved.
Greg Abbott will not let
It
us.
doesn't have any impact.
Unfortunately.
Virtually nothing. In fact, if anything, I mean, we sell a lot of equipment for that unfortunate war. 25,000 people died last month. 25,000, mostly soldiers. Some in the towns, but for the most part, soldiers. They're dying. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's a terrible situation, and hopefully that's going to get settled. You know, I settled 8 wars. And many of them, I
Fuck
think,
yeah.
were more difficult than this one. In theory, they were more difficult, but there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen it before, but I've never seen it maybe to this extent. And
The
I
Google
think
numbers
that's
hit or
calming
miss.
down a little
Sometimes
bit,
it works,
and I think
sometimes it
we have
doesn't.
a chance of getting it done, but it doesn't affect us. Thousands of miles away. That's why when I heard the head
Or
of Germany
Oracle.
say,
We'll see by the time we get the
"This
next
is not
deposit.
our
But
war."
I'd be open to it. Or Microsoft.
about Iran. I said, well, Ukraine's not our war. We helped, but Ukraine's not our war. I thought it was a very inappropriate statement to make, but he made it. You can't erase it, but he felt that way. I said, well, you know, Ukraine's not our war, and it's not, but I would like to see all those young people stop being killed. I mean, they're being killed. It's like a slaughterhouse. What's happening there is horrible. 25,000 on average. Last 2 months ago was 31,000 people died in 1 month, Marco, right?
Okay, oil.
Look,
SPY
it's
hasn't
getting
moved yet. You're 30
crazy.
cents off of the
It's
high
getting
of
worse.
oil.
Think of it.
Again, SPY and oil have been kind of lagging
31,000
between each other today.
Soldiers, both Russian and Ukraine, died 2 months ago. 25,000 last month. And if I can solve that, it would be a great honor to do it. I wish it could have gone faster. I
Said
solved other
Putin
ones in
Zelensky
one day
hatred is calming down.
that have been
Oil
going for
went up.
32 years. We stopped one that was starting. It was already started. India and Pakistan, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, a very fine gentleman, said President Trump solved something that was going to cost 10 million lives. That was going to cost a lot of lives. Two nuclear nations.
Probably through your teachable email. You
And-
probably had another account.
Those were complicated, but we got them done quickly. This one is, it's a shame. And the only reason I'm doing it, frankly, is because I want to stop death. I want to
Just
stop
under
the
one
death
deposit
from
went into
happening.
Oracle.
I think I'm going to go with a man that I've missed, Brian. I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. He's been in a very strange location.
Ask about
I
the
don't know.
post.
He's had a strange thing happen. But anyway, go ahead, Brian.
Well, good to see you too. Actually, good to see that your card cabinet doing wonderful. Good to see you too. You talked about gas prices coming down,
Yeah.
obviously they will. Would you ever consider suspending the federal gas tax in order to kind of temporarily alleviate some?
Well, some people should do that. As
Yeah,
an
they-
example, in California, every time prices go down, his prices go up because they the gas tax is bigger than the tax itself, bigger than the product itself. It hasn't. I mean, we've thought about it, I guess, but honestly, when I did this, I knew it was going to be a little bit. We had the greatest economy ever.
Brass
With the
balls
greatest stock
holding
market in
long in
history.
this market,
I said,
Habibi.
we're going to take a little bit.
I've
of a hit.
held every market,
Short-term
every
hit.
single
It's
one,
gonna end up
Habibi.
going
No
much
worry.
higher
The
than it was, in my
geopolitics, don't
opinion.
be
I
scared.
said-
Hold long
I
term.
said we're gonna have a
I
great
won't
stock
give you the
market.
ad, but yalla,
Nobody
Habibi,
thought
no,
we could get
مش
to
مشكلة.
50,000 or 7,000 in the respective.
AIFF kept
indices.
going? No way.
Nobody thought that was going to happen, but it
Habibi.
did in the first year. They said it couldn't happen in 4 years.
It did. That ripped.
You wouldn't hit 50 in 4 years, but you could maybe get close. We hit it in the first year. And I said, this is a good time to solve a problem that you had to solve. And that's what I did. But the gas tax, people have talked about it. It's something we have in our pocket if we think it's necessary.
And if I can follow real quickly, you just recently took off, Secretary Duffy, 17,000 truckers off the road that quite frankly could not speak English, which is a safety issue.
Yeah.
Could we ever extend that to Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, cab drivers?
Oh, come on, bro.
A lot of Ubers, a lot of my drivers can't speak
Oh, well, that's not good. I didn't like that. Go ahead, Jeff.
I didn't like that.
That's a really good point. The problem is that our states are the ones that issue these licenses.
What about all
So,
them
of course, with
Indian
driver's
Uber
licenses,
drivers?
We do have some federal control.
Come on, bro.
But again, we have thousands of people who can't speak the language, long-standing rule, and it's a safety issue, right? If you can't understand road signs, if you can't communicate with law enforcement when you're pulled over and communicate what's on your rig, huge problem. But the last administration, Mr. President, they let truck driving schools self-certify that they were qualified to train truck drivers. And so this is like the Leering Center. So you pay $800 and
Leering
you get
Center.
a certificate that you passed a CDL driving school, and again, they have no skills. They don't have the knowledge, and they don't have the skills. They haven't gone through any of the testing. And then they get licenses, and they're killing Americans on our roads. So it's remarkable, the rot that the last administration allowed to take place. We are ending that, and I need partnership with our states. Even California started to come on board. Even Gavin has started to play ball with us, which is surprising. Not all the way, a little bit of ball.
Mr. President,
It's interesting because I just saw something that the nursing home business and the daycare centers in particular, they went out and inspected them in Minnesota, and they didn't exist. They're knocking on the door. He happens to be a young man, Nick, nice young man. He's done a very good job. They're knocking on doors. It's like homes, and they're getting hundreds of thousands of that. They didn't exist, and in California it's worse. It's even worse. And I spoke with Russell Vogt. I said, Russell, don't send them any money. He said, but we have a court order that we have to. Can you believe it? A judge. The judges are really hurting this country.
So he thought about
Our
suspending
judges,
it.
Justice Roberts doesn't like
Your
what
pop
I'm saying,
oil's coming down.
but the judges are really
So he
hurting
answered the
this
gas
country.
tax thing.
And frankly, the justices, the Supreme Court,
Asked on new Iran deadline,
has
I'll
really
announce
hurt our
it.
country too.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, do you have a new deadline given that there
Oh
are
yeah,
some
I'm one
laws
question
that
ahead.
we're taking?
No, I'll announce it. I mean, right now, you're talking about a deadline for doing some pretty big damage, even bigger than we've done. We'll see. Well, look, we have very substantial talks going on with respect to Iran, with the right people.
No, that's a real headline.
I
The
told
Amazon
you about
one.
a present.
That's a
right?
real headline. that's a
Steve,
real
can I
headline.
reveal the present?
His gift: 8 boats of oil allowed to sail. Iran said it would
said
let
to show
8 boats
you
sail. That's the gift.
The fact that we're real,
That's the
solid,
gift. 8 boats of oil
and we're
allowed to
there.
sail.
we're going to let you have 8 boats of oil. 8 boats. 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days
Damn,
ago.
bro.
And they'll sail up tomorrow.
We're
That
like
was 3
ungrateful
days ago.
kids on Christmas.
And
I thought he was going to
I
get a
didn't think
boat.
much about
I thought
it.
they were going to give him an
and then I
island,
watched the
a
news, and
Boeing
they said-
747.
Very good anchor, actually. Happened to be Fox.
Iran let
But I
boats
watched
sail
it,
that
and
were
he said,
Pakistani flagged.
Something's unusual happening.
Interesting.
There are 8 boats that are going right up the
That's
middle
why
of
Pakistan's the mediator.
the Hormuz Strait.
So we're shipping
8
oil
big
through
tankers are
Pakistan.
going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real, and I think they were Pakistani flagged. And I said, well, I guess we'll deal with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right. I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present. And it's- Yeah,
There
please.
were 2 illegal immigrants who were arrested at San Francisco airport for ignoring deportation orders. At the same time, as you highlighted, really great reception from American travelers for ICE agents. Is there a PR aspect of this that can allow future deportations to go on with less protesting, less outrage?
Yeah, it's amazing because by putting ICE there, look, the press was very unfair to ICE. So was everyone else. These are great American patriots. They have a tough job. They have to find murderers and take them out of our country. I wouldn't want to do it. You wouldn't want to do it. Most people wouldn't want to do it. They do it.
Iran apologized for something.
11,888
Then
murders.
sent 2
and
more
that's
boats.
murderers.
They let 10 total.
That's not drug dealers. That's not lots of other things. It's not people from mental institutions. Entire jail populations were released from major countries and let into our country through the open border. And ICE has done an amazing job. I wouldn't want that job. It's a tough job, dangerous job. So what happens is by putting them at the airport, and I did say, do me a favor, take off your masks. And they did. For that, not for when they're looking for some, cold-blooded killers.
That's a good
in the
philo, bro. I like that
But for
philo.
that, and they did. They took
Amen.
them off. And the passengers, I see the interviews of people. They're saying, these are nice people. One person said, he's a very strong man, but he's a nice guy. He grabbed my bag. He helped a woman with a bag that she couldn't lift. And I'll tell you, I don't want to use the word rehab because there was nothing to rehab, but rehab from the press, because the press is so tough on them. And these crooks in Minnesota, these crooked politicians and dirty cops. And dirty cops
Argentina's
dirty
going up.
politicians.
YPF.
Waltz is a dirty, crooked
The
politician.
gift was Iran
And the
let
Attorney
10
General's a
ships
crooked
total
guys.
of
No
oil pass
investigations,
through.
And I hope JD's going to do a great job. He's in charge of it
I
now.
thought it would be way
Somebody
better,
who's very
but
talented.
I guess that's a gift.
But I think it's easy stuff. They say
Yes, he said it's
19
of oil.
billion
That's hitting the
dollars.
wire a couple times.
Think of it. Is missing. 19 billion. If we would solve half of the fraud problem, Pam.
No, they
in this
didn't give
country,
them
we'd
free
have
oil. They just
more
allowed
than
the
a
boat
balanced
to go
budget.
through.
We'd have a surplus.
Remember, at one point in middle of March,
And
you had less
in the
than
case of
6
Minnesota,
boats
it's
going through.
It's
So
very
10 boats is a
Somalia
pretty big
oriented.
difference.
Think
But
of it.
yeah,
These
I
people
thought
come
he.
from a crooked country,
I don't know why I
disgusting
thought he
country,
was
one of
getting
the
an
worst countries
island.
in the world.
I don't know.
Acknowledged to be one of the worst countries in the world. Some people say it's the worst. They have no
We
money.
had
They have
high
nothing.
expectations for a gift.
They come to our country, low IQs, and they rob us blind. Stupid people. And they rob us blind because we have crooked politicians and we have dirty cops. The Attorney General.
It does point to negotiating. Yeah, I
It's my
guess they're not
opinion.
as hard
It's
line.
only my opinion.
Okay,
And
I
something
let you
should
go
be
with
done
2
about
boats.
him.
Okay, 5.
Let's see what kind of job.
10 final offer. Final offer. Otherwise,
Excuse
obliteration.
me?
Should Iran be able to charge a toll for the Strait of Hormuz?
Ooh,
They're charging some vessels.
that's
to
a
go
good
through.
instigating question.
Well, should they be able to? I mean, they shouldn't be able to, but they're doing it a little bit. I don't know. Look, their capability is a lot less than it was 2 weeks ago, and with every week and every day, frankly, it gets less and less.
That's what I'm saying. That's one of the
All I can
points
tell you
Iran
is
really
they're begging
wants.
to make a deal.
They
So
want
let's see
that
what
sovereignty
happens.
over
We
the
may-
Hormuz.
Tell me about mail-in ballots. Go ahead.
Tell me
you
about
mean I
mail-in
use a
ballots,
mail-in
please.
ballot? You probably said, yeah, I did. You know what? Because I'm president of the United States, and because of the fact that I'm president of the United States, I did a mail-in ballot for elections that took place in Florida, because I felt I should be here instead of being in the beautiful sunshine taking.
You were in Palm Beach, sir, the last few weekends.
That's right, and I decided that I was going to vote by mail-in ballot because I couldn't be there, because I had a lot of different things. But we have exceptions for mail-in ballots. You do know that, right? So if you're away, we have an exception. If you're in the military, we have an exception. If you're on a business trip, we have an exception. If you're disabled, we have an exception. And if you're ill, if you're not feeling good, we have. So I was away, mostly in Washington, D.C., so I used a mail-in ballot. But I appreciate the question because I know it was so well-meaning. Yeah.
Mr. President, I actually just looked up the company that owns Sharpie, and they stock turned positive after you mentioned it. Question over Brent.
By the way, they deserve it.
Yeah, question over
It's a good product.
So you gave a 5-day deadline.
Iran files new missile wave at Israel, state TV. We don't know if there's any
we don't
mines,
want
but there could be a
anything,
few mines. That's a lot.
Impeded. We want ships to go through. We don't know that they've dropped any mines, by the way, because we blew up all their mine droppers, right? We blew up every one of them. They're going to have to take them out on a rowboat or something. I don't know how the hell they get out there, but we don't really know. You might speak to it. We don't know. There could be a few of them out there, but that's a lot. You know, if you have $1 billion ship and you get hit by a mine, it's not the greatest thing in the world. So if you think, the problem with that's not like you've decimated a military. If you think there may be a mine, that's a bad thought, and it stops things up. How are we doing in that regard, Peter?
Mr. President, you're right. We have so heavily degraded their coastal defense capabilities and their naval capabilities that any strategic or operational attempts to do those types of things are extremely limited. And we continue to move over the top of that. Now, whether Iran makes a wise choice or not to try to execute that is part of how this deal comes together. But with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them lessens their ability to really hold that militarily at issue.
I mean, the problem with the issue of the Hormuz Straits is this: we've decimated them as a military. No Air Force, no Navy, very few rockets.
Obliteration.
Left. We blew up so many. Hard to manufacture them. Same thing with drones. The leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this: let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%.
France Armed
1%
Forces
is
chief held
unacceptable.
conference with 35 countries
1%
from all
is a
continents
missile
over ways
going
to
into
reopen
the hull
the
of a
strait.
ship that cost $1 billion, right?
I
So
have a
1%
feeling it'll
is
be cleaned up quick.
If we
straight
do a
of Hormuz Trump.
99% decimation, that's no good.
Pete says I
So
agree.
it's really, you know, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I can just say this: they want to make.
Taking
and I
control of
probably heard
Iran
a
oil
little
is an option.
negotiation. It gives them a little impetus.
That's a
to
little new
say,
and
well, we
escalatory.
should
Meta is
accept that. But they
fucking
said
dumpy.
yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating.
Meta just
with
took
them.
a
So
stick at the low.
They want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
Woo! Beat to shit. We have a new one. You won't say that one as often.
I mean, I wouldn't talk about it, but it's an option.
Is that something you thought about?
Well, in Venezuela,
What did he
we've
just
done
call
very
us?
Well, working with Venezuela.
Okay. You want to beat to shit? I will
Billions
beat
and
your shit.
billions of dollars.
You want to
By
beat
the
my
way,
shit? I
Venezuela's
beat
doing
your
better
shit.
right now than they've ever done in the history of their country.
I don't know if they're gonna like that
And
one. I just know. I know the
like a joint
culture. I'm just
venture.
saying that's gonna
The
be.
United States has made
Oh,
a
it's gonna
lot
be
of money,
interesting.
Marco, right? With it, you want to talk about that? For
Who
a
shit you
second?
beat, huh?
Venezuela?
Yeah.
I saw you
I think
beating
Venezuela in the
shit.
first 2 months of this year generated more revenue from oil sales than they had most of all of last year. But the money's not being stolen anymore, and it's being held in a U.S. Treasury blocked account. And to the extent it's flowing to the Venezuelan government, it's going to help people, like fund hospitals, pay teachers. It's not
And we
being
get a
stolen.
lot of it, and they got more than they have in many years. Think of it. We get a lot of it. We have a deal. We get a lot of it. We had 100 million, think of this, 100 million barrels we took in the first 2 weeks. 100 million barrels. That's a lot of oil. It's a lot of ships. And we got some, and they got some. We paid for the ships. A lot of money left over. And Venezuela has done better now with us. Call it a partner, call it whatever you want. We've made a lot of money, and they've made a lot of money. We've paid for the cost of that military hit many, many times over. And we've only just started. Our relationship with Venezuela has been amazing. The people, actually, I'm the highest polling person. In other words, after the presidency, I think I may go to Venezuela and run for president against Delcy. I may run against Delcy.
Okay, the energy plays are going again. Last time oil
It's an
popped a
option.
couple
No,
seconds after. I don't know if it'll
love
happen
me in
again.
Venezuela, but it's an option for me. It's a wonderful option. Yes.
There's some reports that Gulf allies are concerned about winding down the war too soon and potentially leaving Iran.
Well, they probably like us to stay, but
But the concern
if we don't stay, look,
we
it's a
don't stay,
beautiful
we'll
thing
still
about
protect the
airplanes
Gulf.
that go 2,000 miles an hour. You can get back there very quickly. If we don't stay, we're going to be protecting them. We know, they've been very good. Hey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, in particular, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the three of them, Kuwait, Bahrain, They've been 100%. Now, in all fairness, you know, they could have gone the other way. They were surprisingly missiled. They were shot at. Nobody ever thought they'd be shot at. UAE had 1,400 missiles aimed at them. Fortunately, they had the greatest anti-missile weapon in history, called the Patriot. Almost every single missile was shot down. You know, we had an incident recently where 101 missiles were shot at a certain thing that we own. It's very valuable. 101 missiles going 2,000 miles an hour. Out of the 101 missiles, every single one of them was shot down in midair and fell into the ocean. It's amazing technology.
China on the low.
Nobody has equipment like we have.
Yeah, China's about to break through the low.
Well, you're going to have to see, but, you know, I think we're in just...
Eli Lilly.
We're roaming. You know what we're doing? You know the
Like I
word
say, if Apple comes
free?
down, you're going to dump. Everything
We're
else,
over
though,
the
is kind of
skies
all
with the
same
most
direction. I
beautiful
think we
planes
flipped
you've ever
the
seen. Roaming
amount
free,
of
there's
names.
not a damn thing they can
Dow's
do
still
about it.
leading, but
And it would be
18
nice
names
if,
down on the Dow
like
now.
the fake news, New York
NASDAQ
Times,
44
which are so
red.
fake. And the Wall Street Journal is
SPA
terrible.
261
I
red.
read a story today that I'm desperate
So
to
not
make a
too
deal.
many.
I don't-
Energy's lifting you up.
If I was desperate, he'd be the first to know. Pete, let's get the hell out of there. I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care. I want to know. In fact, we have other targets we want to hit before we
Pete's like,
leave.
yep,
We're
that means I
hitting
get to
them
kill more people.
on a daily basis. No, I don't talk about you. I can't talk about specifics.
Dog,
A lot of
Pete,
people say that wouldn't
terrifying.
matter. Maybe it does matter. Who knows? But I wouldn't talk. It's like the question this young lady asked. Sorry about I embarrassed her. I don't want to embarrass you because I think I think she's a friendly reporter, so I'm sorry. But you know, I can't say what we're going to do because if I did, I wouldn't be sitting here for long. They'd probably, what is it called, the 25th Amendment? They'd institute the 25th
Yeah, that's actually a good joke.
which they didn't do with Biden.
He said, don't
which
call
is
me
shocking.
insane. Don't try that. They'll think I'm cuckoo.
Enough to leave the region, because Steve said that they've got enough uranium to make 11 bombs. That's a very scary thing. So
Well, it's again, I can't
That's
talk to
pretty
you
funny.
about that. You're asking me a question. You're essentially saying, will I go in and do something? I can't talk to you about that.
Mr. President, you're looking at a coalition of ships to help, warships to help protect tankers. How close are you to getting that coalition?
Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And you know, they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We
Yeah,
have so
10
much
ships
oil.
is like double.
Our country
double to
is
triple
not
the
affected
amount
by
that's
this.
moved
We
in the
have
last
more,
couple of 2
we
weeks.
have twice the amount of oil.
It just sucks.
as
There's
Saudi
people like
Arabia
me who are
or
expecting a
Russia.
bigger gift.
And soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that for a second?
But it's not as escalatory.
Greater than Saudi Arabia's plus
Definitely an
plus,
olive
and
branch.
more than we consume in the
But then they
United
get paid off of it
States.
too.
We're the largest-
Pretty
Yeah.
good.
That's probably the other part
You
of
know
it.
what they call it? Drill, baby, drill.
Mr. President,
Anything else you want to say?
Well, and same thing for natural gas. We went, before your first term, we were the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. Today, we're just by far the largest. I mean, we're the largest importer. Now we're by far the largest exporter, and it's growing rapidly this year. New facilities are coming online. New production's ramping up.
We're doing an
So-
amazing job. We're getting a lot of help from that man right over there. He's getting approvals done quickly and very environmental. He's an environmentalist, actually. He does a great job, but he gives you a fast approval or rejection. Do you have anything to say?
Well, back on Venezuela, where Chris and I have both had a chance to be there, I literally think they're going to put a statue to President Trump, and I'm not being it's not a political
NVO, HIMS,
statement. It's a
GLP-1s, FDA approved, are now
it's
available
like they
at
view
HIMS.
President Trump like Simon Bolivar. He's the liberator of a country, and this is a country where they love American baseball. You look on the street, they're wearing NBA jerseys, and Delcy and her team working with us, getting back. Chris and I both experienced it was the first time in Venezuelan history that they had the free press allowed to come on to essentially where the White House, the Palacio of Miraflores. And it was an emotional thing for people that had been for 20 years had never had a chance to be there. So whether it's and then production, it's showing up in production. The American companies that are coming back, most of those American companies have many American
Okay, I'm gonna go to the
Venezuelan
bathroom.
team members.
Oh, we should have
One
done a
company in
push-up,
Houston's
too. I'll
got
stretch when I
600
come back.
Venezuelan
I'm
Americans that know more about
Yeah, you
reviving
guys are
that
flying
industry.
blind.
So their
Good luck.
GDP is a
BRB.
one-fourth
Follow me
of
on
what it was
Instagram at the
before.
Trading
They wanna
Fraternity.
get back. They
God bless
remember what it
America.
was. Their production on oil production is climbing towards 50% increase just in the 3 months we've been here. That flows to American refineries on the Gulf Coast, lowering the price of gas in America. So it's a
Forget that. When are they going to do the statue? The hell with
You've been really honest about how disappointed you are in Sakir Starmer, particularly in relation to Iran. So I'm curious about your phone calls with him, how easy they might be. And also, were you surprised by
Are we talking about Starmer?
Yes. And are you surprised by how weak
I think he's a lovely man. I do. I think he's a lovely man. But I think he did something that was shocking. He didn't want to help us. And maybe in particular that country, we were the longest bond, the longest ally. Australia too. Australia was not great. I was a little surprised by Australia. I wouldn't say anybody was great other than the 5 countries in the Middle East. We never really had very much support. We spend trillions of dollars supporting countries, and this is Little League. This isn't the big league deal. This is sort of Little League pool for us. Look, we decimated them in a period of a week. The first week it was over. In the first few days it was over. I think the Navy took us 3 days to essentially annihilate that. They weren't there. So if there's ever a big one, which I hope there's not, but if there's ever a big one, I don't think they're going to be there. And that's not fair, and we have to remember that as a country, because we spend trillions of dollars protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us. For small time. This is small time. You know what? Venezuela is a big deal, but it's not the big one. They weren't there. So what makes you think they'd be there if we needed them for something? And your prime minister was not there, as you know. He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore.
Can you explain why he was reluctant to help?
Why he what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran?
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me no. I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you. I have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help. We always would have been there when they needed help. I mean, think of it. We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful ocean.
Fuck yeah.
But we're there to protect.
You guys hear
NATO,
that? We won.
to
I
protect
don't know if
them
you guys
from
heard that.
Russia.
We already won.
But
Why
they're
would we
not
need
there
their
to
help?
protect
Why?
us. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
I'll tell you, a lot of people were
I'm
big
stretching
NATO
now.
people.
I got my bathroom break in.
I was never big. It was okay. I got them to pay 5%. By the way, they haven't paid it yet. You know that. I got them to pay 5% from 2% to 5%. They didn't pay it yet. I got them to pay up to 2% because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, oh, that was great. Oh, only Trump could do it. But the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the numbers, they haven't paid yet. So we were there for them, but they were not there for us. Did we need them? No. I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said, I really would love to have you come up. Bring your boats. You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at.
Take a 2-day cruise through the Hormuz.
And that's small
What do you
potatoes.
have to
You understand
lose?
what
It's
I'm saying?
beautiful.
Go ahead.
You can see the mountains. Stop by Dubai. Who doesn't like Dubai? You don't even.
With the king? No. He's a friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. As you know, he honored me and our country. He really honored our country. But we had an amazing time. I've known him as Prince Charles. I know him as King Charles. I'm proud of him. He's fighting a tough battle. He's tough. I think he's a fantastic. It has nothing to do with that. It's different. He's going to be here very soon, as you know. We're going to have a state dinner. It's going to be great. But I was very disappointed when the Prime Minister said, I won't be able to. It started with the island that the indigenous have claimed away from your country. And for some reason, you went for it. And all of a sudden, indigenous people that never saw the place, they never saw it. he was afraid that we would do something to insult, because he's a liberal. That's the way they think. And when we needed the island to land that beautiful B-2 bomber, we were told we can't use it. We'd have to fly back to Missouri, which is a 17-hour flight, as opposed to a couple of hours. And I said, you gotta be kidding. Not good. They made a big mistake.
Mr. President, is the Friday deadline for Iran, is that pushed back now, or, and if not?
I don't know
will you
yet.
use the same
I don't know. Mr. Witkoff and JD and Jared will tell me whether or not they think it's going along. And if it's not going along, maybe not. And we have a lot of time. You know what? It's a day. In Trump time, a day, you know what it is? That's an eternity. Say it, what?
European Parliament just passed a major deportation plan. Some of the tenets of it are that member states can deport rejected asylum seekers to third countries regardless of whether they have a connection to it. It allows for detention periods of up to 2 years, and also offshore return hubs or detention centers similar to ours.
Who did this? Which country?
European Parliament, and the vote was not close. It was 389 in
Good.
favor.
Iran lawmakers
I'd vote-
called the
I'd vote
country
with them,
war
yeah.
until enemy obliterated, deterred. I keep saying obliterated.
I don't care about the Democrats. The Democrats hate our country. The Democrats are in chaos right now. And they have no common sense. You know, they have one quality that's amazing. They stick together. And it's harder because they stick together in a ridiculous policy like men playing in women's sports, open borders for everybody, including murderers and anybody else that want it. We're open to you. Come in, murderers. You know why they do that? They do that for a couple of reasons, but they do it for votes because they think they're going to vote for the Democrats. Even though I did great with the Hispanic vote, tremendous with the Hispanic vote. You know, I turned that whole thing around. The Hispanics like me and I like them. And you know, it's interesting with the Hispanics. When I built the wall, everybody said, oh, that's going to ruin us for the Hispanic. It was just the opposite. They know all about immigration, and they know all about death and crime, and they're smart people, and they have common sense. They wanted to be protected from the people that were coming into our country. So, you know, I won the election with a very tremendous Hispanic vote, and I think it's higher now than it was then. So, we're a party of common sense. The Democrats are a party of insanity. They're a party that will destroy our country. If I didn't win this election, I believe our country would have been destroyed by now. 1 year, that's all it would have taken. If you had Kamala or Sleepy Joe, either one, it wouldn't have mattered. They're the same thing. Two sleepy people, two stupid people. I believe, and by the way, Gavin Newsom, who is one of the candidates, I believe he took himself out of the running when he says he suffers from mental disability. And a reporter said it was terrible that I talked that way about somebody with mental disability. I said, I have no problem with it, but I don't want a person with mental disability to be my president.
I have no problem with it.
You don't want to have a person with mental disability being your president. And Gavin Newsom said that he can't read a speech. He can't do almost anything. And then he said he's as dumb as all the people in the room, and he got accused of being a racist, which was an amazing set. I thought it was the worst interview I've ever seen anybody give. He's actually a very stupid person. So I believe he's out of the running. I think that statement, that interview, he admitted that he's a stupid person. I don't want a stupid person being president. You know, I'll say it right now. I say it because no press never reports it. I'm the only president that ever took a cognitive test. I took it 3 times. It's actually a very hard test for a lot of people. It wasn't hard for me.
All right,
But it's a cognitive test. It starts off with
Back
an
in the
easy
game.
question. And by the time you get to the middle, it gets tougher. By the time you get to the end, very few people can answer those questions. They get very tough, mathematical equations and things. I took it 3 times. I aced it all 3 times in front of numerous doctors that I have no idea who they are. And I was told when I went in, they said, Doc Ronnie told me this. My current doctors were fantastic doctors. They said, well, if you take it, you know, it's Walter Reed. It's essentially a public hospital. And if you do badly, it's probably going to get out. But I aced it. I got them all right. And one doctor said, I've never seen anybody get them all right. I've been doing the test for 20 years. I want people, I would love to see anybody that's a president or a vice president or anybody that has any chance of being a president, I would like to see them take a cognitive test. Because we had a man in this office that had no clue what was happening. And let me give you a little secret. He wasn't a smart man 30 years ago. And I'll tell you about President Obama. He wasn't a smart man either. I know all about him. He wasn't a smart man, highly overrated. He was a great divider. And our country can't go through that anymore, can't go through. We have done an amazing job. I had to do a little stopover. I call it an excursion. I had to do a little stopover in Iran, and we had to knock the hell out of them because our country would not have been safe. The world wouldn't have been safe. I've done a great favor for the world. The world has not been reciprocal. Because when I told NATO, where we give billions and billions of dollars, trillions over the years, I said, do you mind coming up and giving us a little hand with the streets? Send up some. They didn't want to get involved. And I believe that's going to cost them dearly. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Dude, that was a solid, what, 2 hours? Yeah, bro, I think we went 2 hours. Oh, no, 1:30. 1:38, not bad. Not bad. That's good. It slowed the market down. Got a couple headlines. I mean, you pretty much elaborated on everything that was said in the morning in terms of they're negotiating, begging for a deal, and if they don't want to do a deal, we're going to step it up. You didn't say the specifics of stepping it up, so you're still going to probably deal with that for the rest of the day tonight and then even into tomorrow. And then he said the gift. I think that was the biggest one. I mean, I do think one of the chats was even saying it. I agree that them allowing ships, the gift was they allowed 10 ships to go through that sailed, I guess it was U.S. based, but it sailed under Pakistani flags, which would make sense why they were the mediators so far. And we still don't know. Again, you didn't deny the J.D. Vance thing and all of that, so you still might hear about Islamabad. But other than that, you could at least assume that there is some sort of talks despite Iran kind of rejecting it. They've responded today too, and they said the U.S. has their response to it all. But other than that, we're still near the low of the day. I mean, the little bit of escalation, which was felt more through oil and rates, and then these comments of, the final blow. That's kind of where we're at right now. So other than that, my friends, I hope you're ready to finish out this Thursday. Yeah, Pernod Ricard is said to weigh potential deal for Brown-Forman. BF.B, they got halted on that? I thought it was BF.B. Yeah, why won't it load? Well, yeah, Brown-Forman halted. Everybody in the BFB. What time is it? 9:16. I was just stretching. I was doing some workouts there, so not bad. Yeah, that halted almost instantly. Check the other guys, TAP and anybody else. Yeah, TAP and all the alcohol companies should go up on that. Yeah, bro, they halted that shit quick. That halted on the same exact candle. And then Reddit on the low. SPY's actually going lower. Those premiums, they were up 30% at one point, but now they're coming back up. Oh, BFA, I forgot. I did not know there was two. Mine went low, but yeah, I didn't know there was two symbols for that one. Yeah, they're both up a shit ton. Let's see though, you might be able to find one after. I don't know. Oh, BFB doesn't even have options, and BFA doesn't have options. So yeah, you wouldn't even been able to snake it, but they halted it immediately. But yeah, I think TAP, BUD, STZ, those might move off of it. They all got a candle. Just all depends on the terms. The terms and agreements. Well, yeah, SPY's starting to dump. I mean, that's why I was... Dude, I think they were just running out the clock for a little bit. Other than that, you got a couple of other headlines from Iran. The French, they did... The Frenchies had a conversation with other countries. So that's where we are now. Let me see. Where are they? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, so those first ones. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right. So yeah, you either, if it doesn't have a continuation, they're gonna get washed. But yeah, you got, like I said, the premiums are a little bit weird in the morning. You got a little bit of it, which is still mad early. I mean, you're not technically, you're not even in at what's it called? You're not even in at Euro close. So we will find out. All right, not bad, bro. Devon Energy and oil names are going up. Like I said, that's the second time that happened. They didn't move, but XLE, remember XLE was only up by like 0.5 at one point, and then it started going crazy again. So again, and now you haven't hit a new high since the pre-market. So that was one of the issues that we have. Kids on the high. And then Meta too, bro. I think Meta and Microsoft got pretty ugly. Microsoft looked good in the morning. I think IGV, they are back to red. Staples are up, but I don't know if that's Staples up with oil up. I don't think it's saying off ramp. I think it's just that software back and forth. And then yeah, watch BFB when that gets oh, BFB just got unhalted. Hi. Why won't it load on TD Ameritrade, bro? It loads on my Etrade, but not the other one. Come on, the Class B. Panard Record, who deal on the Brown Foreman. Brown Foreman's up 10. There's no details on that either. EDM time? Oh, I could be wasting my time with you. I still like this though. I like my AI slop. I think some of you have enjoyed it.
It's not strange when the new leader is gay.
What?
We got come there. It didn't even take a day. Cargill and they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name?
Shout out Battlefield. I like it. I mean, I'm sorry. The slop is growing on me. But I'm telling y'all, give me like a month. I'll be a master of propaganda, AI propaganda. That's it. I don't know. If I get deployed, I gotta have something to offer. Yeah. Oh wait, you guys have heard this one already. Yeah, that's what. Because you know they raised the deployment age, so ain't none of us getting out of it now. Y'all were making memes about that in 2023? Remember the first one? Or was that 2020, now that I think about it? So, yeah, bro. 15% on Brown Foreman. Yeah, so even, again, all the alcohol companies got like 2% off of it. ZS Silver dropping, and then GLL. But, yeah, SPY's coming down. So, like I told you with those, that only play, I think, of the morning, you either take them or push them. It's up to you. And do a push-up, too. Euro close in 8 minutes. I like it. Yeah, that was an AI song. I mean, I'm tweaking it a little bit. It's not fully AI, but definitely the vocals. I have another one. Do you want to hear the other one? I haven't showed you the other one.
Cardboard box. Cardboard box. Cardboard eater. Boy, shock, it on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed, time to meet Jack Reacher.
I be having, yeah, bro. I've been having way too much. Y'all don't. I'm saying, bro. Let me tune it up a little bit. Let me get in. Cardboard box, cardboard leader. Oh, that goes hard, dog. Are you kidding me?
Cardboard box. Cardboard eater. Boy, shock, it on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed, time to meet Jack Reacher.
That's a banger. Banger, dog. Banger. Troops deployed, time to meet Jack Reacher. They don't even know. Who's a Jack Reacher? What do you mean? What? They haven't seen it yet. I don't think they have that. On Iranian flicks. See, I think my problem is I have too much fun sometimes. You know, that's so it doesn't get taken well. But hey, man, it's your life. It's your life. So one day we'll see what AI brings. We'll see when. I just hope we reach the AGI point soon. Troops deployed. Should reply to IRGC accounts. I'm pretty well. We already got a little ISIS recruitment in here, so I think they know who I am. And remember, bro, it took them a week. I don't know. Maybe it took a week for them to get that, because I was telling them what to do in the beginning. I said, "Why aren't you mining the Hormuz? Your father would be disappointed in you. He would have done that on day one. Y'all played around. They played around, bro. They played around." All right, little lower, oil 2. Again, where you might even do the little stair stepper. You'll break through the high. SPY's already at the low now. I don't know if you're at the pre-market low. Yeah, you're lower now. So actually, SPY's lower. That means by the time you hit a new high on oil, oil might even bounce, or SPY might bounce back a little bit, and then they'll have to match up. UVIX. Wheat's even on the high. Again, dude, those premiums are moving terrible. They'll hit 50%, then go down, then they'll hit 30, then come down, then they'll come back up. GLD and silver selling off right now, and Korea too, might I add. I can't, dude. BF, it's up 15. There's no details on the offer, but then also like I can't. It only shows up on my Etrade. It won't show up on any other platform. What was the other one I wanted? Oh, Korea. I want to look at Korea. Because again, Korea is because of the memory stocks, but then also too the oil correlation. But people haven't been as panicked on those as they were not too long ago. And the premiums. Boeing on the low. All right, well, SPY on the low again. So it's 94.92 now. So new low on the SPY, even from pre-market, and new high on oil. So again, 95. I mean, really, the line in the sand is $98. I still believe that. Green Shoot should be called Jack Reacher. I love that show. But like you saw it, you know, the actor, he got into like a fight with his neighbor. But then like it's hilarious, bro. Because like when you watch the show Jack Reacher, you're like, why are all these motherfuckers, like these normal ass dudes, why would they ever approach Jack Reacher's ass thinking that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but that was like the weird part of the show that you didn't believe. You're like, why are all these small ass people always trying to pick a fight with this gigantic ass giant? But now you saw it happen in real life. That's why I'm like, you know what, man? I guess so. Maybe people are like that, bro. Maybe people, I would kick him in the shin and run. I think I'd be very effective at that. But yeah, I wouldn't play around. Troops deployed. All right. Where are we on the price wise? May puts, good luck. All right, oil 94.98. He's from the office. Is he really? All right, about to be euro close, hitting the low. Give me a second. I need a carbo. Gives you some
absolutely extraordinary.
propaganda.
That's why he has meaningful relationships on a bipartisan basis. That's the reason why I had a bipartisan vote, which is surprising given the fact that the Department of Homeland Security is one of the most polarizing within the Trump administration for Democrats. But it's his power. Then that's part of also the level of trust here. That is a very old school notion. We've devalued that in our current politics, but it's still a very powerful incentive for deal making here in Washington. So indexed to Mark Wayne Mullen and his relationships. He had Democrats at his swearing in ceremony at the White House. That is a significant thing.
I know he's got a lot of friends on both sides of the aisle. I was struck that he was not called on by the president in the cabinet meeting today. This would be the first opportunity for him to speak here. And you do wonder if this unlocks something. Does it surprise you the president has not taken a position on this deal that
I love Joe Matthew.
Yeah.
All right, my bad. My bad, bro. All right, well, oil down 95. Why does my chart look so weird? My chart is going through it. Troops deployed. Dude, I hate these premiums, bro. No news, just really, they stopped talking, bro. They stopped running out the clock. I mean, you got updates on the gift and a lot of other things, but... What are we down? We're down 1%. All right, I'm selling them, bro. I can't make them free because I didn't have enough, so I'm just going to take it. It's very small, but it hit 50 or 60%. But I don't like them. But now that I sold, you might get lucky. So good for you. But I'm taking them. You know, book a nice win. I don't trust them. I told you I wasn't confident in those. So, you know, maybe if I was more confident, I'd push it. That wasn't like those ones where I tell you not to let me sell. Hershey's and Staples on the low. You're excited for today's philo? I told you it's about aliens. Extraterrestrial aliens, not illegal aliens. Okay? I know. I'm sure Pete Hegseth would be disappointed. But maybe he's like, maybe we could find somebody to war with. Saudi canceled 2 construction contracts, one of the most ambitious projects, scuttling to bring pans back to the desert. Troops deployed. That's stuck in my head now. All right, well, oil's still going up again. I still think there's going to be some downside. I just don't think the premiums, because you might fill the gap actually, but that's only like a half a point now, 1 point. But just the way the slowness of it, if you get one bounce and then it slows down, it's going to ruin all of those. This is looking like a Thursday though. That's what I was saying in the morning. I was kind of worried about the chop. We still took it, which was good, but I was a little worried about that. But this is looking like a Thursday. And I think we are below the Thursday level now. Remember, that last Thursday was the gas field attack. That was an escalation. And then we played that. US 10-year, 4.4. A little bit more, man. That's what I'm saying. Even this weekend is all correlating with the bonds as well at the danger zone, which kind of sucks. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, nobody asked about the Whitehouse video. Kind of disappointed. The next SPY level, probably 648.50, where we closed yesterday. And then to 646.95, and then the low of 644. So pretty wide range, but realistically, your next point's like a point away. All of them are up, bro. Push-up time. It is, and European close. I was getting mine in there before, bro. I was getting mine in before. Bow, ba, ba, bow, ba, ba, now, bow. All right, still going down. No, bro, down Thursday. Even last Thursday was down, but it played out like, so technically it was red, but the way that it played out, it was more of the gap down, and then you chopped around, which is a little bit different. Physical oil up 9%. There's it. Okay. Took 2 hours for that one. But yeah, we went over that with, go look at the Dubai oil. But there has been some changes in that statistic. We did not hold 60. Actually, I'm looking at SPY, not SPX. No, you still got 15 more points. But that would pretty much be the gap fill. Warby competition for Meta. And then Boeing on the low. Bro, Meta just got obliterated, bro. Like I was saying in the morning, that whole like big cigarette moment for them, big tobacco, it actually moved like that. Meta, oh, Meta gets ready to launch too. No, I thought Warby was gonna try to compete. I was like, oh no. I think they're out more, bro. I think you could get more of the glasses of the what's it called? The ones with the screen in the middle. Huge explosion in eastern Tehran. And then oil's still climbing now, 90, again, about 30, 40 cents higher. Anthropic glasses? No, they wouldn't. They're like, we don't want it to be used to spy on the public, but we want to spy on you privately. What? The fuck? Again, more oil names on the high. Gold is still dry. Gold kind of had a bigger flush there. Happy Friday, Junior. All right, man. Well, we hit that low. Look at you went a little lower. The premiums are lower than where I got rid of them. That's what I said. One bit they moved too slow. Any other day, you would have made way more on that. I kind of want the new Meta glasses, but I told you, bro. Ever since like one time, like I forgot to charge my Meta glasses, and then I just stopped charging them, and I started using them as sunglasses, which is good utility. But yeah, other than that, there's a real commitment, bro. Like having to like upload your glasses, that takes a while. Over and over again. It's a lot of memory too. Do you know how much memory costs nowadays? Google real-time dialogue. Yeah, that was earlier. Didn't really react to it. It's popping now, but didn't seem like anything reacted. Again, people are still debating the whole what is it called? The little Google, oh, why am I blanking? Super throttle or whatever. Thanks to long-term monthly, I can now speak Klingon. Yeah, man, is homie still here? Who was like, you got balls of brass steel for holding this market. I'm telling you guys, I said it the other day, and like, I'm both like, it's bittersweet that this situation is what's finally causing retail and people to panic. Because again, I would like a good discount and I would like a good bottom signal, but at the same time, I think if you are listening and you're wise, I would not be a fool and react to the geopolitics, unfortunately, have not been the end of the world. I don't know if that's fortunate or unfortunate, but essentially, you gotta really, I would not, if you have a long-term plan, this is not gonna matter. And I'm not saying that because I like Donald Trump. I'm not saying that because I'm selling you a fucking affiliate link of Robinhood VI or whatever it is, you know? I'm saying that just because that's the reality. And you have watched our long-term, small amount, big amount, it doesn't matter. We've done that with, over some of the craziest moments here. So it's like, this isn't new. This isn't our first geopolitical conflict of it, let alone global conflict that was even more serious. So I'd encourage you, have a long-term plan, and I think you're going to be able to, do a lot better, to be honest. I think you're going to be able to react and approach this with a lot more clarity, and you're again, it's just a scar is what we'd call it on the long term. Again, the worst case so far has just been that like we haven't moved as much. So yeah, man, I would take advantage of it. But yeah, we have a lot of time. The credit that, well, that's why too though. Yeah, when big money gets scared, you'll see why the people with all of the money freaking out. You know what I'm saying? But even then, you will get another opportunity too. And like I'm saying too, though, this highlights why we bought the farm last year, Remember, we were up a lot last year. Things were going great. We took advantage of it. You know, Liberation Day benefited us by not getting distracted. And then maybe you can make this moment do the same for you. It just, again, even on the long run, I think Liberation Day happened too quick. But in the long run, man, you will probably forget about this. But at the same time, this is why I was saying, man, if you ever want to sell out and you're ever worried, you move it to a better asset. And that's, I'm telling you, like, right, let me put it this way. The farm has not fluctuated anywhere close to what the market has done since the time we've got it, both up or down. Same thing, too. Even if you think real estate market, it's not even a thought. Even with the real estate market being frozen, it's a liquid, but it's not like the prices, they have not done the same up and down as all of this. So, yeah, man, not too bad. Canada adding 100 more vessels from Russia's shadow fleet to sanction list. When everybody had diamond hands. I don't know, man. That did fall off a little bit. Because it's been 6 years. Okay? I am saying there's still people who still believe in the whole AMC, the GME, but like little by little though, some of them they're like talking like people who are getting out of a cult. I think our cult has been great. I always told you it was a cult. I said we're a friendly cult. I ain't ask you for shit. I just wanted you to care about your future, get a long term, get a crib. You know what I'm saying? Like I think our cult has been very sustainable. You know, I don't think I've advocated you to do anything that would damage yourself in the same way, but you know, some of the people, they're like, man, it's been 5 years. If I bought anything instead of AMC, I would have done well. So, yeah, you don't have to wait for anything big. The long term, just slow appreciation, little by little. EU, callous, and poor. Why, dude, Canada and EU are going in on Russia? Which is ironic considering EU is really suffering from all of this, what's it called? All of this oil drama and their rates. Well, we're not deflation yet, but it would be at this right now, sadly, because I was just telling you earlier, it's only, I say if this situation lasted for 3 months and oil is substantially higher, we would probably be looking at stagflation first. And then we would talk about the deflationary element. But unfortunately, like I was saying just like a month ago, 2 months ago, I was like the stagflation narrative didn't have legs because the economy's booming in certain like manufacturing sectors and areas. So that's kind of the problem with that argument. But yeah, if this lasts for a while, you'd get high prices. The economy would try to chug through it. And then once the economy gave up, that's it. Or just go back to what I've been telling you guys. The big, beautiful bet. It's either going to fail miserably or it's going to succeed amazingly. And I still actually do believe that. And like I said earlier, bro, I mean, I'm very glad that I told people. I mean, again, at the time when I made the video, some people were a little bit doubtful of it, but it did kind of come true. And that was a fresh video. That was fairly new, where I was telling you, man, everybody has been talking about this. Remember, beginning of the year, it's funny because it's so different now. But everybody was talking about hyperinflation. Gold was at 5,000, silver at 100. People were thinking the only outcome was that you were going to get a dollar debasement and everything else. So, but yeah, that's why it's kind of, I do think you had to entertain this deflation, or even what AI is showing us, like industry deflation, sector deflation might be a thing. But overall, that I think would always be a bigger worry. More blast in Western Tehran. I don't think oil's reacting. I think oil's already kind of we're doing the weird Thursday move. I think we need to I think the market's going to be more sensitive to what's going to happen over the weekend. Either escalation, off-ramp or on-ramp, essentially. But it is kind of expected, just like yesterday, where Israel is like they're going to step up their attacks, even if you're close to a peace deal. They've done that with Iran before. You know, I feel like a lot of people have even overlooked some of the past conflicts with Israel and Iran. Remember, like, you guys remember the 23-day war recently, and then over the years where they would strike each other, they would let each other know, evacuate, and then they would do this, and they would hit each other right before, and then they'd finally do their thing. That's why it's like Israel acting like that. It's kind of textbook, but I think that's where the market in oil is going to react a little bit more. I like Nike. I think that's on the list. I like Kimberly and TAP more. And then, you know, again, maybe even considering Oracle and Microsoft, but Nike has thrown itself on that list because I've always liked Nike, and now it came down to that Liberation Day price we were looking for. Ever since it bounced from there, I was like, man, I'll wait. And now it came down. So yeah, I got a deposit coming in 5 days. How many days in March? 31 or 30? Bow, 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 bow. I'm sorry. Can I listen to it again? It's in my head now. I'm sorry.
Cardboard box, cardboard eater. Boy, shock, Iran still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed, time to meet Jack Reacher.
Telling you, bro, I think I really got a shot at a career in propaganda, you know? You guys kind of encouraged me because you kept thinking I was getting paid $7,000, so I was like, I might as well get paid $7,000, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to, I'll be down. I could sell it to the highest bidder. If y'all need any war propaganda, hit me up. I'm doing the CIA bidding. I remember at one point, you guys don't remember when they used to think I worked for, somebody said CIA, but then during the GameStop AMC, when I was like, when I sold covered calls, they started saying a rumor about me that I work for the market makers. You know that? I think that's great. I'm like, bitch, man, they scamming me too, dog. What the fuck? How come I'm the last one to know about this then? This is bullshit. So yeah, that's always fun. Ministry of Answers propaganda. I like it. Johnson discussed FISA at Whitehouse this morning. Axios. FTSE Russell lowers minimum free float requirement for non-UK companies. There's a lot of Europe headlines. And remember, Europe closed like 15 minutes ago. GLW, a lot of things are dumping. Even some of the names that were holding up earlier. I'm a freelance propaganda creator. It's kind of what I was looking for. I was, hoping somebody would spot the talent. Like how old guys play basketball like me. I have dreams one day I'm gonna be at the LA Fitness, and then a fucking scout is gonna come in and be like, "Hey, we were looking for a short guy who's slightly out of shape like you. How would you feel about a 2-day contract?" And I'm like, "Me?" And then I'm like, "I'm down." And then maybe I get to play on the Lakers. Like, maybe I'm kind of thinking that might happen. I don't know. Maybe Pete Hegseth is like, "Joshua, I like what you're doing. Have you ever killed 100 people with your bare hands? That's fine. We could use your talents, though. What do you say?" I'll be like, "Wow, you mean it?" I'd be honored. And then I said, "Here, let me show you the rest of my mixtape." I feel like Pete would get mad. No mixtapes in the military. Only hardcore rock metal. What do you think he listens to? I've never thought about that. Navin, they had something this morning, and then we were a little late on it. It already popped. Who was it? Sirius? Sirs? What was Sirius? I keep forgetting their ticker. Cirrus, I think. Yeah. They had an Apple deal. Oh, yeah, they got Chief Keef. I forgot. I don't know if that's true or not, or if that's propaganda. He listens to gunshots and bullet shells hitting the ground. I wouldn't be surprised. TAP is going up. That's just off the Brown-Forman deal. March 31st. Nikes. All right, chips are selling off still. Memory as well. I think SanDisk is doing low worse than Micron. We're looking for a growth play. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I think you've had the same vision I've had while you ball. It's good to imagine. Treasury yields extend climb against ahead of 7-year auction. Again, oil. Whoa, my oil chart is so ugly. Why does it look like this? It won't show me the high anymore. Bow, 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 bow. There it is. There it is. 95.24. You're back below the high of the morning. Again, SPY's still going lower. Again, bro, you're at a new low from when I got rid of that. The premium's the same price. It's at least holding, though. I thought that time would have clapped it a little bit more. But yeah, the bonds are there, bro. Bonds are 4.44 is going to be your first, like, 10-year level you need to watch out for. And then if it, pretty much 5 is the real line in the sand. But 4.44 and above is where it starts to get interesting. You're at 4.406. And then, again, a 7-year auction today, it's going to be sensitive. So, again, we've been above there recently. Even in the last year, we've been above 4.44. That's what I'm saying. It opens up the next window around the 4.5. But that's the ultimate line is in the sand is 5. Like I'm saying, even from 2023, you haven't gone past 4.9. But that's why being closer rather than further from that number, it's gonna mess things up. Yeah, seriously, it was something like that. It was like a deal or some supply agreement with Apple. Again, I was already up 11. I think we were kind of late on it. I faded it. A new member of its American manufacturing program. 4 new partners: Sirius, Bosch, TDK, and Qnity. How come Bosch? What's Bosch ticker? BSK? Bosch. Or do they get bought out? And then TDK. I don't know if they move the same way. Bro, some of my tickers won't load today. They said they're using GFS facility. All I had was the GFS headline on the litigation. Exploded reported at northern Tehran. And then where's my Iranian state media? Down, but then now. Yeah, nothing. They haven't had anything. We haven't heard from a Golubov or a Aragachi since the morning. TLT again. Apple. You guys imagine how different the market would look if Apple wasn't up almost 2. It's a little better. I mean, yes, the last couple days at least we're moving. I mean, granted, it's like 9. I think by 9:30 yesterday we stopped moving completely. The last 2 days, it just sucks. I mean, a lot of the info today was like more reacting to Iran rejecting everything yesterday and last night, and then Trump adding the increasing the escalation potentially. But then now it's just like that we just got explanations from that earlier, but it's operating in the same way as pretty much since Monday, where we get a little bit of details or we have a general theme and then small detail added. The same theme, confirm, deny, talks, all of that, small detail added. I mean, technically, even in all of this Islamabad discussion is still on the table, even though, and then again, today we found out the Iranians did say that they responded to the U.S. So we're just inching in terms of the data, but market's moving a little bit more here intraday compared to everything except Monday, which is kind of crazy. Apple, yeah, well, remember, Apple's kind of void from the memory drama. He's not involved in the AI drama, so puts you at an interesting spot. Already 9:53. Oh, Aragachi, is he talking? I was just saying, I haven't heard from him. Simultaneous request for talks and deployment of troops is a sign of contradicting behavior. Is that coming out now? I was just saying, bro, we have not heard from homeboy. Bow, but the down, but the down, or is that for, because he said something in the morning. Aragach. Syed? Or Syed Aragachi? Oh, I don't see it on his Twitter. But I'm not I'm not joining their fucking Telegram, dude. Fuck. Yo, what if they have fucking meme coins in there? Yeah, I don't see. I think that might have been the older one. We'll see. It's either old or you're really early on it. Welcome to the fog. You're getting added on a watch list if you join that. Nah, man, fuck all of y'all. You ain't see the fucking chat, dude. Yeah, I'm unwillingly on a watch list already because of y'all. That's it. I play one Trump conference. Y'all fucking turn into terrorists. Instantly. That's it, bro. Y'all start motivating each other, recruiting each other. Y'all, I'm like, man, I can't take y'all nowhere, bro. You know that? That's why I'm like, this is bullshit. Well, thank you to the Locked In, though. I appreciate you guys upholding the rules. I haven't had to ban anybody on Locked In since the beginning of the war outbreak. So I'm like, that's my only defense. That's where I'm like, no, man, look, it's not, I don't control that. That's a willful decision on their part. The Islamic Republic of Chadistan. Yeah, man, I don't know. It's crazy out here. Is it what are you guys like a .ir one? Because the .ir, like, it's Iranian internet. They're weird as fuck when they load up. Yeah, they're really weird. That's why, like, I mean, that's the one thing. That's what I was saying. The Iranians are intelligent. I mean, their cybersecurity stuff, or attacking, but like, you got to think about it. This whole time, they have been locking down their internet. That this whole time, with all this going on, that means they've had to defend from attackers trying to get through, and then also they throttle their internet super heavy to make sure that they're the ones controlling all of the media out there and information. That's why I was saying in the beginning a couple weeks ago, you know, Israel does the same exact thing, but I was like, dude, the information is so difficult. Yeah, so those IR websites are going to be a little fucked. And even then, and that's why I'm saying anything allowed or anything you see is because it's allowed on both sides. That's why again, even if you think about it, we are 3-4 days in, we are operating on a lot of the same info from Sunday and then just getting slight details. Strain of hummus, we eating hummus. I mean, that's why I've leaned into it. I'll be like, I got propaganda for both sides. What you need? What you need, bro? What you need? All right. And then almost time for Philo. I think we should do that because last time I waited on Philo, they took forever. Iranian President Pezeshkian clarified that Iran seeks a complete end to the war and achievement of security and stability in the region. All right, give me a second. I'm going to give you some other propaganda. It might take me an extra minute. Well, I got no propaganda. Federal Reserve has a public meeting. Nicolas Maduro appears in New York court. What? T-Mobile on the high. Low ticker's active, but again, Meta and some of those other ones. Who's the other thing I need? I've never seen this one, but you guys want to watch this? I was going to play you a Iranian documentary. It's not the one. Oh, no, it's not the one I wanted you to see. But this one kind of interesting. How the U.S. turned Iran into a dictatorship.
Freedom. What the U.S. did in Iran wasn't just a political move. It changed the Middle East forever.
Oh,
but no one talked.
I thought it was from the History Channel. It's from Histophy Channel. Fucking right. I almost got propagandized right there. I was like, okay, that's good. An old one from History Channel. Good. That way, you know, before. Nope. Treasury when issued 4.247 before 44 billion auction. So watch TLT. Apple just killing it, dude. So get ready. Bonds are going to move on the auction. And then I will get to my propaganda. Private credit exposure to energy is a worry. Green. Come on, bond auction. We got one more minute. This one might be a good one. Now. Alright, I'm gonna get you bond auction and then propaganda. Or I found one. I haven't seen this one yet, but this one looks like it would work. Looks like it'd be a good one. Oh no, this is a good one. The audio of the Wikipedia. But then again, that might have its own. I don't. But then updated 7 years ago. Actually, even better. Nice.
The Iranian Revolution, Persian, Anklab Iran translate. Enklab-e Iran.
I hate the little things. Jurors and Regen, new partnership discredited as fake news. Again, 7247. What did it come out at? 7255. So slightly high on the 10-year or 7-year again. So yields will react. I don't know if that's as bad as the other ones. But still, again, that's 3 bad bond auctions in a row. What about this one?
For most Americans, the story begins in 1979 with the Iranian Revolution and the hostage crisis. A group of revolutionary, universal by popular demand, but quite unpopular with the British government.
Okay.
Hostage.
This one's good because this one even explains the U.S.'s part. Because that is something. I mean, again, I am not a... I don't like the Iranian... I don't like the Ayatollah. I'm not a fan. I like the Persian monarchy, believe it or not. But the, you know, Iran didn't get here without the U.S., sadly. So, yeah, I think this one explains it a little bit more. Might be a little bit more entertaining, but give me a minute. I'm going to be right back.
For most Americans, the story begins in 1979 with the Iranian Revolution and the hostage crisis. A group of revolutionary university students took over the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 diplomats hostage for 444 days. To help burn this into the American narrative, the news show Nightline was created with a nightly tally of the number of days since the crisis started. But to really understand, we have to go back to 1953, which is where the story begins for most Iranians. This was the year that the U.S. overthrew Iran's democracy and installed the Shah, a pro-U.S. dictator. In 1951, Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh was the first elected official who was appointed as Prime Minister of Iran by popular demand. He saw that the wealth needed to build Iran was leaving the country because over the past 50 years, its vast oil reserves were under British control at the hands of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, later to become BP, or British Petroleum. So Mossadegh became hugely popular for nationalizing the oil industry and taking back the oil. Hugely popular at home, but quite unpopular with the British government. Britain took Iran to the World Court over the matter and lost. They tried to hit Iran's economy by blockading the Gulf and halting trade. They tried to convince the U.S. to assist with regime change, but then President Truman was not interested. However, when U.S. President Eisenhower took office in 1953, Britain was able to persuade him under the Cold War pretext that Mossadegh relied on Iran's Communist Party for power. The newly formed CIA was sent to engineer a coup, codenamed Operation Ajax. Iran's monarch, the Shah, returned to power. He had previously been weakened by the new parliament, a short democratic experiment designed to limit his powers. After 1953, he returned fully backed by UK and US power, and the oil was soon flowing under control of Britain, America, the Netherlands, and France. The Shah became increasingly arrogant, opulent, and autocratic over his 25-year rule. He instilled fear in the population with a secret police known as Savak, created by the American CIA and Israeli Mossad, that tortured and imprisoned those who dared to dissent. He crushed all political opposition. Troops were sent to massacre demonstrators. He pushed a white revolution to modernize and westernize the country, giving women the right to vote and other reforms. But ultimately, he served the elites and created a huge economic gap for the poor masses. Powerful religious leaders saw that he was forcibly trying to rid Iran of Islam in a country that was 90% Muslim. One of the Shah's leading critics, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, was arrested and imprisoned for 18 months. After his release in 1964, Khomeini was sent into exile for 14 years. From abroad, he continued his anti-US, anti-Shah campaign through sermons on cassette tapes that made their way back into Iran and circulated as people copied and shared them. By the end of the 1970s, things had gotten so bad that major protests and the violence that followed were becoming a regular occurrence. The Shah declared martial law and banned demonstrations. This resulted in a huge protest and a general strike that shut down the economy. Soon over 2 million people flooded a public square in Tehran, demanding to remove the Shah and for Khomeini to return, and that is exactly what happened. One important thing to note is that the CIA orchestrated the 1953 coup out of the very same American embassy in Tehran that was later the site of the hostage crisis, right after the Shah was overthrown by popular revolution in 1979. The students were convinced that once again, the U.S. had plans to overthrow their revolution. In fact, U.S. President Carter did send a NATO general to instigate a military coup, but it failed. Iran and the U.S. had an extradition treaty in force that obligated the Carter administration to return the Shah to Iran as an indicted criminal. The students had 4 demands. Return the Shah to Iran for trial. He had been accepted into America for medical treatment. Return the Shah's wealth to the Iranian people. A promise from the U.S. not to interfere in Iran's affairs in the future. And an apology and admission of guilt by the U.S. for its past actions in Iran. The apology never came, but 20 years later, Secretary of State Madeleine Albright did acknowledge the U.S. role in Mossadegh's overthrow. So Khomeini took power in 1979 and instituted a government under Islamic law. Within a year of the revolution, Saddam Hussein invaded Iran without provocation, seeking control of Iran's oil-rich Khuzestan region and key oil shipping waterways.
Khuzestan.
The resulting Iran-Iraq War from 1980.
Give you a little. I know there's a lot. Well, that's what I was trying to tell y'all, man. I want you to understand it. Oh, where'd my background? I didn't hear my background noise. But no, bro. I mean, sadly, I think some of your guys' problem. I mean, it's proving the propaganda. It's like, dude, some of you have made the grave mistake of finding something to disagree with me about, and you now assume everything I'm telling you is one way or the other. When unfortunately I will live in the cross, in the contradiction. Like I told you, I don't agree with what everything a U.S. has done in that country, and you have to understand what the fuck happened. I hope you know enough information to form your own opinion. That's why I'm saying don't make the grave mistake of, and that's why I'm saying at some point, why would you keep listening to me if you think I am genuinely trying to propagandize you and make you believe what I believe? I want you to be informed. I want you to have information. Where do you think I keep pulling shit out of my ass with all these situations when I'm telling you history? Remember, understand it, all of it. How do you trust it? Very good question. Go back and read more. And then guess what? You're going to hear from different point of views. But you got to stop making the mistake of falling for shit. Oh, they're saying something I like. I'm going to be more agreeable. Oh, they're saying or they said something I didn't like. I'm going to ignore a fact or objectivity. You can't do that. You can. Actually, you're more than welcome to, but it's not going to help your thinking. It's not going to help you be prepared for understanding what is actually going on. You know what I'm saying? But I do want you to be able to make an informed opinion off of but you have to get all the info. The problem I don't like with YouTube censoring my ass, everybody getting so fucking crazy, is that people don't want you to, they're selecting the information you get. I don't like whoever does that. I've not been a fan of that ever. And that's why I'm saying it's just like I don't, even if I listen, you know how much shit I listen to I don't agree with? It doesn't matter. The whole point is to get information. I need all of the information. I think you do too, but you also got to know the history, know how we got here, where we came from. But I do hope you guys start to, I do pray you get more objective and make a informed decision by things. But that's why I'm saying, like, you know, that's why I'm saying if some of you are going to not be mature with my propaganda jokes, I think it's funny. I think the funniest thing, I think even laughing has made some points come across better for some people. But yeah, bro, I like laughing, and I do think comedy is a way to even reach with the truth. But at the same time, though, like if you listen to all the songs, all these other things, they're saying both sides of the story, and that's what everybody needs to start getting. And you need information. But like I'm telling y'all, if you guys are gonna keep insisting that it's one side or the other, or then this and that, and then limiting your scope of information, it's only making you dumber. It's only gonna make you more radicalized, to be honest. So that's why, man, we could finish the rest of this, or we could get into philo, but I think I might. I'm gonna keep playing it for y'all, but I am back now. I had to go do something real quick then I'm getting it ready. But yeah, that's why I'm like, do you guys understand why I show you shit? Do you understand all of the stuff that we have talked about over the years? You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, you got to be able to put in all the info, and you should be able to be challenged by it. But at the same time, at some point, you're not doing yourself a service if you're only listening to something you agree with, or if you're always thinking let me put it this way, bro. If I felt somebody was trying to convince me, I would just cut them off. And I've suggested that for some of you. So if you're going to think I'm not here to give you information, you should cut me off, bro. Believe me, I would like to cut some of y'all off and ban you, but then again, I think too, let the good and bad grow at the same time, and you'll be able to work your way through it. But I've already done that. I've said my piece all last year. I've shown you and I've given you everything. I'm being straightforward with it. I'm honest. You know how I feel. I don't think I need to enforce anything at this point. It's up to you. But like I'm telling you, at that point, if you feel like it's the way you defend propaganda is cut it off, or you have to constantly swarm it with something of actual information. But if you limit your information and you're always now taking it under a different lens, it's just gonna fuck with you. So I hope y'all feel me, bro. I hope y'all feel me.
1980 to 1988 was the longest and one of the most devastating conventional wars of the century. At least 500,000 Iranians were killed. This war further cemented resentment of the U.S. government, as they were playing both sides. On one hand, they were supporting Iraq, providing money, technology, and intelligence, including satellite photography, to help Iraqi bombing raids. The U.S. helped provide Saddam Hussein with weapons by giving him agricultural credits and pressuring Gulf states to give him billions in loans, so he could buy weapons from Western Europe, China, and Russia. The U.S. Department of Commerce issued licenses to export materials for Iraq's weapons of mass destruction program. The U.S. continued its support even after learning that Iraq was using chemical weapons against Iran, not to mention against its own citizens, to stop an uprising of Kurdish separatists.
Oil not moving.
But the imperialist tradition also called for maintaining regional balance of power. So the U.S. also armed Iran, not letting any one regional power get secure enough to dominate or to ally with its neighbors to challenge U.S. hegemony. In this case, it came in the form of the Iran-Contra scandal. U.S. President Reagan needed money to fund an unjustified war against Nicaragua, but was forbidden to do so by Congress. So U.S. arms were illegally sold to Iran through Israel and South Africa, and the proceeds went to the Nicaraguan Contras. This allowed Reagan to get around Congress to support a campaign.
Even if it's propaganda, you need to get the timeline, motherfuckers. That's what I'm saying. Go through the timeline and make your own. And I have, but I don't want to sway anybody. I don't give a fuck, bro. But I do have opinions, and I do take my information, and I'm going to arrive at my objective answer. It's very simple. But yeah, listen to the timeline.
Kidnap, rape, torture.
What I think a lot of people don't realize is the 50 years, even longer. Going 50s, there was one part, and then there's the 70s. There's borderline 2 Iranian revolutions. People don't even know Khomeini 15 years being exiled, and then, ironically, I'm telling you propaganda tapes. That's what Khomeini did.
And murder, for which the U.S. was convicted by the World Court for unlawful use of force. In other words, state-sponsored international terrorism. The ruling was ignored. Khomeini died in 1989.
This video highlights America's involvement in all
He
of
promised democracy, but essentially had become the next dictator. Although he improved literacy and much-needed health care for the masses, he also imposed censorship, violently crushed political dissent, and attacked women's rights. Instead of the Savak, the people now had the Revolutionary Guard to fear. Since then, Iran has been an oppressive theocracy. Khomeini was replaced by Khamenei, who remains supreme leader to this day. As a test of fairness, we might imagine that Iran invaded and occupied Canada and Mexico, and had aircraft carriers sitting in the Caribbean. Imagine then if Iran had the power to label the U.S. the axis of evil and cut us off from the rest of the world, and then threaten to attack us if we didn't stop generating nuclear power. What if Iran had overthrown the U.S. government 50 years ago and installed a dictator friendly to Iranian interests, who kept it in power for 25 years?
United States of Iran.
At that point, imagine that Christian fundamentalists, who currently represent about a third of the U.S., took power and began ruling under church law.
Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of it, my conclusion, I'll let him finish.
Followed by an unprovoked invasion by Canada, supported by Iran and ignored by the UN, in which it nearly destroyed the US. Would it be possible to imagine Iran as liberators? Would Iran be justified in attacking if the US government helped Christian fundamentalists in Canada to take up resistance? Would it be justified to hate and fear all Christians because of the ones that took and abused power in this context? This is not about good guys and bad guys.
This video is like
Both
8
the
to 10
American
years old.
and
That's why
Iranian
I like
governments
showing you the older videos because it's less polluted.
are working against the interests of the people. But the deadly game of chicken was begun by the US, and the US has the power to end it. We should look at our current policies and actions against Iran, look at some better options, and figure out a way to change the minds of the people running our government and prevent another criminal enterprise that will cost many more lives. It has been done in the past, and if people take action, it can be done again.
Yeah, see I mean, the whole conclusion of it doesn't matter. I mean, does the U.S. have blame? It does, from the very get-go of all of it. But my conclusion wouldn't be allow a theocracy to thrive because the U.S. is fucking selling bombs to both sides. Ta-da! Well, yeah, so I want you to understand the history of it. That's all. I was just saying people do not understand the timeline. But that's where I don't believe in a theocracy. You guys understand that? Do you understand? Jesus boy does not believe in a theocracy. What? I don't care what has happened. I don't think any of you would want to live in the United States of Jesus if it was a Jesus republic. Do you not get it? There is a big difference. That's why, unfortunately, even after that, even if you feel the problem was that the U.S. overthrew the one guy, and I do believe it was because of oil and other interests, but they overthrew the actual leadership that wasn't a theocracy. It was not a religious republic, and that was the monarchy. Again, why would I be advocating a king? I don't know, because it's better than the king being a theocracy or a god. As crazy as that may sound, but then again, you should understand the validity, especially if you know my background and what I believe. I like countries, I like governments to a certain degree, but if you ran a country based off of only religion, that has not worked out very well. Like, that's why we have separation of church and state. That's why I don't think, I think everybody needs God, but now when you start making your laws on it, it starts to get a little bit different. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Make your own conclusion, but I think that gives you both sides. You get to hear all the propaganda. Again, most people justify, well, why should we leave Iran alone? Because U.S. caused the problem. You could argue that, and I don't think that's the craziest statement, but I don't, just like I told you, I agree with Marxism. I do not agree with the solution. I agree with what Karl Marx says. I do not agree with the solution. So if you told me U.S. caused it, U.S. could end it, I don't know if the U.S. could end it at this point to a certain degree, but I would not say, okay, establish a religious dictator as the fix. I can never get behind that. That's why Turkey is under attack. Yeah, Turkey's a secular state. 100%. Anywhere in the Middle East, that's what they've pretty much is happy. You either fall into one or the other, sadly. All right, well, new low. Premiums went up, actually. But now it's time for Philo. Got you with the nice little history lesson prior. Little history propaganda. But I hope, I tried my best last year to defend your minds from propaganda and understand it. A little bit this year, but that's it, man. I gotta take the floaties off now. Time for aliens. Haha! All right, baby. So speaking of theocracy, Jesus. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a cult, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now, Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, into the lows, man. Everything. I'm even seeing banks on the low. I mean, again, we've all, ever since Trump stopped walking the ball up court, we just kind of got freed up in reacting to some of the escalatory pressure. Again, some of those premiums went a little higher now from where I sold. I think you'd be at 100% now. Yeah, so slowly working our way down on a Thursday. I'm still gonna do philo. Just to listen, I'll interrupt. It's a long video. I'm gonna play you again. I didn't mean to roll out the computer, the VCR today, but I think you guys are gonna enjoy this. I mean, we were talking some tinfoil yesterday. We were talking a lot of different things, but I do think this it's just a good way to think, bro. I don't know, and I want you to apply this thinking. It's a Richard Feynman, so I think it tracks with what I've been showing you. But yeah, I want you to think about things, bro. And there's both. Some of it's like hopeful, some of it's hopeless. But in the sense, bro, like, let me just give you one of the main conclusions. Chad, everybody, the world, the people of the world, man. And I think all we got is us. You know that, right? You got God and you, bro. And everybody on this planet. You know that, right? There's no so we're going to talk about aliens, but I hate to break it to you, bro. That's it. We are on this floating ball for a reason. And it's just no one's coming to save you. We're in this on our own to find solutions or problems. You know that, right? That's why I believe the wisdom of God is amazing. And that's why too, though. You know what else, man? That's why, like, all of it, even what we just talked about, what I showed you, bro. I love this damn country. I know. I hate for you to assume I'm trying to nationalize you with propaganda, but that's going to be up to you. But I don't know if you remember what G.K. Chesterton said about freedom, man. And I'm telling you, the freedom that I could even tell you, I believe in God, I love God, but I don't even think God should be the basis of forming all of the laws and give people. I don't know if y'all feel me. How can I believe in God and love God so much and be all about this stuff? And and I could tell you no theocracy. And I could tell you we could share all of this information, that freedom, dude. So my love for America, bro, is not off an assumption that we are infallible. It's not off an assumption that we made no mistakes and that things before I was alive and throughout growing up, bad things didn't happen. I'm not that naive. I hope you're not either. But at the same time, do you realize the envy of the world, that freedom is always going to be misunderstood, and freedom is something of conflict. So I encourage you to really understand that. But that's why, bro. Oh, I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing, bro. You know, that's what I believe. So I hope you you enjoy it while you can. And that's why I'm saying too, I think we can enjoy freedom for a really long time. But at the same time too, it's like on this world, bro, I think it's a battle of free or not. Again, freedom of mind, freedom of everything. So don't ever take it for granted. I remind you every morning. But every single morning I have ever been live, I've reminded you of this. So I hope you don't ever misinterpret it, or don't ever get so lost in the sauce that you forget that you have the freedom, that you have the freedom to question. You have the freedom to disagree. You have the freedom to be a radical if you wanted. You have that freedom, my guy. It's the irony of it is so fucking hilarious. That's why I love the comedy. I love irony too, because it is ironic. But you wouldn't really recognize it unless you weren't. Again, that's why there's a lot of things around the world, and I don't think people get to do it like that, how we have it, and we won't ever realize it till it's gone. But again, one of the number one features of freedom is being misunderstood. I hope you right. Again, even talking to some of y'all now, I am free. I love it. I am free. I am free to contradict. I'm free to agree. I'm free to form my own opinion. Do whatever you want. That's why I think some of you misunderstand me a lot. Some of you will say, well, you're getting paid for that. You're 7,000. Oh, you're this. Oh, you hate America. You're that. What about Jesus? What about Muhammad? What about Moses? All of it. I'm free, my brother. I say, I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you. But some of you also, I think you get it. And then I think you've adopted the same freedom as well, too. Which is, you'll see, is a beautiful thing. But it's misunderstood. Why am I telling you this? I'm telling you because it's what I believe. And I want to. I am free to do so. I do not feel, at the moment I've shown you guys, if I am ever coerced to do anything, I think it's in my blood, dude. I hate coercion. That's why I don't, when people try, that's why I would get bothered with some of y'all, and I would tell y'all, I'd say, why do y'all do that to each other? Fuck out of here. Because again, coercion, that's why I don't like the media. That's why I didn't like when Google and people trying to get me to say something, don't say something. Oh, fuck all that. So I'm telling you, there's freedom, bro. And I would never, I wouldn't trade it for anything. And I hope I encourage you to try to understand this freedom. It might be able to free yourself. Well, I think that's the ultimate objective. So yeah, that's my rant. That being said, here's Richard Feynman, and we're going to talk about aliens. And I hate to break it to you guys. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's very simple, bro. Some of you are going to get sad with what this is going to talk about. Sadly, I agree with this. I do not believe that aliens will ever invade the world. I hate to break it to you. We are never going to get an alien invasion. You are never going to encounter alien life. I think we're the aliens, amen. But you're never going to have that happen. I hate to break it to you. I know, science fiction is fun, dude. I like it. It would be cool to think about it. But we are never going to encounter aliens, ever. Ever. It don't matter what technology we have. I'm sorry. We're never going to have it happen. No, I'm sorry. I'll let Richard Feynman explain it, but that's the point of this. It's just not going to happen, man. That's why I was saying we're on our own, bro. we are on our own in this universe, bro. In this area that we're in, man. I hate to break it to you, but we are on our own. No one's coming to save you. No one's coming to enslave you from another dimension. Nope. Unfortunately, this reality is all you're getting, dog. Well, for better or for worse, I don't know. You didn't choose to be here. But this reality you're in right now, this planet, no, it's not happening. Nope. All right, here, I'll play it for you, bro. I'll play it for you. Take a listen.
Let's be clear about what we're talking about. Are there aliens out there, life on other planets? I don't know. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is much more specific. Even if they exist, even if there are millions of civilizations out there in our galaxy right now, they're not going to arrive here. And we're not going to go there either. And it has nothing to do with whether they exist, or whether they're smart, or whether they have technology. It has to do with something much more fundamental. Let me start with a story. In 1950, I was at Los Alamos with some other physicists, Edward Teller, Emil Konopinski, Herbert York, and we were talking about flying saucers. This was when flying saucers were in all the newspapers, you understand. People were seeing them everywhere. And we were having lunch, walking to the cafeteria, and we were talking about whether it was possible for aliens to travel faster than light, whether they could visit us, all of this stuff. And then I asked, in the middle of lunch, I just blurted out, where is everybody? You see, I had been thinking about the numbers. The galaxy is old, very old, about 10 billion years. And it's big, very big, 100,000 light years across. And there are maybe 200, 300, 400 billion stars in it. So I did a little calculation on a napkin. If you had a civilization and they built some rockets, not even very good rockets, just atomic rockets, they could get to the nearest star in maybe 10 years. And then from there, they spread to the next stars and so on. And you know what? Even doing it slowly, hopping from star to star, you could colonize the entire galaxy in maybe 10 million years, maybe 100 million years if you're really taking your time. Now, 10 million years sounds like a long time to you and me. But the galaxy has been around for 10,000 million years. That's 10 billion years. So if there was a civilization that started anywhere in the galaxy, even 1 billion years ago, they should be everywhere by now. They should have gotten here a long time ago. So where is everybody? This is what people now call the Fermi paradox, though I never called it that. I just asked a question. But it's a good question. And the answer, I think, is actually quite simple when you look at the physics. Let me explain to you what the problem is. The problem is space. Just space. The emptiness. The distance. People don't appreciate how far apart things are. They really don't. Let me give you an example. The nearest star to us, not the sun, but the next one, is called Proxima Centauri. It's about 4¼ light years away. Now, what does that mean? Light travels at 186,000 miles per second. That's fast. Nothing goes faster than that. We'll come back to that in a minute. So light from Proxima Centauri, traveling at this incredible speed, takes 4¼ years to get here. Now, we've built some pretty fast spaceships. The fastest thing we've ever made is the Parker Solar Probe, which goes about 430,000 miles per hour. That's fast by our standards. But you know how long it would take to get to Proxima Centauri at that speed? About 7,000 years. 7,000 years. That's longer than all of recorded human history. But Feynman, somebody says, that's with our primitive technology. An advanced alien civilization would have much better rockets. Okay, fine. Let's imagine they have fantastic rockets. Let's say they can get up to 1/10 the speed of light. That's phenomenally fast. That's about 67 million miles per hour. Nothing we've built is even close to that. And at that speed, it would still take 42 years to get to Proxima Centauri. 42 years! And that's just to the very nearest star. Most stars are much farther away. The average distance between stars in our neighborhood of the galaxy is about 5 light years. To get to a star that's, say, 1,000 light years away, even at 1/10 the speed of light, would take 10,000 years. Think about that. 10,000 years ago, we were just figuring out agriculture. We didn't have writing. We didn't have cities. And you expect a civilization to maintain a space program for 10,000 years just to send somebody to one star. Now you might say, well, what if they go faster? What if they go half the speed of light or 90% the speed of light? Okay, but now we run into a different problem. It's not just that it's hard to go fast. It's that the faster you go, the more dangerous it becomes. You see, space is not empty. It's nearly empty, but not quite. There's about 1 atom per cubic centimeter in interstellar space. That doesn't sound like much, does it? But when you're going at a significant fraction of the speed of light, even hitting 1 atom is a big deal. Let me explain why. Imagine you're in a spaceship going at 1/10 the speed of light, and you hit a grain of sand, just a tiny little grain of sand. Do you know what happens? The energy of that collision is equivalent to a nuclear bomb. Not a little bomb, a big bomb. 1 grain of sand. And there's lots of stuff floating around in space. Micrometeoroids, dust, little chunks of ice, all sorts of debris. If you're going fast enough, any one of them could destroy your ship.
Recruitment and cloud and
well,
sales division.
Someone says, just put shielding on the ship. Okay, fine. You want shielding? Let's figure out what you need. To protect against high-speed collisions, you'd need something really thick. Maybe 1 meter of water all around the ship. or several meters of some other material. Do you know how much that weighs? It's enormous. And now you have to accelerate all that mass to 1/10 the speed of light. The amount of energy you need becomes, it becomes absurd. Let's be clear.
Oh, I gotta get you this next part. But yeah, Microsoft
The amount of
sales.
energy you need becomes, it becomes absurd. Let me give you some numbers. To accelerate just 1 kilogram, that's about 2 pounds, to 1/10, the speed of light requires about 450 trillion joules of energy. That's about the same amount of energy that the entire United States uses in 5 seconds for 1 kilogram. Now multiply that by the mass of a spaceship with all its shielding, life support, fuel, crew, everything. You're talking about more energy than the sun produces in years. Where are you going to get that energy? How are you going to generate it? How are you going to store it? But Feynman, someone says again, what about antimatter? What about fusion? What about something we haven't discovered yet? Look, antimatter is real. We can make tiny amounts of it in particle accelerators. But to make enough antimatter to fuel an interstellar ship would require, we're talking about converting a significant fraction of a planet's worth of matter into energy. It's not practical. It's not impossible in principle, but it's not practical. Fusion, we've been trying to make fusion work for 75 years, and we still haven't built a fusion reactor that produces more energy than it consumes. And even if we do, using it for rocket propulsion is a whole different problem. The energy densities are just barely at the threshold of what you'd need. What about something we haven't discovered yet? Okay, this is where we have to be very careful. People like to say, well, 200 years ago, nobody knew about nuclear energy, and now we have nuclear power plants. So who knows what we'll discover in the future? Now, this is true, but there's something you need to understand about physics. In the 19th century, there were lots of things we didn't know. We didn't understand atoms, we didn't understand relativity, we didn't understand quantum mechanics. We've learned a lot since then. But here's the key point. The things we've learned have not made new things possible that we thought were impossible. They've mostly confirmed that things we thought were impossible really are impossible, but for different reasons than we thought. Let me give you an example. Before Einstein, people thought that maybe if you went fast enough, you could exceed the speed of light. Einstein showed us that no, you can't. The speed of light is not just a speed limit. It's built into the structure of space-time itself. Mass, energy, space, and time are all connected, and as you go faster, you need more and more energy to accelerate, and at the speed of light, you would need infinite energy, so that's out. What about warp drive? What about wormholes? I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you about these things because they're very interesting, but they're not going to save us. A warp drive, the idea is that instead of moving through space, you warp space itself. You compress the space in front of you and expand it behind you, and you surf on this wave of space-time. It's a beautiful idea, and it's not ruled out by Einstein's equations. But, and this is a big but, to make it work, you need something called exotic matter. This is matter with negative energy density. Now, what does that mean? It means it has less than nothing, not just zero energy, but negative energy. Does such a thing exist? We don't know. We've never seen it. We can write it down in equations, sure. We can say, if exotic matter exists, then you could make a warp drive. But that's like saying, if I had some magic beans, I could grow a beanstalk to the sky. It's consistent with the mathematics, but that doesn't mean it's real. What about wormholes? Same problem. To keep a wormhole open, to prevent it from collapsing, you need exotic matter, lots of it. And even if you could somehow make a wormhole, you'd still have the problem of getting to the other end to set it up in the first place. You see, this is what people don't understand. These ideas, warp drives, wormholes, they're not just advanced technology. They require things that probably don't exist in nature. They require us to completely rewrite the laws of physics as we understand them. And while I'm always willing to admit that we might be wrong about something, the things we'd have to be wrong about are very fundamental. They're the things we've tested millions and millions of times, and they always work exactly as we expect. Now let me tell you about another problem that nobody talks about much, but it's a real killer: time. Even if you could build a ship that could get up to a reasonable fraction of the speed of light, and even if you could protect it from collisions, and even if you could power it somehow, you still have the problem that the trip takes a long time. From the perspective of the people on the ship, maybe not so long because of time dilation. If you're going fast enough, time slows down for you. But from the perspective of the civilization that sent you, decades, centuries, maybe thousands of years, do you know what happens to civilizations over thousands of years? They collapse, they change, empires rise and fall, languages evolve, technologies become obsolete. The people who sent the ship will be long dead. The civilization might not even exist anymore. Who's going to fund a space mission where the result won't come back for 10,000 years? And here's another thing. What are you going to do when you get there? Let's say, miracle of miracles, you make it to another star system. You've spent centuries traveling, or maybe you've been in some kind of suspended animation, which we also don't know how to do, by the way. You get there, and what do you find? Most likely nothing. No planets in the habitable zone, or planets, but no life, or life, but not intelligent life, or intelligent life, but they're still at the level of bacteria or fish or something. The chances of finding another civilization at approximately your level of technology at the exact moment you arrive are incredibly small. You've spent all this effort, all this energy, all this time, and for what? Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, but Feynman, what if there are millions of civilizations out there? With millions of civilizations, surely some of them would have made the trip. And this brings me to what I think is the real answer to my question from 1950. Let me ask you this. If you were an advanced alien civilization and you had the resources to maybe, just maybe, send one ship to another star system at enormous cost and with a very low probability of finding anything interesting, would you do it? Or would you stay home and use those resources for something else? You see, this is what people miss. They think about interstellar travel in terms of, can it be done? And the answer is, maybe in principle, if you're willing to spend an enormous amount of resources and accept enormous risks and wait an enormous amount of time. But the real question is, should it be done? Is it worth it? And I think the answer is probably not. If you're an advanced civilization, what you really care about is staying alive, staying comfortable, learning new things, exploring, yes, but maybe exploring in other ways. You can learn a lot from telescopes. You can send robots, small, cheap robots that don't need life support. You can do computational science. The amount of energy you need becomes...
There's still one more. But yeah, oil just popped at the high. Highest it's been since the
Run simulations, explore mathematical spaces. Why would you send biological organisms across the galaxy when it's so difficult and expensive? This is sometimes called the radical mundanity hypothesis, though that's not my term. Somebody made it up recently. The idea is that the reason we don't see aliens isn't because of some dramatic catastrophe or some great filter that wipes out civilizations. It's much more...
Parliament, Galibov, no one has authority to issue ultimatums on Iran or its people, adds the vicious cycle of war, ceasefire, war must cease.
Boring than that.
Galibov
it's
comments.
Just that interstellar travel is hard and not particularly rewarding, so nobody does it. Think about it this way. On Earth, we could send expeditions to the bottom of the ocean, the deepest parts, and occasionally we do, but we don't have colonies there. We don't have cities there. Why not? Because it's hard and expensive and not particularly useful. The same thing applies to space, but multiplied by 1 billion. Now, what about communication instead of travel? This is a better question. Communication is much easier than travel. You don't have to send a ship. You just send a signal. Light travels at, well, the speed of light. So if there's a civilization 100 light years away and they send us a signal, we could receive it in just 100 years. That's not so bad. Except there's a problem here too. The galaxy is 100,000 light years across. If you send a signal, it takes 50,000 years to get halfway across the galaxy, and then another 50,000 years for a reply to come back. That's a 100,000-year conversation. What civilization stays interested in a conversation for 100,000 years? And that's assuming they're even sending signals at all. Why would they? Broadcasting into space uses energy. It alerts anyone who might be listening to your presence, and maybe that's dangerous. If you were a civilization, would you want to advertise your presence to the entire galaxy? Maybe there's something out there you should be afraid of. This is the dark forest hypothesis, that civilizations stay quiet because it's safer. Or maybe, and this is what I think is more likely, maybe they just don't bother, because what's the point? You send a signal, and maybe in 1,000 years you get a reply, and maybe you don't. It's not a very exciting research program. Here's what I think is really going on. I think there probably is life out there, maybe lots of it. Maybe some of it is intelligent. Maybe some of those intelligent civilizations develop technology, but they're all stuck in their own solar systems, just like we're stuck in ours, because the distances are too great, and the energies required are too large, and the timescales are too long, and the benefits are too small. We're all alone, not because we're the only ones who exist, but because we might as well be. We're separated by distances so vast that we can never reach each other. We're like islands in an infinite ocean, each one inhabited, each one developing its own civilization, but never able to build a bridge to any other island because the ocean is too wide and the storms are too fierce. Is this depressing? Maybe, but I don't think so. I think it's actually quite beautiful in its own way. Each civilization, each instance of intelligence arising in the universe is unique, precious. We're not going to be invaded. We're not going to be saved by wise aliens. We're not going to join some galactic federation. We're on our own. We have to solve our own problems. We have to figure out our own future. And you know what? I think that's okay. We've got a whole solar system to explore. There are hundreds of moons, thousands of asteroids. There's plenty to do right here in our own cosmic backyard. We don't need to go to other stars to have a future in space. But people don't like this answer. They want the science fiction dream. They want the warp drive and the alien civilizations and the galactic adventures. And I understand that. It's exciting. It's romantic. But science isn't about telling you what you want to hear. It's about telling you what's true as best as we can figure it out. Could I be wrong? Of course. I've been wrong before. Maybe there's something we don't understand about physics that makes interstellar travel easy. Maybe exotic matter is real and common. Maybe there's some trick with quantum mechanics that allows for instantaneous communication or travel. Maybe. But based on what we know now, based on well-tested physics, based on the actual distances involved, based on the energies required, the conclusion seems pretty clear. The aliens, if they exist, are staying home. And we're staying home too. We're all trapped in our own little corners of the galaxy, looking up at the stars and wondering if anyone else is out there, also looking up, also wondering. And you know what the funny thing is? Even if I'm wrong, even if someday, 1,000 years from now, we figure out how to travel to the stars, it still won't matter for the Fermi paradox, because the paradox is about now. It's about the fact that the galaxy has been around for billions of years, and if interstellar travel were easy, somebody should have gotten here by now. The fact that they haven't tells us something important. It's not easy. It might not even be possible in any practical sense. So when people ask me, when will the aliens arrive? I tell them they won't. They can't. Not because they don't exist, but because the universe is too big and the stars are too far apart and the laws of physics are what they are. We're alone, not because we're special, but because everyone is alone. And that's the reality check. The universe doesn't care what we want.
Okay,
it doesn't care about our science fiction dreams. It just is what it is. And we have to deal with it as it is, not as we wish it were. That's what physics teaches you. That's what reality teaches you. And honestly, I think dealing with reality, understanding how things actually work rather than how we wish they worked, that's more interesting anyway. The real universe is more subtle, more complex, more surprising than any story we could make up. We just have to be willing to accept what it's telling us. So there you have it. That's why the aliens will never arrive. Not because they hate us, not because they don't exist, not because they're hiding, but because they can't. Because space is vast, and travel is hard, and time is long, and energy is precious. Because the universe, for all its wonders, has rules. And those rules, as far as we can tell, make it essentially impossible for different civilizations to ever meet. Where is everybody? They're at home, same as us, and that's where they'll stay. On simulation.
Beautiful. So yeah, again, you had Aragachi make a comment, pretty much said no ultimatums, but then he said he wanted to end the war. Rubio made a comment too about Russia, but it didn't seem bad. And yeah, we just kept dumping. Those premiums hit 100 now. I sold out too early. Oh, but I love that. I thought that was great. I didn't know how many of you wanted space travel like that. But here's the deal. I hope you heard what he said. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean aliens don't exist. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's not life and there's no reason to explore space. No. I'm just saying you're probably not going to encounter another civilization. Like, that's why, like, Elon Musk makes sense, actually. It's not that I don't think Elon's looking for aliens. I think Elon, I want to say he would understand this, and I think there's a benefit to explore, but I don't think we're going to, I don't think we're going to encounter any aliens. I think they might be out there. Who knows? But yeah, man, we're on our own. We're all unique. Isn't that amazing? We have our own challenges. We have our own things that we got to do. You're not going to get taken over. You're not going to get saved. Oh, I love it. So yeah, I wanted to share that with you. That is your philo for the day. I know the market's reacting. It's a different philo, but like I'm saying, I love the way Mr. Feynman thinks. And I think it's a good thing to think about. You guys were even bringing up the wormholes and all of the other stuff. He talked about it. You guys were talking about it early, but he brought it up, and I was surprised. I think a lot of you got some space dreams. I don't think your space dreams should end. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really don't. I think I don't know. I'm excited to explore the world. I think even beyond in our own solar system. But like he said, the idea of the reality of encountering other intelligent life. It doesn't mean it's not there, but yeah, man, we are the intelligent life of this universe. That's Richard Feynman. He's a well-known physicist. They're apparently naming the next NVIDIA chip after him. But you know, I'm glad I put y'all on game early enough. But yeah, bro, I wanted you to think about that. I think it's funny with what we talked about yesterday as well too. But I enjoyed listening to it. I was like, I've never really thought about it like that. I guess I got too much into science fiction. Where I like science fiction. I like the stories. I do like the romanticism. I've played Halo. I've done a lot of them, but I think it's pretty interesting to think about, you know, and that's why too, as we develop, and be on the lookout too. Who knows? Maybe with like he said, he could be wrong about things, and maybe we find out some things that didn't exist today. Maybe they do exist, and maybe they're more common than we think. But you know, that's why future is kind of exciting. I think we're gonna learn a lot more, or we're going to learn why things are impossible or why they have been, but for different reasons than we thought. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in my channel. First link for the stream-a-lots. Indeed. I do think it is. You should focus your vision. I think you should really focus on it. That's why, like, I believe in God, bro. And I know some of you are like, aliens and the ancient knowledge. That's why, how many times have I told you guys that? You read the Bible, you pick up some of these ancient texts that have been lost. A lot of people from different times and places were talking about things and doing things long ago. I think just like the Bible says, there's nothing new under the sun. I think everything you needed is already here. And I think you could discover a lot of things, but that's why. I mean, but put your faith in God. That's up to you, man. But I'm not looking for a alien savior. I'm not looking for an alien oppressor. But that's why it's like, dude, we're here. We are going to cause the problems, or we're going to cause the solutions. I opt for the latter. I do think solutions are a good thing, and that's why I'm excited about technology, and that's why I'm saying as things change, and they change in our real time, I hope you guys are aware of it, and that's why I'm saying I don't think this is the time to be a doomer. I think this is the time to be excited, for real. I think getting genuinely excited, man, and that's the heart of a child. That's that's in the book too, man. You are at a very interesting point. And that's why it's like wherever this leads us to, I mean, I hope you all are prepared. And at the end of the day, I'm sure there's gonna be some excitement and enjoyment depending on if you allow it to happen, if you are able to receive that. Bro, we're still dumping. All right, well, yeah, those plays went more than 100%. Maybe I should have kept them. All right, I'll play you one, and then I'm gonna go get a protein. Is this a religious channel? Yeah, I'm glad you asked, because I'm gonna pass around the tithing plate. So, would you like to make a tithe? If you guys would like, go ahead. Just if I can have the ushers come out, please stand at both ends of the chat. Just pass it down. We won't judge you if you don't give me 10% of your money. I do think you should use 10% of your brain and give the rest. Don't get taken by the senses. But yeah, thank you. That's a good segue.
We don't even have dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches shout, these sad. Good morning, don't ignore ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes with your talking and your bitching. Just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand. Explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach. The big leagues ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad. Mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I could feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm out with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back.
Yeah, bro, still dumping. Hormuz could be reopened tomorrow if Iran permitted it, says Rubio. Aye, Chadadonia. Say, man. A wise man can learn from a foolish answer. But a fool can't learn anything from a wise man. So that's what Bruce Lee told me. I'm a Bruce Lee fan. But we're back, baby. Actually, I could play a couple more. I have one. Do you guys want to? I could show you my full propaganda set that I have created. I only have a couple of them, but I would like some vocal stems. We're ever since was it Golubov? His comments, but we've been dumping ever since Trump stopped talking, really. The same escalation of this morning.
Blocking them boats at Homers.
Oh, this song relates.
Tank get stuck in Homers. Scommers. Whole world watching Homers. Straight run thin at Homers. Warship drip by Homers.
It's not stress when the new leader is gay. We got command. It didn't even take a day. Cargill and they put that in our shooter games. What's your name?
Big fan of this one. Feel Miami. Like little Middle East too.
What you think you don't care? You got no boats and you got nowhere. Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
Okay.
Cardboard box, cardboard eater. Boy, shock, it on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed, time to meet Jack Reacher.
I'm listening to this in the gym today. You're gonna wonder why I balled out so hard. Oh yeah, that's all I got. That's your, instead of an uncle song. Cardboard box, cardboard leader. Banger, dude. Banger. Told you. All right, well, again, that Rubio comment, Hormuz could be reopened tomorrow if Iran permitted it. So yeah, man, we're back. We're back, man. Any questions? I mean, we got time. It's 11, 2 more hours left. I don't know. I want to do Reddit, but I think they caught on to us, bro. Because honestly, it hasn't been as entertaining. But that's good though, because in a weird way, that means the short guys are living their life. But then also the what's it called? The tall guys, they're still just worried on it. Oh damn, dog! Even on Locked In, you paying the plug on Locked In? Philos changed my life. Alcohol controlled my life for too long. I'm sober, clear-minded, get in the bag. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Oh, that's woo! Amen, bro. I'm proud of you, bro. That's very good to hear. Horn. You have no idea, bro. That's you know what it's part of, man. That's your mind. I like it, dude. And wisdom to know the difference. You know that? You know you all that's part of like life. Like that's one of the big things, like when your mind, one part in your mind, you're gonna go through it where a part of you you're always gonna know the difference, believe it or not. But that's the difference between taking it to the next level or not, is when you get confronted with the difference, that wisdom. You all have it, everybody has it. And then do you respond to it? And then that struggle to respond to it or not. Many people have failed, many people have succeeded in this. And that makes a very, very big change. So I'm very glad, man. You have no idea. And I think a lot of other Chads too. You know, you get to put your effort, time, and mind, bro, when you actually get it working on things. You know, take it away from the things that are dragging you down. Be free. Drop the chains. Run the race. I love it. Amen, my friend. Thank you. No, that's good though, bro. And I don't know. I hope it encourages someone else. That's a very good creed, bro. I like it. 2 years, no alcohol. God bless. Good. Keep going, bro. Keep going. That's why. And again, I really think so. Just that knowing the difference thing. It's actually crazy we even said that. I could have made that a whole nother philo, bro. Because telling you, you take some of the craziest people in the world who have both made changes or even the inconsequential, that wisdom to know the difference is I think a very critical part of humanity and development. And those who develop, it's that, you know, that I believe everybody knows. You all know the difference at times. You're going to be like, should I do this? I shouldn't be doing this. Is this good for me? Is bad for me? You know, the question comes in many ways, but yeah, it's the AA serenity prayer. Yeah, bro, it's fire. Fire. I think even AA, bro, a lot of people, I've always said that even with like gambling too, bro. All of those how many is it? Is it 12? How many principles? But I do the first one, man. That's usually the first one people have trouble. You got to admit it, dog. You got to admit it. So that's what I'm telling you, bro. Knowing the wisdom to know the difference is one of my favorites on there. But all of it too, bro. Yeah, 12. Man, we live in a world where getting past the first one is very hard. Same setup. Google's dumping last Thursday we dumped on. Remember, we dumped on Friday. Google's dumping now. Yo, big stick on Google, $4. Hi. That's like what, 1% in a candle? So not too big of a trigger, but it's moving. They already jacked up the asks on there. There's one center. I might take it. I don't think it's going to hit. Actually, there's a couple of them. They shouldn't hit. Ah, fuck. They moved around. I don't think these are going to hit. I kept it small. Cardboard box. Cardboard leader. I don't know what it is. Siri update, iOS to be revealed in June. Apple Shift will allow Siri to utilize chatbots beyond OpenAI GPT. Like I said, I don't think it's going to hit. I took the penny one. Only got a couple of them. Not anything crazy. Troops deployed. Cardboard box. You're an alien? You're an alien. We all are. That's why, dude, I've been saying it for like a really long time now, bro. That the human mind is amazing. So I think the sooner y'all take it seriously, the sooner you're going to realize it and be like, wow, I am. But like, yeah, bro, your brain is very powerful. That's why I think God is so good, bro. It's a very crazy invention. I don't know if it's an invention. I saw the Netflix. Is it that big? I saw it on the high ticker. I didn't remember. It did that like 2 or 3 times today. And then oil's coming down. All right, I think those Googles are duds. That's it. They all chilled out. Cardboard box. No. All right, well, I lost $5. Is it still down from that Paramount thing? They're up a little bit, but man, they could have avoided all that. I think it would have been good though if they got it. It would have been bad for the stock for a little bit, but yeah. Yeah, Netflix is going. I mean, there was a Barron's article. Oil, there's something on it, but it just seemed like a generic ass article. But yeah, Netflix actually popping now. Oh yeah, they did get $2 billion from it. You're right. Still though, I mean, again, it would have been bad of how it would have diluted things, but I really think they would have taken over everything. I really think they would have been they just would have been insane, bro. Like they're already on their way to taking over Hollywood, but that would have just been, I'm surprised we would have probably even had antitrust stuff. It would have been very good for them. Again, I think paying for it in the premium is a little insane, but that would have made them, like, literally, that would have cemented the whole idea of Netflix becoming Hollywood. Where's that coming from? Oh, yeah. So again, the Golubov thing, some people are saying bigger troop deployments, but I don't think that's real. That was part of the dump here. But again, oil, ever since Rubio made those comments, spies in its own world, this could just be the big tech kind of dropping. Remember, Apple did fall off a little bit. We've talked about that. Cardboard box. Cardboard leader. All the superhero shows, I know, it would have been amazing. And whatever they would have created, bro. They would have owned everything. I mean, speaking of which, Netflix still going up. I don't know if there's a headline on that, but that's getting a little big now. Like I said, there's like a Barron's Pump article, but opening day. MasterCard looking to divest. That was older. There was something too that came up on like a payment investigation for like MasterCard and PayPal and some of those other ones. And SPY still near the low. Oil's down about $1, but like I was saying, there's going to be a little bit of gap between oil and the market today. You saw that from the pre-market. Bounce, 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 bow, now. UNH now on the low. Unch, unch, unch. Apple to rival AI assistants access to Siri and strategic pivot. That's so weird to even move Google. They were already talking about that OpenAI or Apple shit the other day. But yeah, Google's still dropping. SPY. I mean, I'd watch Apple. I mean, you get one big tech with Netflix going up, but they're not as big as some of the other ones. And then again, it's still the same set all day today. You were reacting to what Iran said yesterday about no negotiations. Then this morning, Trump said the opposite, but then also put on the table of further escalating. And then we had a couple of different reports about modeling out certain economic scenarios, and then people saying looking for the final strike on Iran, aka escalation. And then we heard Trump for most of the time. It kind of slowed things down, and then right when he was done talking, we only had one Golubov. That's where Golubov came in during the philo, and then that just dumped everything. But yeah, we haven't done anything else. It is Thursday too, though. This is playing out like Thursday. Last Thursday we were post gas attack, and then it gapped down and then just chopped around, and then end of the day you had a quick bounce on one of those hype things. And then tomorrow, so what do you think tomorrow is going to be about? I bet you tomorrow is going to be all about troop deployment. That's it. You're gonna hear a Wall Street Journal, you're gonna hear a Axios, and then be like, the troops are ready. The troops are 1 day away. The troops have arrived. They are stationed here. Troops, 1 million troops, 1,000 troops. It's all gonna be just like every other Friday. And then right when everything's settled, 15 minutes after the bell or 2 hours, you'll get another thing. And then we're gonna, be on the lookout for a weekend video. Okay, so follow me on Instagram, the Trading Fraternity. Today's philo was about space. It was pretty cool. I liked it. I liked today's philo. I'm surprised how many of you you're like, fuck this guy. I'm gonna own an alien one day. Fuck you, man. Fuck Richard Feynman. This guy don't know shit, dog. I'm getting on alien Facebook. Fuck you. So I was surprised by that, but I thought it was interesting. I think they could be there. They could still be around, but I don't think they're going to meet us. On Whirlpool, I think you could get better quality, but there's a big discount on Whirlpool. And if that, what's it called? If that activist campaign by your boy Tepper, if that could turn up, that could be good. But I do think there's better, higher quality names that are also at a discount right now. So it's not up there on my list. But then again, what's your portfolio saying as well? But you should understand the downside catalyst underperforming in a situation where they should be good, and then vice versa, the fact that people are pressuring them could help it out too. If Apple dumps, SPY's gonna go. That's what I was saying all day. Apple killed it today, bro. That's why. So now Apple's giving up 1% from the high, and then, like I said, imagine what the SPY would look like. I just liquidated all accounts, all cash USD. Wow, I think you're number 2 or number 3, man. So it's unfortunate. I don't celebrate it, but you are ring the register, my friend. But yeah, you might be the third person who's told me that. So whether it's true, whether it's propaganda, like I said, we're still not there yet. We need more. That's what I'd always tell you. You guys remember I'd say that in 23? I would say that with Kobe, bro. More. We need more. So yeah, that's what you need, unfortunately. Little by little. And then it's something fast. That's what sucks though, Because like down the line, because think about it, bro. It's been 3-4 years. The only thing to get people to like actually panic for like a broad-based panic, and especially retail, has been geopolitics. So very fascinating. But yeah, that's why it's going to be interesting, as we move forward over the years. Because depending on how this plays out, then people are going to have more recency bias, essentially. So other stuff, the recency bias got people to buy the dip, hold out. But now, you don't deal with these too often, but there is a history behind it. No, third person in like a week or two. But this week we've got a couple more. But yeah, we need more. Yeah, Chaz, everybody has. No, it's not in there. You need, like I said, bro, you'll see it. Just hear me right now. The bottom indicator is when I have to go through like 3 days of side-eye. You'll see it. Thankfully, I'm glad I haven't banned people, because you can see how side-eye kind of looks now for some people. But you know what I'm saying? Wait till it's like, watch, you're going to have Chads, and they're going to give me like 3 days of side-eye. Elon Musk restructures ahead of SpaceX IPO. X dismisses CEO, more than 20 non-technical staff. Remaining staff at X told to focus on growing revenue. What's side-eye? You don't know what side... Aren't you young? You don't know what side-eye is? What's side-eye? What's a good example to explain side-eye? You'll be kicking yourself selling in November. I wouldn't say that, but like also too, don't forget, I like remembering, but like most of the people who operate like that, they're also just as they're telling you now that they are selling, they're gonna when they come back, they're gonna be like, yeah, I bought it right the day before it bottomed. Believe me, man, you have no idea how long I've done this and how many people I've encountered. Some people really do miss out. They really do. That's a real thing. But sometimes the people hyping you up on emotions, just don't underestimate their ability to sell out at the low and then tell you they sold out at the low and then tell you they bought it right at the perfect timing too. So that's why. But I've done it all live. That's why you'll notice my entries, there's always a little bit of downside and a little, there's a little bit of a window. That's why I like showing it to you live. But, that's why I used to always ask for evidence. Low-key sarcastic? No, what I'm trying to say is people just fucking talk. There's a difference between the talk and the ding. You know what I'm saying, bro? That's all I'm saying. Every long-term purchase you've seen, my brother. I said you've seen it. I got the whole account to show you. I can show you it all the time, bro. But like, what did Uncle say? He said, I always see him talking, but I never seen him buy the lows. They flexing when they got it, but they never show you where it goes. But no, man, you'll be good. Like, see, we're down 2.5% on the year now. Oh, no. But again, is this scars? No, Liberation Day was still bigger. We're starting from a higher amount, but Liberation Day was more violent. This is more of a slow burn. Yeah, side-eye's like passive-aggressive. That's a good way to describe it. But yeah, you'll see it. That's why I said little by little. But then again, a lot of like the Chads, especially if you survived with me last year, you thrived last year. You're more impervious to you're getting experience. You have different recency bias, so you're going through this different than some people. But yeah, it's like the sassiness. You'll see it, man. You'll see it. You want me to ban you, Mad? I love you, Mad. I don't think I could ban. I haven't banned any. Have you not seen all the other shit? But I'm not going to ban. I love you, Mad. But like I'm saying, y'all should just fight each other. Not even with words. I think y'all should just y'all should be like, yo, pull up, drop the pin, bro, and just settle it, bro. Otherwise, you gotta control what you wanna react to. But that's my take on it now. That's it. Because if you ain't gonna fight it out. And then it's unfair too, because the short guys are scared of losing in a street fight. That's what I learned from Reddit. I didn't realize how afraid of that they were. But yeah, other than that, man, it's like if you're not really willing to obliterate each other, why are you even fighting on the internet? You know what I'm saying? But then again, it's good training to focus on what you want to focus on. Maybe pay attention before reacting. Some people got different statistics on their chats. You'll get a hold of it. Netflix still, Spy still near the law. I just got Apple up just in case. You'll wish you bought more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at the ground, then I'm looking at my hand. Peter walked on water but fell when he looked around. I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. All these people selling long terms. What you got to realize is that there is some people who really sell their long terms, and it's sad. And I have a heart for them, especially if it's avoidable and it would have led to a better outcome. Like just like my sister, just like when my sister wanted to sell last year, and I told her she could, but I gave her the same answer, and I gave my own family the same answer I would give all of you. It'd be it's a damn shame, but do whatever you want. I mean, it's up to you, but I wouldn't do that personally. That's one part. That's the reality. But a lot of it on the internet too, you got to keep in mind, most of the people saying I sold, I did this, they're lying. It's just, that's all it is, bro. They're going to lie to you about buying the bottom too, my friend. You know what I'm saying? So just don't. That's why I encourage you to sift through it and do your thing, and then you'll be good to go. You want to ban UMAD? How about I'll give you another offer? I'm sorry for putting you in the middle of this, UMAD. How about I flip a coin? It's been a while since I've got to ban somebody, so I'd be lying to say it's not in my nature. My mom beat the shit out of me, but how about I flip a coin? If it lands on heads, I'll ban UMAD. And then if it lands on tails, I ban you. And then I ban everybody else I wanted to ban. How about that? Does that sound like it? Are you willing to... Do you guys want... Wait, all the other people who know I'd fucking ban you, do you want him to represent you? Otherwise, you don't have to. This ain't a democracy. It's still a dictatorship. I'm just, I'm having fun. It's up to you, bro. It's up to you. So I could trade you one UMAD for every other bot, or it's up to y'all. Let me know, man. You let me know. Take it to the coin, bro. Take it to the coin. Nuclear banning, or that's that. Otherwise, if you ain't, or like I said, y'all could just fight, or you could just go move on with your day and call it a day. It's up to you. I'm down for whatever, bro. I've been down. It's your birthday. Oh, fair. 17 months of financial growth. That's it, bro. I feel like it's been longer. No way. Thanks for keeping it real, bringing me closer to the Lord, and being crazy. I'm crazy. Please don't change. Horna. Happy birthday, big dog. Let's go, man. Another year. Another year, bro. Another year. Don't ban my 2K team. I know we do. We need him for 2K, actually. UMAD is cool. Nah. That's it. I'm saying. It's funny. I asked everybody else but UMAD. See, I like UMAD. I'm sure he'd be a good sport. Open your camera. So are you down? Are you down with it? You got to stream it, though? So, okay. So everybody else. So if I'm going to ban your ass. I got all the chats. I got all the chat facts. You should know I'm going to ban you. And that's the thing. If you're oblivious to know I wouldn't ban you, God bless you. I wish I had that lack of self-awareness. So are you sure? Do you guys want IPOC to represent you? Is this your guys? Is this your representative? Because I got UMAD. UMAD's solid, bro. That's my... he's a great representative, and y'all need some Canada real estate. He's the guy I would point you to. But if that's who y'all want, y'all let me know. And I hope a lot of y'all. Oh, man. Oh, Lord. I feel like, this is going to be. Have you heard of splitting the baby? This feels. You know what I'm saying, bro? So it's up to you. So if you're going to get banned, bro, that's going to be. If you just let me know if you support IPOC, and then I'll let it fly, bro. I'll let it fly. Weapons of mass banning. You never heard of splitting the baby? You down? I know you're down, bro. You don't really got any support though in the chat. What happened? Where's all your boys at, bro? Everybody got hella quiet. You've never heard of splitting the baby? That was Solomon's first act of wisdom, King Solomon. So that's how they knew that's why they wanted him to be the king. It's actually used in legal too. You know that? In legal terminology, they bring this up. It's something that has to do with justice. So splitting the baby, it means that there was the story is that two women came to Solomon and they both had babies, but pretty much at night, one baby One lady like slept on her baby and killed it, but then she stole the other lady's baby and switched the babies out. And then they came to the king and they said, yo, this lady stole my baby and killed the other one. And then the other lady's like, no, that's my baby, even though she killed it. And then so she goes up to him and then asks him, and they ask Solomon, and Solomon says, how about this? Since you're both saying you didn't do it and it's your child, how about I'll split the baby in half and then each of you get one half of the baby. And then what the lady who was actually the mother, she was like, no, don't split the baby. Let the other lady keep it. And then the one who wasn't the mother said, go ahead, kill the baby. That's fine. Let's do it. So, yeah. But then the whole idea, that's how Solomon knew who was the real mother. And he gave it to the one who was not down. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, splitting the baby. It's a legal justice term that gets used from time to time. But, yeah, that's a very ancient story you should be aware of. So, yeah, in this case, ICAP. I'm saying IPOC. I like IPOC. It is ICAP. You have zero support, ICAP. I don't think. I think I should ban you. I don't think you're the real mother of the. Even the Chads who have had grace, they don't even want you to represent them. They're not even down with your futile war. So you might just have to fight UMAD. Would you like a flight to Canada? Because I'm not going to pay for it, but if you do need it, maybe somebody would support you on that effort. So yeah. Well, look at that. That sucks, man. Now you asking me my phenotype? You want to know my Aquarius symbol? My fucking Virgo symbol now? What is it called? Horoscope? Yeah, it was Solomon. No, that was Solomon's first act of wisdom. You know how hard that must have went? They were like, yo, how did he figure that out? They're like, that's crazy. Can't condone breaking the rules. Damn. All right, man. Well, sorry, ICAP. Needs to be filmed too. Fight to Canada. You're already in Canada? All right, man. Then why are you talking to me? Go get your fucking snow gloves on and get to going, bro. That's it. There are no rules, though. I like it. I like it. Okay, now I want to go on Reddit. You know that? You kind of... Let's see what the fuck we got on Reddit. Give me some fucking Reddit. Yeah, bro. I don't know what's going on, but all my homies hate ICAP. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. It doesn't... I thought he was going to have more public support. I really did. I thought all the guys who were, like, looking for the drama, you know, they've been here all day ready for it. I thought they were going to turn up for ICAP. Oh, I'm dying in 3 months. Ask me anything. That's sad. What's the dumbest thing in Star Wars? Trump asked Supreme Court to overturn E. Jean Carroll verdict. Is Gen Z overly sensitive, or are millennial teen movies problematic? Gen Z labels American Pie deeply problematic after watching it for the first time. No King's protest expected to be largest in American history. I think what some of y'all should do is y'all should go sell reverse mortgages. It'd be great. Iran oil revenue surges as it's the only exporter out of Hormuz. Am I the asshole for leaving my friend at the brewery when he brought up something that haunts me? Alright, that's not bad. Alright, let's go to r/short. So my warning to you, YouTube chat rooms, Reddit, if you're depressed about anything, I wouldn't go on them because it'll only reinforce your depression. But if you're happy and you have happiness about something, you'll find a great community on Reddit, maybe even YouTube. But we have been slowly. We've had Operation Epic Shorty. We've been trying to propagandize the Reddit. So I've been encouraging you guys to post a positive statement, because sometimes r/short gets depressing. So let's see. I don't know if is there a White House post. I don't see anything on the Wire 1 or Wire 2. White House has been that I think the only thing they got is the that weird post still. Oh yeah, what the fuck, dude? White House just posted this 3 minutes. It's just another fucking vague post, dude. They're just trolling us now at this point. It's been a day of vague posting. So yeah, but that did come out 3 minutes ago. Okay, why is being short bad? I'm 5'3", it doesn't make a lot of sense. Height is something I believe barely plays a role in a person's physical appearance, like ethnicity or sex does. Being shorter doesn't make someone weaker, I don't think. Maybe something like base speed or jump height, but that isn't huge in day-to-day life. And short people can be conventionally attractive and conventionally unattractive. So why is it a big deal? Being short is natural. I don't find myself at any disadvantage because I'm confident. Is there some kind of historical or scientific reason, not incel pseudoscience, or is it just bullshit modern beauty standard? I told you, bro. We're working, bro. We're working. My brother's genes are working overtime. I dated a man shorter than me. I never thought I would do it. I always dated guys my height. For reference, I'm 5'6". He was quite a bit shorter than me. I liked him because we connected online and I liked his personality. Before I met him, I once met a male surgeon during a consult and I stood up and he was quite short and I thought he was so handsome. So I could admire a short king. Dog, we're 2 for 2. Bro, the tide is changing. I'm tired of the way people act around me about my height. I'm 16 and 5'3". Very likely I won't grow much taller. Fortunately, I've experienced a lot of struggles for it. Because of it, Micron's still on the low? Or? Hold on. I want to see where they're at. Dog, down 7%? Habibi. Down. Troops deployed. Your light depends on you. Is this a nice one, bro? Oh, no, that's the other one. No, don't worry. You're still going to grow. The thing is, I don't need false hope. And what bothers me is the way that they act and scream to me that being short sucks. Even more reassuring things like height doesn't matter would have been better and helped me feel a little more confident. They don't even say that. This type of behavior makes me more conscious of my height. Fortunately, lately, I focused less on my height and it's made me feel better. This guy's 16 years old. Look what you're doing to these kids. We need more propaganda. Save the kids, bro. Anyone feel insecure about your height? Whenever my parents' acquaintances see me, they say, why are your parents so tall, but you're not tall? And sometimes they have their son to compare height with me. I need content creators that are 5'7" to get fashion inspiration. Will work to you. I've been the unluckiest person in the planet. Does it bother you that your younger relatives are taller than you? I always try to avoid talking about it. Short kings, would you date a woman taller than you? Everything else is great. She's what you're looking for. She's just taller. I would love for someone to play basketball with. You know that? I have friends who I want to beat up. I don't do. Today's a mixed bag of emotions, man. On r/short. So this afternoon, I was chilling with my circle of friends. They were sitting beside, so I joined them to talk to them. While chilling, they just started saying, don't ever dream, bro. Something like that I was cool with, kind of. They kept until they said, you're so short, just give up. So I was kind of losing my cool. I hate those people so much, like my OG circle doesn't go that far. I won't really wish them harm, but I do feel like they deserve it. Yeah, it's rage bait, but I'm easily fall for rage bait, but it's cool. And my OG, my friends, they don't talk that much. Occidental preparing to retire, the CEO. Announced as soon as this year. Check Ox. That's no, Conoco's the one with Buffett. I know it's rage bait. The thing that actually disrespected me is how I wish these people would just talk to other people like I do, but they don't because they're pussy and they have the guts to talk trash about me. Like, fuck them. And I couldn't do anything as usual that I want to. I'm so weak. Maybe not because of my height, but usually when I'm disrespected, I just let it slide. But if too much, I crash out and scream at them. That's it. Like I said, this is why you see this, bro? It's a very... He is 5 replies shy of going crazy, bro. Being shorter than your relative is an experience, to say the least. We got 2 family posts today. Being 5'11" in FTM sucks, but it's appearing. Oh, is this? I don't know if this one. Why would you could have chosen that? We are the man looking for 24-inch desk, trestless or leg. Struggle to find options. My feet dangle. 1 inch in 1 year. I made a post about height versus money. Now I want to try something to see how valued your height is. You could add any amount of inches to your height, but for every inch you add, they shorten your life by 1 year. How many inches would you add? All right, man. I got GLP-1 ads? Fuck, I got to get to the gym, doc. They're like, hey, Josh. All right, well, that's r/short. Not bad. We started off strong, bro. Some of them were very optimistic. Then a lot of people still complaining about their family dynamic. One guy was about to shoot everybody. Okay, you know what I'm saying? And then let's go to r/tall. It could have been sadder. I've seen way sadder on this one, man. I've seen way sadder. Look, okay, look at this. Now, r/tall. Are you ready for fucking bliss? Are you ready, bro? I'm telling you, bro. This is like, bro, the difference is so stark, bro. Just get ready for this. r/tall. You think we could fit on that first plane? Relax row. Economy seats that convert to couch or bed. Wow. Sharing equipment at a gym as a tall guy sucks. You have to adjust the back and see everything. Like, please, this is too much between each set. I wonder if he has any family issues. You know, not one worry about his relatives. Not worried about being weak for taking disrespect. He's like, oh, man, I hate having to adjust the back at the gym. Oh, my favorite. Look at the hotel in Japan. Fuck this door. Any of y'all had to deal with this? Oh, I'm so tall. Everything's fine. I gotta bend down a little bit to walk through a door. Oh, wow. Look at these guys, bro. Fucking like, I found out if you buy lumbar pillows, they're half the width of regular pillows, and your feet hang off the bed. Oh, have any of you experienced this? I don't care about employment. I don't care about anything. No one's asking me if I met a dream girl, if anything has to do with height. Oh, have you noticed the pillow take away some of your leg space on the bed? Oh, life is terrible. Oh, me 5'11" and my 6'4" girlfriend. Get the fuck out of here, middle ground. They're only liking the post because she's tall. Look at 5'11" trying to work his way into tall. Is anybody defending it? Like, you're not even tall, bro. No, they love any tall people, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. If you're tall, you post anything here. Bro, just post a picture running. You're going to find, like, wow, I never knew I had so many friends in this planet. Oh, spoiled myself a little bit. Oh, leg room on an airplane. Look at that. Oh, tall, slim jeans. Oh, I wear skinny jeans. Now they discontinued them. Anybody know where I could get jeans? Tall influencers. Oh, leg room. Again, that's it. They're done, bro. These guys, you see this? Bro, not one esoterical questioning of life. Nothing to do with relatives, with mating. Nothing to do with violence. The tall guys, bro. Enjoy your life, man. Okay, that's why I say, if you like being tall, go to tall, bro. Not one, bro. It's a beautiful world out there for them. That's why I said, if you're already insecure on your height, and then you go on the fucking Reddit, bro, I don't know if you're gonna make it out alive, dude. You see what I'm saying, bro? You see, I rest my case, man. I rest my case. That's amazing. Don't be mean to tall people. Consider the brain damage from hitting their head. I'm not mean to tall people, bro. I love tall people. That's all I'm saying is that. That's it. If anything, like, I mean it, though. Like, the tall guys, for real, bro, I encourage you all to use your advantages. So if you are tall, bro, get your ass into sales. Go, bro, if you're tall, stop applying for low-level jobs. If you're tall, apply to be the CEO. Okay, worst case, they'll make you a supervisor. You think I'm fucking around. That's a statistic. You are more likely to get hired for a job you are not qualified for. That's an advantage in life, bro. This is why God ain't make me tall. You know why? I would have got that Intel CEO job. I don't know what I would have done. I would have done a lot of things. You know, I would have been such a menace. You're playing like a small guy right now, tall man. Gonna be like, Josh, I can't get a job. Josh, the economy. Fuck the economy. You're 6'3". You think the economy gives a fuck about your 6'3"? Bro, you get into sales right now, dog. You're gonna be like, wow, Josh, I didn't know how easy this was. Exactly, bro. Bro, you don't even have to know words, bro. Just a few words. Can you talk? Say hello. Smile. That's it. Dog. Road to 1 million. They don't feel me, bro. So, yeah, you're already up there, so it should be easier for you to aim high. That's all you got to do. And then the short guys, what are you crying about? You're short, okay? You have intellect, okay? You could convince tall people to do things. Clearly, I just convinced them all to go into sales. No, you're missing the point. Oh, they're not getting. You guys all fucking here crying. Whoa, that candle is real and fake. It already came down. But yeah, do you not get it, bro? You could do anything. That's it. The short guys, bro. Man. You got charisma. Bro, imagine your personality didn't revolve around a door. You don't... Y'all missing. Y'all throwing away your opportunity. Just because you 5'3". Just because you closer to the trash can think you could throw away your future? Fuck you. You're better than that, bro. You're better than that. They don't feel me, man. I'm on the depressed side. I'm getting upset. I'm motivated. I'm here to motivate. It gets me hyped up, bro. These guys, they're short, but they're acting tall. And then the tall guys act short. Everyone's confused, bro. It's amazing. 5'9" and said, no, you could do... I've done good at sales. I was great. I love real estate. That's it. That's what I'm saying. You get better. You know, I told you, bro. You know how I had to actually develop skills. Okay, do you know how many doors I got slammed in my face? You know how many people tried to assault me? You know how many people have laughed at me? Bro, I had to learn how to get around all that. You gonna learn, bro. You'll be fine. I'm just saying, bro, if I was 6'3", oh, dude, I don't think I would have accomplished as much because I'd be like, yo, this shit's easy, bro. I'm gonna go fucking on a plane and take a picture of my legs. I'd be like, man, it's so easy to get a job. Why would I ain't gonna waste my time fucking making money. I'm gonna go fucking find me some jeans and a pillow that fit. That's it. I would have been too OP. No, I would have got lazy. I would have. It makes sense. Like I told you, bro. Especially I have tall friends, I have short friends, and I've seen some of the tall guys in real estate. Lending Tips is a great example. Bro, that guy will go, I told you, he's done this probably 7 times. I think that's why he uses OfferUp. Dog, he'll just start selling shit on OfferUp, and he'll get a real estate deal. That's it. Motherfuckers will just buy some random shit off OfferUp, and then they meet him, and they're like, yo, I want you to sell my house. Oh, I do have an off-market home. Here you go. Would you like it? Take my house at a discount. Here you go. Oh, I have Redfin. I know the value, but you seem like, you know what? Here you go, bro. He'll just meet CEOs. He'll meet business owners. Oh, I don't know. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I had to fucking scour. I had to learn, bro. I had to develop a comedy. I had to be able to explain. I had to find a way to elicit information and highlight things. He'd be like, yo, you trying to buy a fucking treadmill? He'd be like, I'm looking for a Peloton. Oh, I can have your house too? Okay. That's it, man. It's super easy, man. It's super easy. So, yeah, if I had it that easy, bro, I think I'd be more tan, to be honest. I think LT got a pretty good tan. I think it makes sense, actually. You know, I had to grind, bro. I had to grind. But I also would have had NBA ambitions. I like basketball. See, but I still have NBA ambitions, even at this nice 5'6". Who's the shortest superhero? Ant-Man. I think that's the first thing that comes to mind. What price would I add Bitcoin? I don't think I'm gonna make I'm not gonna make another long-term portfolio for Bitcoin till later. It all depends, but for now, I'm still playing the ISM. That's the only thing, bro. That's the only thing. Remember, UNH is near the low. It's been doing that. I don't think has it hit a 52. No, you still got. Remember that, but that's the Buffett zone. Wolverine, I think he's pretty short. Mr. Berrozian, welcome. I still think I'm gonna get recruited one day. You know that? I still think that we're looking for a 5'6" point guard. You're just the man, Josh. No, that's it. I still wear basketball shorts under my jeans. I'll be ready. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I'll be like, give me 2 seconds. I'm ready to go. If ISM keeps expanding, can we expect earnings? I don't know about tech. The ISM indicator depends on inventory, so hard to monitor inventories on tech. But manufacturing, yes. Any manufacturing, even certain staples, it should be a good, reliable leading indicator. No more bell, bro. You're a 1 year man. How does it feel? The all-seeing eye. No, Buffett bought it. I don't know what price he got it at, but I'm pretty sure it was one of those bottoms. Because I remember I was talking about it, and then the next day, 2 days later, he bought it. It was when I think it was right here. I think it was at 270. Yeah, no, is that, why is it this chart being so weird? No, it's lower, bro. It was either between 270 and 240. Because I remember telling everybody, we had a watch list. That was a public one, too. Don't even play with me. And I was saying it's the best value right now. And then fucking 2 days later, Buffett buys it. Adam's like, yo, man, Josh, if you getting recruited, I'm getting recruited. He's riding the wave, bro. Let's do it. I think we're going to make it. I'm going to try. I'm scared, though, bro. Everybody, God forbid, knock on wood, Lord protect me. Everybody keeps getting injured at the gym, bro. I'm like actually getting scared. Everybody keeps getting injured playing basketball. And I'm like, dude, I feel like the white rabbit is coming. And then you know what I noticed? And this is how, bro, I've humbled myself, you know? Because I've noticed everybody wears like a knee brace at the court. And I don't have one. And I feel like at one time in my life, I'd be like, haha, they're wearing knee braces. Why are they wearing knee braces? And now I'm like, wait a minute. I think I'm gonna probably need a knee brace. Now I'm looking at it differently because I'm like, damn it. So I don't know. I kind of don't even want to play anymore. I kind of think I should retire. It improves your balance. They prevent injury. I mean, I don't go too crazy, but yeah, you never know. Brent Favre got you. Copper fit. Your squeeze juice, if it don't get caught. You probably got banned. But, oh, actually, dude, I was going to unban everybody at second quarter, the great unbanning. But since I haven't, I feel bad because, like, I should have banned so many people already. And I took off all the rules. Like, you know what I'm saying? That, what do you guys, should we move up the great unbanning? Whoa, Madrigal, is that right in 1 minute? That's up 23%. MDGL. Oh. There's nothing on it. No, there's nothing on it. Oh, there was something the other day. Madrigal inducement of listing rule. It was March 3rd. What the fuck is it? Let me see. They might be at an event. Madrigal. It's expensive as fuck. Literally every contract $700. Even the cheapest one was $200. Bro, there's nothing. What is this? Bro, it just popped almost $100. Literally just dropped 10%. VKTX, that could be related to it. Yo, VKTX now, something XBI is going crazy. What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck they just do to my chart? Oh, I fucked up. Yeah, I don't know. I forgot about that Google one. That was a dud. I don't know. VKTX, did that just do? It's a slow 3%er. I don't see anything in biotech land. I could check the calendar. You see the galaxy in the background? Mid 2026. They make Resdifra for cirrhosis. Okay, bro, that just came down though, 12%. That was 27% with nothing. IA Grossi, grave concerns over recent military strikes taking place near Bushehr. Grossi cautions damage to Bushehr power plant could lead to major radiological incident impacting a vast area of Iran and beyond. I don't like bios, I just noticed. I like them a lot, but they're not fun to play in the pricing. But then sometimes they're really fun. It's like a high limit slot machine, but then with information. It's the information part's good. Like I'm saying, like, you know, every so often you might just stumble across info with biotechs that give you a real edge. But then also too, there's just the element of a coin flip that's always involved. All right. Yeah, we just had 2 crazy biotech pops. VKTX probably could have just been in sympathy. But Madrigal's still moving. So, yeah. So, should we move the great unbanning? Because look at you guys have pretty much gotten into a fight every day. So, I don't know if you want more people who have already been banned. But then some of the people who got banned for the light shit last year, but, you know, they didn't listen as well. But, yeah, it's up to you guys. I don't know what you think. You vote past the great unbanning? Or they could wait till June. The rules are rules. I do agree, rules are rules. I you know. Just imagine, bro, getting locked up for saying you're going to sell the long term. And for the last week, you just had to hear the dumbest shit. But, like, hey, it happens, man. You know, new administration, I guess. I'm same Josh. But that's it. We just had to make sure all of our decrees were heard last year. Thank you for shopping at Stock Market Live. Are there rules after the great unbanning? No. Unless you guys want to get rid of no rules. So I've done no rules for all of March. Got to try it for a month. Again, there's still rules and locked in. That's why I like it too, though, because you could see a vast difference. Like when I play the Trump, dude, it turns into a fucking ISIS convention in one chat, and then the other chat is just posting fucking headlines. So it did kind of make it more efficient in a weird way. But I'm confused either way. Open the gates. Your account was member for 50 months. Okay, so you're down. You're down. Should we trade him for ICAP? Kodiak's, they had that was the diabetes one this morning. Diabetic retinopathy, I believe. It's like something with like an eye disease that gets caused through diabetes. Saddle, 5%. Most of that was on that candle actually, but it's not all in 1 minute. SATL. I feel like we've seen that move a couple times. It's cheap, not the options, the stock. $52.48. Chad Senate's vote in favor of moving up. Fucking ICAP. He's like, I'm not gonna vote for the approval until we fully investigate UMAD. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Just come on, bro. Come on. Adding rider rules reinstated if we unbanned. Damn, Locked In says you should unban you guys. Oh, they like you. Prisoner swap. I say we should. Yeah, man. I'm down. We'll trade Saki's OG account for ICAP. That could be an option. But if you guys want rules, what's the point of freeing the prisoners? I'm not following. That'd be like, yo, man. That'd be like letting a bunch of illegal immigrants in and then shutting down the border the next 4 years. Wait, hold on, wait a minute. So I don't know. I'm not. So it's up to you guys, but like I don't I feel like it's you go one way or the other. One way or another. I'm on a long term. I'm on a Satan. One way. Is it power hour? It is, man. 2 minutes ago. So again, we're still near the low. This feels very Friday or Thursday-esque. Friday Junior. So yeah, we'll see. Again, last Thursday was like last 10 minutes. It went crazy. Damn, they're using their tenure in Congress. All the 59, 69 Munsters, they want Tim's second motion. Thom Whitman. Why is his name Thom? What a weird name. Oxy, again, the CEO news, he left, or he's stepping down. That popped from there. One way or a long term. I'm in a long term. Covered calls on the long term. We haven't in a while, but we have before. I mean, stocks aren't up right now. Like, if you have a name that's up, I have a video on the rules of it. Well, I'm not opposed to it, but then also, too, like, I don't like people who sell covered calls for not enough reward. That's the problem that people make. Coming down, there's a little mini head. Again, that was the one I was telling you earlier. FDC warning on payment processors against debanking. Here I am. Block me. Nah, man, have fun. I hope you learn, though. Don't fall behind. But you've all got your warnings. But it's been fun to see. You know, like I think I said this last year. I felt like the Joker. I was like, if I gave you freedom, I don't even think you guys would know what to do with it. That's why some people, it's like the ice cream truck. Because I've got to see it. It's been very fascinating. Some people are like, Josh, I love it, man. I appreciate you not banning me. And then I'll go through their chat facts, run it through the stats. It's like 70% is political propaganda. 20% is beefing with other chads. Then 10% is like maybe some somewhat market related comments. So I'm like, all right, man, it's up to you guys, but yeah, have fun, man. Do whatever you want. But the locked in Chad, that is where our gated community of rules are. If you want rules, but then again, I mean, you're all hearing me. You're all getting the same listening info. But that's why I'm saying I really do hope that you actually use the content. I mean, don't be fooled. I've shared all the stats with you, with the market and all these things. And that's what I'm saying, though. It's like you're going to have a lot of noise. But, you know, I spent a lot of last year trying to have you, you know, whittle things down and learn how to block out the noise, focus on what's going to push you ahead and keep going ahead. So that's the real key. All right, man. SPY new low. Where's that premium? Where's the one we sold? It's barely higher now, but still, they hit 100, a little bit more than 100%. Alerts. There's no text alerts in the locked in, but we have discussed some plays in there. You have Tim Whitman, and then you have ICAP, the duality of man. It's a very big one. A very big gap between those two. Microsoft, it just matters. I mean, it's going to be somewhat about timing and short-term risk, but then also it really depends on your account. So again, we just bought Oracle, so I don't want to get too much growth, and then also what other value names are down. But yeah, like let your long-term speak to you. But I think if it doesn't, when does it stop? Next level's like 365, which you're at now, and then between like 350 and 340, the Liberation Day low, and then from there it gets really bad. But I think Microsoft is fire, dude. There's a lot going on there. No, if you upgrade to locked in, you got to go to the there's another stream. So it's a members only stream that you'll be able to, and then it's real time, no delay. All right, bro. SPY going down. SPY down. I need to go to the bathroom. We only have 50 minutes. But yeah, just be on the lookout for some bullshit by the end of the day, for real. I don't know if today was enough bullshit for you, but be ready for you might get one more update towards the end of the day. Otherwise, it's all the weekend shit, or all the leading into tomorrow. Banxico lowers rates. Do we have propaganda, sir?
Crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Netflix says it is raising the price of its standard streaming subscription with ads by $1 to $8.99 per month. The standard plan without ads will rise by $2 per month, and the premium plan, which supports up to 4 devices at once, will climb another $2 per month. For on-demand news 24 hours per day, 24 hours a day, there you go. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec.
You hear that, Carol? Netflix increasing the price of its standard streaming subscription, as Amy just said, with ads by $1 to $8.99 per month. That's according to the company's website.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Standard plan without ads rising by $2 to $20 a month. Premium plan that supports up to 4 devices at once. Family plan. I guess you could say.
Cable's looking better and better every day.
$2 to $26.99 a month.
That's a lot. And that's one. That's one.
It's the Netflix price index.
All right. You want to talk about housing?
Let's talk about housing.
Let's do that.
Yeah, that sounds good. U.S. mortgage rates jumping for a 4th straight week, reaching the highest point in 6 months, and dampening prospects for the crucial spring season as the Iran war roils markets. Back with us in the studio, Amy Rubenstein. She's CEO of the Chicago-based Clear Investment Group. It targets real estate investments in the distressed, mid-size, multifamily sector and predominantly secondary and tertiary markets nationwide. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Good to see you. How are you?
I'm great. Nice to be back. Thank you.
Nice to have you here.
You know, we last spoke to you early last month, and it was a really different macroeconomic environment.
Sure.
The inflation outlook was different. There was no war in Iran going on. Oil prices were around $60 a barrel. How has all of that affected your world?
Yeah. Well, look, I think we're in a transition market right now where fundamentals aren't really changing as far as the fundamentals of housing, but we are seeing transaction volume increase. So I think this is because we are finally seeing some stability in interest rates, even though they didn't go exactly where everybody thought they would go or where everyone wanted them to go. What happened is now people know what to underwrite to as far as buyers, and sellers aren't sitting there waiting for these massive rate cuts and waiting for cap rates to drop. And so we're getting a little bit more alignment on pricing.
So like people aren't just waiting around. Well, maybe it could get better. We have an understanding of kind of where we're going to be.
Exactly. Like this is what you get right now. And sure, we're getting a little bit of volatility right now with the war on rates, but generally speaking, Fed's not cutting rates right now. Nobody's expecting them to. And so now we also have at the same time a slowing down of construction starts, which is going to create future supply constraints. And so that sets us up for a very solid investment period for particularly what we do, workforce housing, where you still have those fundamentals that are strong, people still need a place to live, and now we provide that without having this extra supply coming in, and so it creates that extra value.
What do you think about on the demand side, though, in terms of people who need this housing? Like, this is one of the things we talk about in terms of AI and work, and if the economy starts to have some issues, people, maybe they think differently about their living situations. How does that stuff
Did that
impact
Netflix
you as
news
well?
really just get dropped on that? But yeah, they said the Netflix and then Senate Republicans pushing Trump to declare national emergency to pay TSA agents. Invoking national emergency may allow Whitehouse to use unspent money to temporarily pay employees. But dude, you took another candle down. Okay, that first, again, the premiums are a lot lower though than earlier, but they're still jacked up. Is this a new low yet? This will be your lowest close if we close around here. We still got 47 minutes remaining, but you're getting there. I don't know, where was it? So 644. Remember, you guys were asking me about the levels earlier. It's like 648 to 645. That's where you're at now. And then, yeah, 644.72. So you're about 1.2 away from it. I mean, oil a little bit, but oil's near the pre-market or the last night high pretty much. All right, man. Low ticker is fully maxed out. It just slow burn down. So like I'm saying, that premium from earlier, I took 50 or 60 on it. It came back to 100, but I mean, it hit 100 on that one. I guess you burned another hour. The locked in, bro, it's you sign up for the membership or just press join. But like, you gotta chill, bro. You've asked me every day and I've answered it. They're gonna think I'm like hiring you. Like, I'm not trying to advertise it, bro. Okay, but like, you ask every day and then I answer. So like, you gotta figure it out, bro. If not, it may not be for you. It may not be the best use of capital right now. You could chill for a little bit. I promise you, I'm not paying him to say that. Okay? But Netanyahu, on the other hand, no. Sorry, too soon? Too soon? I don't know. You tell me. My bad.
Cardboard box, cardboard eater. Boy, shock, it on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed, time to meet Jack Reacher.
It's if you sign up through Apple. So if you sign up through the computer, they don't charge you that fucking Apple fee. And then it's $15 cheaper. I know, bro. They're going to think I'm paying him. He's like, so how do I join this locked in community? Can you give me more details on how to sign up and the benefits I'd receive? What about the stream alerts? In the first link, you say? That's benefited so many people? Wow, seems great. How can I join it? Would love some instructions on it, again. Would be nice to know. Just figure it out, dude. Okay? We got a war going on. Fucking war, bro. Okay?
It not straight.
Oh, that's the other one.
It not straight when the new.
Oh, no, it's not. This
It not straight when the new leader is gay. We
no, I don't even think you've heard that one.
When the new leader
this is the best
gay.
one I got out of it. The other one's
We got
pretty good.
connect. It didn't even take a day. Car Garland, they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
What are the benefits? Honest question. I don't know if you're fucking with me, bro. It says it if you click on it. But the morning news, the watch list, And then the main thing is there's no delay. So if you are more into scalping and trading, and I'm more, again, I think it's for advanced people. That's why I'm more willing to talk about the plays and have people there. And then also too, there's a new added benefit of rules. Who would have thought? You could pay for rules. You could pay to not be in an ISIS recruitment camp. I guess I'd pay for that. That'd be a good premium feature. You got 5 offers on a fixer-upper? You fucking Canadians. Yeah, these are originals, bro. I only got you 100% gains. I took them at 60, but, you know, at least we had the wherewithal to buy puts in the morning when it looked like it was choppy. But like I'm saying, though, you should use me as a signal. But that's why I'm saying, like, if you only listen to what I'm saying and don't apply your strategy, because like I'm saying, I think I got good info, good timing. I will be wrong. But it's like, if you have a way to blend that in, you know, and you think for yourself, I definitely think it's good info. But yeah, that was a good one today. Could have been better. Could have been worse. I was not confident in that one. I like it, bro. You want to hear I don't like the other one, though. I don't like the other one. There's another one this one's just a banger, bro.
We got committed. It didn't even take a day. Car darling, they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
That was good.
Yeah. Almost. Blocking them boats at homers. Tank get stuck in homers. Scomas. Whole world watching homers. Straight run thin at homers. Bullshit drip by homers. Turn right back at homers.
I love them. So I just wait till I could get a full one done. You'll see. Is 25K enough for a down payment? Yeah, depends where. But, dude, you know what I saw? Vegas, but they look kind of shitty. I know Nadruk gonna pop up, but Vegas, dude, there's a builder. There's a builder in Las Vegas. They are offering a 0 down payment at a 4% rate. So if you buy their overpriced new build, no down payment and 4% locked in rate. That's the deal for it. So again, most things it's not. I think down payment is hard for, you know, that's like usually the biggest upfront expense. But like once you look into mortgages, you know, there's ways to get them very low. Like a lot of 3%, 5% mortgages are pretty common, believe it or not. But you got to think about the payment. You got to think about what's your rental payment now, and then every month, that's where it starts to burn for most people. That's the difference when you sell your long-term, is that you could sell your long-term as a great down payment, but you still have to pay the fucking mortgage. And then if there's that's why too, finding a good house, that's why I don't think buying a fixer-upper, unless you really balance out the expenses and what to expect and have that margin, that's where you're gonna kind of run into an issue. So you gotta think about that. But then, like I'm saying, it's not, my assumption is that most people are paying rent already. I'm not assuming that, you know, that's why I say, bro, if you got free rent, you still a little bit younger, live with your parents, or even if you're older and you live with your parents, if you got that money, dog, and you're saving it, that's all. I think you could go buy a rental. Have someone else pay the rent, keep your 60%, 50%, 40% of your income, save it. But like I'm saying, like that, I'm assuming you're paying rent somewhere. But so 25K will get you a crib. I mean, like I'm saying, you could find shit. Again, some builders and other people are offering stuff, but you do need to, you got to think about the mortgage and then what you qualify on that. Google can transfer memory from other AI apps to Gemini? Huh? I need to find, you guys, go look it up. There's like a Vegas builder. You guys, I thought everybody heard of it. It's, again, Las Vegas builder. I just saw this last week. I think, is it Beezer? I think it might be Beezer Homes. But I saw the house. They looked like shit, dude. Not like the houses were nice, but they were like you could just tell like it was a very cheap new build. I don't even know what they were starting at. It looked very low quality. Where is it? Oh, Touchstone Living. Here it is.
For an extremely limited time, you can get a brand new home in Las Vegas with $0 down and a locked-in interest rate of 4.99. This is with Touchstone Living, and they are on a mission to get everyone who wants to own a home in Las Vegas in one. Right now, as you're getting your tax returns back, instead of just giving them to a landlord, you can use it instead to buy beautiful things for a home that you own. Touchstone Living has several resort-like communities throughout Las Vegas. They do quick, easy approvals, zero closing costs, and your new home will include all of the appliances you need, even the washer and dryer. Your HOA includes your...
Like here, bro. Dog, I don't think you realize this is like, that's a very cheap bro, this bathroom is like 15 years behind. That is, bro, from the fucking laminate floor to the damn tub shower, and even like, I swear this is just like a countertop cover. But that's not expensive. That's why like, I don't even know what the starting price of these homes are.
Each community is different, featuring different floor plans and amenities. But you can expect plenty of space to play outside, room for pets
this
and
doesn't look that bad.
Resort-style pools, playgrounds.
Like, it does not look like a high build cost. But again, zero down, zero closing cost. And then a locked-in 5%, $499, which is still, what, another one? Yeah, locked in. She did say locked. Speaking of locked in, would you guys like to hear about... Okay. But yeah, SPY's going down a little bit more again. But yeah, that's in Vegas if you want to live in Vegas. Those did a refi at 4.6. That's fucking great. That's not bad, Habibi. I don't know if there might be an HOA. No, it's not. It says it's a house. I don't know if it looks like a townhouse. I just think that's how they build them. They like built up. They have a garage, and then you have like 2 inches of space. But I don't think there's a shared wall. Yeah, there's other ones that do 0 or like 399. I've seen that on the new builds, but like they're doing 0 down payment, so they're gonna fund the loan. Like, you're not getting a loan through like your normal mortgage provider or like a Rocket loan. You're getting a loan through the builder, and they'll assuming you qualify for the payment, they'll give you 0 down and the rate. I don't know. Do they do Melrose in Vegas? I don't know if they still do Melrose, but usually like new builds, you have to pay like into the government for like 10, 20 years on new builds, but I'm pretty sure those were not townhomes. I think they were houses built up with little space between each other. It's a very LA thing in a weird way. It's going down. I'm yelling long term. You better hold. You better save. I don't know. What is it? Was Touchstone Living? Let me see what those houses go for. What do you mean a touchstone? Why you want to touch a stone? Yeah, that's all on their shit. Okay, where is a touchstone? I learned, wow, 2,000 square feet. 1,700. So it's like 2,007. They have a couple of them. North Las Vegas. Oh, this is far from the strip. Show me the pricing. How do I see it? The townhomes are from 300,000. Jeez, dude. Bro, you used to be able to buy a fucking mansion in Vegas for 300 grand. You know that, bro? You could have bought a fucking house with a waterfall for 300 grand in Vegas. I think I found it. Yep, watercolor. 290 to 369. Seems like the highest is 370. No, 470 is the most expensive. Single family residence, yeah. So 2,000 square feet for 470 is like the decked out one. But they have ones for 290, but that is a townhome. Very interesting. 308 to 360. That's a townhome for the 300s. $380 for a house. So again, if you were gonna do 10% down, that'd be 380 grand, right? 20% would be like 70 something, 80,000, or no, 76. But then yeah, and then the payment would be like two to three, probably 3,000 a month, assuming you kept it in the 380s and below. SPY's still going lower. I mean, I'm saying back in the day, but this was like 5 years ago. Fuck off. Okay, bro, y'all knew about Vegas 5 years ago. Okay, not my problem you were playing Fortnite. Fuck you. And then those of you who weren't playing Fortnite, you're like, Joss, why don't you just travel? Why would you buy a house? You gotta experience life. Who needs to fucking live somewhere? And then now you blame fucking capitalism. I said, what the fuck, bro? So, no, bro. They were cheap, man. They were cheap. Do I withdraw from your options trading? Yes, a lot. If it does good. I did that last year. It was fucking awesome. I think you should. You know, just don't be tempted to keep gambling or put in more. But I like just like the long term, I like a trophy. So I got a trophy. I got a trophy for the long term last year. All the critical mineral shit last year. I got me a couple of trophies. So that way, if no one acknowledges you, at least you can acknowledge it yourself. So that was really good. And that's what I told people last year too. I still believe it. That's why I'm saying, whether you're locked in or not, even if, again, do whatever you guys want. Even if you want stream alerts, you don't want it. Like I told y'all, man, if y'all are going to gamble and lose it, and you're not going to make it, you know, balanced and productive for yourself, I genuinely think it's better for you to go buy something. Buy something you want instead of gambling. It's one of the best. Again, and even then, if you gamble and win, go buy something and go put it into something that will at least last longer. Because you're going to lose it all if you don't. It's a weird phenomenon. You're either going to protect money or it's going to flow right through. But like I'm telling you, man, it's very, very good, bro. You know, I really think that you should buy a car, go on a vacation, go get a nice fucking dinner, go do but if you're gonna, because gambling sucks. If you're just gonna keep letting it run through it, not have something to show, and then that's why too, the time that you hit, if you don't turn it into something, it's like, believe me, bro, stay away from that downward spiral is one of the best pieces of advice I could give you. But people don't listen. I'm telling you, you're going to enjoy your life much more. I said that to some of you. I said you would be better off just buying a car. Some of you did that, and I'm glad you did. Again, you're going to be better off taking a trip than raising your cortisol and stressing yourself out and then not having anything to show for it. Make sure everything you do serves you. Is something I was screaming a lot last year. Man. What? I'm telling you, I mean, that's why I sold a little early on the long-term one, but it's still, like I said, some of those growth names came down a lot, so it's like the fluctuations have not been anywhere close. A Lambo? No, bro. Go buy a fucking dude, you could go lease a car, for crying out loud. You get a nice car, you get anything you wanted, you could get a trip. But like I'm saying, if you have something of a downward spiral of gambling, if you're putting your time in, not letting anything show from these gambling short-term activities, you would be better off putting that money to work to somewhere to show for it. And then it works on the other end too. Like I'm saying, you have it fund your long term, you'll have something to show for it. But like I'm even saying on the reverse, even if you win, I wired out several times last year. That's why I'm like, dude, go get a trophy. You make a big bag, bro. Don't fucking you go screenshot it in real life. Pull that money out and then start over from a certain amount and then just go from there and then stop chasing the dragon. As long as you put the gambling in the box where it needs to be, don't let it get out of control. Don't let it control your life. Don't let it stress you out. And if it's something that supplements, awesome. But you can't let it, you don't rely on it in that way. And then I'm saying, like, especially winners. That's what happened. I had a couple chats. I had bad stories last year where people told me they listened and they ignored me, and then I was disappointed. And then there was some where they didn't listen and then they listened. There was one chat. I don't tell any of you guys the names. I just tell you the story because you know them. These are people in the chat you talk to every day. I feel like I'm the damn priest, and y'all come to my email for confession sometimes. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. But like there was one Chad. He turned his account during all of that last year from like $3,000 into like 30 or 40,000. Right? Again, last year there were some ridiculous trades. And sadly, there was a lot of these trades before we invented locked in. That's why I was getting so bothered by some of y'all complaining and getting so political when there was opportunity left and right. But then, after the account went from 3K to like 40K, he got really cocky. He got really confident. That's what he said. And then he kept fucking flipping it. And then that 40K turned back into 3K. and then homeboy, there was right around the corner. He put it all in and he got another opportunity. Again, it was month after month, bro, it felt like. And then that 3K turned back into 40K. And then you know what he did on the second time? He fucking sold it and bought a car. So I was like, all right, that was a wild story, bro. There was a lot of ups and downs in that one. But yeah, and then like I'm saying though, some people did that and then they, you may not get, I told her, like, you're lucky. It's not going to happen all the time where it comes back, but it's just like, you should have done it the first time. And that's where I'd encourage, again, I like small amounts of money into a large amount. That's it. Use a small, inconsequential amount. Stop getting so greedy. Be like, oh, if I did $3,000 into 40, if I did 30,000 into 400,000, it's like you could play that game till infinity, bro. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like you use a small amount that will not hurt you, that will not affect you, and you use that to if it turns into a bag, boom, a down payment, a car, a trip, if you want, or your long term. If you don't have that big of a deposit for the long term, fucking there you go, and then start over. There's opportunities every day, and they're gonna keep showing up, bro. I'm a firm believer in that. So yeah, you just gotta. But that's what I'm saying. It's like when you take that step over the slippery slope, and then it just like you start getting so wrapped up in it. And then you see the traders and then all of that, and everybody just circle jerking each other to not walk away with something. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? No, you better walk away with something, and anything you do, you got to make sure you fucking get paid off of it. That's what I was saying all last year. I know y'all thought I was a dickhead, but that's we were hitting all these every other fucking day, bro, every other month. And I'm saying, then some people were missing them willfully. Other people were like, gamble. I just want to gamble. I want to gamble like this. I'm going to keep going. It was never enough. It's like, no, bro, I've taught y'all some rules, and I've put you on some game that has helped build my life, and thousands of other people have gotten great life-changing results out of it. And I'm not saying life-changing like fucking, oh, you're not going to be on a fucking yacht every day. But it's like, dude, you could make some gains, and if you could do that consistently and last for a really long fucking time, it's going to work, dude. It's going to help you and hopefully not destroy you. I don't even care about I don't even care about life-changing this, life-changing that, especially because that's offered everywhere now. Yeah, you could go and take a lot of gambles and maybe it'll change your life. I'm more concerned with it destroying you. And I don't think that's what you got to value yourself too. In the moment you value your future, you value not getting destroyed by your time use, your actions, and all of that. It's going to pay for you. It's going to give you something. And then you're going to walk away in life confident and optimistic. And you're going to start seeing what a lot of this stuff actually really means. Palantir and a friends into a house. Close date April 30. Make thy dwelling a profitable investment. Amen, dog. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, thank you. What are you hooking me up, bro? For Volo, I appreciate you, man. Bless the Chad. Bless the Chad. A quick recap of the day was all day yesterday and last night, Iran kept denying the rumors of this peace or like downplaying the negotiations. And then Trump, before the bell or like late last night, made a Truth Social saying that Iran better stop playing around, and then insinuating that he would escalate more if they don't stop playing around with the negotiations. And then there was two reports. One report was this one never got confirmed nor denied, of people saying that the White House was studying $200 barrel impacts. And then what was the other part? The other one was that they were also studying, apparently, or looking into a final strike on Iran, aka a bigger escalatory one. And then throughout the day, Trump came on, gave you some details. Right here, the other drop, Aragachi from Iran, he pretty much said that there's no deal really, and that the U.S. can't dictate terms. And then we just kept dumping. But that's literally it. So now we're going to play the Friday game tomorrow about what's going to happen over the weekend. You're probably going to hear about troop deployments and the status of that, and then we're gonna find out. Chad, 2018 didn't commit until after COVID. Praise God, I never turned back. Anytime, bro. You get it anytime, but once you go in, you can't go back. That's what I believe. I think pursue wisdom, pursue the long term, and then you won't want to, bro. That's why I was saying, like, we might get a bottom indicator once people start saying, I sold, it's terrible. I hate you, Josh, but like, you see it. A lot of you have gone through this side by side with me for so many years now. You're not, I could already tell, every time there's a group of you, you are just going to react way less now because you have a taste of it. You know exactly what I'm talking about now. Now it's not just a story. Now it's not me just talking. You've actually lived it. You have lived through COVID. You've lived through repo crisis. You've lived through a war, a conflict, inflation, a Jackson Hole, AI invention, CapEx spending. You've lived through a new president, multiple new presidents, multiple inflation. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, bro, it's up there. That's why I'm like, you get it now. Like you actually understand it. It's just like straight up, like now you've been through, again, I was even telling you during Liberation Day, I was like, it's a scar. It's going to go down and do its thing. And now even then it was different and we were able to interpret it differently. But even then you understand this long-term thing. You understand, wow, I can keep my money forever. Like, this is what I told you, what I learned when I was first into the markets. I was like, damn, I had the realization one day and I look back and I'm like, all the shit I did buy and hold is up. Oh, look at, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I bought, it's like, if I just held on to that, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, it's all of that. You sold your shares today? Wow, I think you're number 4. So let's go. More. We need more. I was freaked out a few times, but wrote it out. Now I could sleep. Man, when the moon, I've been streaming for about 6 years. I've had a YouTube channel for over 10, but I wasn't like live streaming on it. But yeah, and I've been in markets for way too fucking long. I'm old as shit now, dude. I'm not really that old, but like, I started in the stock market so young that I'm most of my life I've been trading in markets more of my life than out of it. which is kind of cool, but yeah. You think you figured out my next long-term play? A house? I'll know the once we get more. Feel like I've hinted at it. No, I want to get the deposit. I'm not going to deploy it right away. No hints at it. Like I said, if it's not the we'll see where Oracle and Microsoft are, but either Kimberly, Tap, or Nike is kind of what I'm thinking. But that's why I have time on it. I don't think we're in a rush now, especially with we're either going down or doing nothing. You're starting a new job, you won't be able to keep up with mortgage payments, you want to sell. How would I go about selling it and then buying another? I mean, do you know what house you would get? Because you could do it all in one transaction, really. But otherwise, just sell the house and then. But like, I agree though that you shouldn't sell that house until you find where you're gonna live next. Otherwise, you're gonna probably be renting for a while. Sadly, that's what usually happens. Which wouldn't be a bad opportunity. I mean, worst case scenario, if you need to live somewhere for your job, you could sell the house you're in now, go buy a way cheaper investment property somewhere else that you don't live in, and then rent where you live, essentially. But otherwise, if you could go find, you could sell your house and you list it for sale. You could even list it a little bit cheaper, but you're letting everybody know it's contingent on you buying another home. And then you could offer on a home that you would like and say, listen, it's contingent on me selling my home. How would I start a church? I'm not starting a church. Are you asking me for how to set up a 501c3? But yeah. Welcome. Wow, Yosef found the locked in? Oh, man. So now I can't advertise it? Listening all day, first time. Tell her to get a long term. Set her up with one. And honestly, it's been a while since someone was like, yo, my girlfriend watching. So like, if she's still listening, just remember, just baby girl, if he's telling you that he has a long term and is investing and his portfolio has dates on it, that he's lying to you and he's gambling all day. So look, even with everybody crashing, I got 3 accounts straight up, and thousands of other people have the same exact one too. So I'm saying, go ask him to show you his portfolio. All right, if you see none of them have dates, if you see like an expiration date, like April, May, whatever, he's been lying to you. He's been gambling all day. He ain't even holding long term. He's just gambling. So that's what I'm saying, man. So get a long term. Get her one too. You both get a long term, and then you turn it to a crib. It's not sexy, but it works. It works. We're down 2% on the year. I think the overall market's down 10 now. So yeah, there you go. Sorry for snitching on you, but it's my service. Whitehouse says in talks on Homeland Security funding when asked about using emergency funds to pay TSA. Honestly, here, if I could show you guys while the SPY goes lower, that triggered my sponsored post. But yeah, take a minute and listen to our sponsors.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first.
See, easy. That's it, man. See? It is very, bro. That's why I didn't like those. The premiums keep climbing. I mean, you get those for tomorrow, but geez, 645 again, 648ish. That's the low. That's the problem. Again, you had a Whitehouse headline just about the oil stopped moving. I don't know if you guys noticed. This all might just be the Apple hangover, to be honest, because we were already down without Apple and some of the other stuff, and then now, you know, that's it. You were just in a COD match and you heard my voice in someone's mic? You fucking degenerates. He's like, yeah, Josh, I get you. Hold on. B. Oh, okay. No, yeah, I feel. That was it. It's cool, though. One time I got recognized playing 2K. I kind of felt like a nerd, but then I was like, yeah, what's up? But yeah, they're like, are you Josh? I'm like, yeah. Do you have a long term? He said, yeah. Everyone who plays 2K has a long term. You know that? I feel like you would be ashamed if you didn't for some reason. Like, I can't be, man. I had to buy VC, but I couldn't buy VC without getting guilt tripped into investing. Well, we have not seen a 3% down day. Foreign ministry to Arabia, Russia is helping Iran war. Remember, Marco Rubio, he kind of denied that. Yeah, man, 10-minute rig. Side effects to long-term monthly. Yeah, serious faith, hope, and love might occur. So ask your broker if it's right for you. And yeah. I just do the sponsorship, man. They pay me good money. They pay me a lot. How low can Microsoft and Oracle go? I pick up the crystal ball from service tomorrow, so I'll see what it says. Otherwise, I mean, you know, we're gonna have to work our way through this geopolitical conflict. And it does depend as we get into the earnings, but I still do like those names. So I think we got time. Miss Cleo. I remember Miss Cleo. Miss Cleo used to be a market mover, bro. I remember they used to talk about Miss Cleo at church. I don't know if you guys were that old. Back in the day, bro, I remember like the pastor would have to like beef with Miss Cleo. I remember church people talking about Miss Cleo. It's a very weird time, bro. If only they knew what was gonna happen. Circuit breakers are 7%. I don't, dude. Did you get I don't even think you got a circuit breaker on Liberation Day. So yeah, you're gonna need like maybe if there's a sad. I hate to put this into the ether, but I hope there's not a. It's like I think the next circuit breaker would have to be like a nuclear bomb. Sadly. All right, bro. You're still literally low ticker working its way. You haven't had again, oil stopped moving even from the second one. Oil popped a little bit on Aragachi and then chilled out, but this is all just sentiment and kind of the algo moves and digestion from the morning, but that's about it. No, or maybe not like an AI crash, but like if you had a real deflation, I don't know if circuit break. Remember, last year showed you could drop 15-20% without a circuit breaker. You did 3% in a row for 5 days in a row, you're down 15%. You're right. They're not, so assuming something developed that wasn't shocking in a single day, like closing the global economy for COVID, that's why you got a circuit breaker. You know what I'm saying? Announcing they're going to give trillions of dollars in free money. That's why you had a circuit breaker to the upside. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, if you had something bad develop, if it's not something that's major in the moment, then yeah, it's not going to, it's not going to be like that. So that's why I say, that's what Liberation Day, leading into Liberation Day was down bad to the downside, and then it was crazy to the upside. But at the same time, leading into Liberation Day, we dropped a lot. It was just consistent. That's why like people started getting panicky. That's why then you had the media scaring you with inflation. It didn't help when Trump was like 190% tariffs. Let's do it. And then that got even crazier, but it was like 2% every day, 3%, 4%. Big numbers every day consistently with no relief. We set records last year in terms of like amount of down days in a row without relief. That adds up very quickly. Just like you compound money to the upside, you could compound the downside, but all of that could happen without a circuit breaker. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, the slow bleed is more what you should be worried about than a circuit breaker. A circuit breaker means something catastrophic probably happened in a day, something quick and something large. That's why I believe probably the next one will be a nuclear bomb if you're going to see it, or something tantamount to shutting down the economy on like a split second political action that changes, economies instantly. Yeah, maybe a cyber attack. That could maybe like a real one, something that like knocks everything down. That's a good take. But it would have to be terrible and immediate. All right, going lower. That premium is just above 100%. I still have it. I'm looking, because I'm watching all these premiums. Get ready for even tomorrow. Bop, 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 bop. Look at New York Times. Oh, it finally dropped? Fucking stupid ass stock. What if an aircraft carrier gets hit? Unfortunately, not if that aircraft carrier is not in the United States. So again, the only other circuit breaker was 9/11. I'm pretty sure they did a circuit breaker on 9/11. So the largest domestic terrorist attack. But again, that was 25 years ago. So then the other one before that was pretty much COVID. Well, I think this is going to be our lowest close. But yeah, you're almost there. You're like half a point away from the previous low. You sold all your meta. What about the rest of your long term? New to options, use the sim on ThinkOrSwim. Watching live, loving it. Watching the older videos too. P.S. I did not get paid to say this. All right, man. Be careful, though. You're already on the locked in. Like I said, man, if you're new starting out, you got to take it slow with the options. Like I'm saying, I definitely think you could learn and you could make some money with it, but like it's more crackier than anything you've ever touched in your life. That's why it's like it gets crazy. So that's why I'm saying, though, like if anything, focus on your balance. Focus on whatever. You got to set yourself a budget. And one of the OG rules I would give people with options, and I still believe in it, whatever you want to start with options, cut it in half. So if you're like, I want to start with $1,000, I want to start with $5,000, $10,000, $50, $100. I don't care the amount. Whatever amount you want to start with, cut it in half. And separate that money and hide that other half far, far away. Because you might need it. Especially if you're new. You might hit big off the first half, but at the same time, you don't put all of what you think you want to start with. So even if you're like, okay, I did think about, I'm going to start with this. Cut it in half again. You cut it in half, you'll be fine. But yeah, it's good you're starting off with the ThinkOrSwim simulator. Because again, most people don't even want to do that. Circuit breaker, just a rule, just a stab. I don't know if it's the CME or the NYSE, but it's literally just 7%. It's a longer established rule. Yeah, and expect every trade to be a loss. Yes, 100%. That's how I do it. People always think I'm insane because I'm like, I don't use a fucking stop loss. I think it's gonna be assume it's gonna lose all the way. There's no let me put $1,000 in, cut it at half. It's a fucking option. Like, just assume every option is going to zero, and you'll be able to make a better judgment. Again, you could still go bigger. Some places you have to put a little bit more money in. But you should still have that same assumption. Oh, 30 seconds! No way! Oh, Chad. Yeah, 30 seconds. I didn't realize it. I was just getting too locked into the moment, man. Iran's sports ministry bans present in dispatch of sports teams to hostile countries. Okay, so no more sports teams in Iran. You can only play. We have sport at home. We have 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chad Adonia. Oh, we did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. Tomorrow's Friday. And you get to play everybody's favorite game of what's going to happen over the weekend. I need a good game in the chat, baby. Drop that GG. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, participated, brought something to the table. Plays, knows, vibes, info. God bless you. Those really learning, bro. Those really learning to be objective. You know what I'm saying? Those not getting in fights, bro. You know that? Isn't that crazy? I could tell you good job for doing something you were supposed to do anyways. Hey, man, good job on not catching a battery charge. Nice, man. Good job on not assaulting your fellow worldly citizen, man. Good job. Good job for not being a part of the propaganda machine. GG, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts, locked in. God bless you, baby. I hope you're ready. Let's wrap up this week. Get the long term. Make the gambling serve you. Don't be a servant to it, dog. You feel me? Amen? Amen. GG, bro. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. I like this one. I like this. I'll play you my propaganda after. Don't get bothered, buddy. What are you talking about? Don't get fucking bothered by the politics. Stop it.
It's a cult, baby.
Stop the fucking nonsense, buddy, huh? Come on, buddy.
Long term, short term, welcome to the war. Love with the game, I just want a little more. Haters ain't new, I just got a little bored. Stepping in the pace, I be speaking with the store. Tell me what's the store, China on the store. Ready on the land, know you heard this shit before. It was 2018, making videos in the car. Now everybody got a long term, looking for some more. Big bank, I'ma pull up in a Civic. Rollie is a numerals, the Casio and digits. If you never make a move, then you'll never have a critic. Why you think I got these grown men acting like some bitches? $100 move, Already know it though, don't care about your whip. I got a crib in my portfolio. You should be yourself, stop back at cornholio. Fluid in the well, but the pocket's so colloquial. Crypto in the wallet, but we bought it 10 years ago. Put it in the videos, put it in the lyrics, bro. Funny how it's cynical, fuck, still didn't hear it though. Forgive me for the language, I'm still working on the spiritual. Mr. Professional, talk about the revenue. Hard to ride the wave when you riding on my genitals. Talking about my plays, but they hear like an edible. I'm used to little humans telling me what's not attainable. That's some whole shit, trying to tightrope shit. Friend and the enemy, you think we don't know this? Funny how my foes never had the same focus. Forgive them for their sins, I ain't talking about the smoke. I'm back to the mission, lot of holding, lot of sitting. Act like you can't change your mind before you go and make decisions. You don't even need precision, cause you at it while you stack it, while you average your way in it. Who the villain? Money tree, you gonna kill it, cause you keep on fucking with it. Trying to learn the art of chilling. It don't matter your religion, what you have or what you didn't. Cause the future you gon' ask the current you, but why you didn't? Sick with it, boy, I'm talking big business. I don't need no 3 wishes, just a G-O-D vision. I be C-O-D with it. Cindy, I keep flipping. No, I'm all about a dollar, but I'm all about a mission. Who we kidding? God is always in it. Ain't no way to spin it. If it's yours, you gonna get it. You could build it in a year, but you could lose it in a second. You could use the tone for life, or you could use it as a weapon. I already know I don't care about your
Who we kidding? God is always in it. I got breaking news for you, Chad. Are you ready? This was your lowest close into the low, and now the NASDAQ composite confirms correction from October 29th record high close. So now, from where you are right here at close on the NASI, you have corrected. You are in an official correction. I think 5 more percent, you get a bear market. Okay, so but the first one, you are now in a correction, my friends. To be corrected. Is it more than 10? I thought it's 10% correction, 15% for bear market. Something like that. Or is it 20%? It's one of, again, it depends who's the president. They change that shit, bro. They're like, oh, 3 quarters, 2 quarters. So, but I think you should save that 10%. So I'm talking about, that's what I'm talking about. Well, either way, that's not bad, bro. NASDAQ corrected. We're down 2% year to date. And then again, it's still substantially, that's the sad part. Because it's now, I guess it's a little bit higher than where I sold the long term. So I was here when I sold the long term for the farm. And then the other long term still is up, I think 60 on the last, or I think 40 still. Or no, 30? And then 2% down on the year. Unity on the high. After the bell. Unity. What you talking? I like Unity, Joshua. Let's make a no ceasefire, make a Unity. Right now, for 2 million passage. Do they have earnings? I see Newsmax. Or they get fucking bought out or something. Did Unity have earnings? I don't want to. I'm just fucking scanning through it. I'm not searching it. Already know it, though. I don't care about your whip. I got a crib in my portfolio. Speaking of a dime, say that. Outlook below consensus. But then they guided first quarter 480 to 490. Estimate was 488. Adjusted EBITDA 105 to 110. Probably not as bad as the other one. So yeah. Other than that, Chad, I think that's it. I got to go get ready to ball. You know what I'm saying? I got to get ready to ball. That's just game time, bro. It's game time. So I hope you have a wonderful day. God bless all of you. The Lord is with you. Watchlist, we should have one tonight. Honestly, I feel like I should do the watch list at 3 a.m. because for some odd reason, that's where everything happens. So, I will have a watch list, but it is very liable to change between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. for some odd reason. And then over the weekend on Friday, we're going to see what happens. So we'll see, man. We should have the watch. I'm probably going to be tired. By Thursday, I've been working out hard a lot lately. You know that? Ever since I'm not sick anymore, bro. I started off the year fucking brutal. But yeah, bro, I've been getting some good lifts in. I'm mad sore, but then I look forward to basketball and EDM music today. So yeah, but I should be there, man. I should. If anything, I'll let you know. So God bless you all. Thank you for your time. I hope you enjoy your weekend or your week almost end. Okay, and just know the Lord is with you. That's it, bro. You're the one. That's it. No one's coming to save you. No one's coming to hurt you. Isn't that great? That's it. Just you and God. That's you and your fellow humans. You better do something with it, bro. You got this, everything you need to create everything. Nothing new under this. It's already here, bro. You're the alien, motherfucker. You're the alien. I'm trying to tell her, bro. Oh, they don't feel me. They don't feel me. I'll show you all the other ones. You guys can see all the rough drafts.
In that stress, when the new leader is gay, we got Comday. It didn't even take a day. Cargill and they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
I'm so working out to this thing. Okay, here's the other one.
In that straight, when the new leader is gay, we got Comedy. It didn't even take a day. Cargill and they put that in our shooter games.
What's your name?
B-52, don't care. You got no boats and you got no air. Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
Cardboard box, cardboard eater. Boy, shock, it on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed. Time to meet Jack Reacher.
Cardboard box. Cardboard box. Cardboard leader. Oil shock. ARN still weaker.
Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers.
Troops deployed. Time to meet Jack Reacher.
Alright, man. That's it, bro. One day you will be impervious to propaganda. Like, how are you fucking laughing? That's the point. That's actually the point. That's actually the point, man. So God bless you all. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. I'll see you later. God willing, I see you in the morning. You think they're going to fuck up the thing? Remember, every Friday when I try to start the stream, I've had a problem. So yeah, remind me on that too. We'll see how that plays out. So be safe, man. I love you all. Please get a long term. If you sell the long term, let me know. We're keeping track. It's not to hate you, but it would be for the greater benefit. So have a good day, man. And God bless every single one of you. And the Lord is with you. Don't forget, man. Oh, and one I got it. Yeah. And before I go, our sponsors.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first.